What's up, everybody, and welcome to the clubhouse. Like Aaron's already showing the main star of the night here. Hold it back up for one more second. I just made you big. I'm sorry, I was trying
cause
to
a back injury.
look at it.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Oh, glorious!
this
at
right
that
here is
thing.
the superstar of the night, the much long awaited for haslab hiss tank. God, that box is gorgeous. Oh man.
Yeah, I panicked a little bit when it came in, and I looked at it, and it says action figures, and then it's got their, their sorting code, and then it says One Piece, and it says
Oh God.
G.I.J. Whitman.
G.I.J.
Now, the Desaurus HasLab came out. Some people have been getting it, and it says HasLab on it. This doesn't say HasLab on it, so I had like 10 seconds of pure panic when I got the box in, and I looked at it. I'm like, okay, I gotta open it up. Wait.
Hang on a sec here. I'm scrolling through the chat and I see this comment. I've got to bring this up. Well, we got a latecomer in here. My buddy's Customs. What's up, brother? Good to have
Yo, I literally just I tried to have a little nap before the stream. That was at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I just woke up like 3 minutes ago. I looked at my phone. I was like, crap. And I just ran over here and I saw like it had not gone live yet. I'm like, oh, okay, good.
You know me. I always like to wait until like last 20 minutes after I said we were going live. You know.
Yeah.
So I wanted to bring this comment up from Eternity in Ellipse, Sir Clifton here, saying Oz is having trouble finding his Santa hat. Now, this is funny, and I honestly think that maybe Sir Clifton has a camera set up in my room now. So earlier tonight, we had the suggestion of everybody wearing our Santa hats. And as we know, like last year, as soon as Thanksgiving happened, from that episode on Toy Frenzy, I was rocking my Santa hat. So we agreed tonight we're going to do the Santa hats. And then just a few minutes before we were going live, well, a few minutes before I scheduled the live, not actually before we went live because it's been well past that now, but I could not I found the entire Santa outfit, including my boot toppers, and there's no Santa hat with the rest of the costume. I don't know what happened to it. So it's really funny that you should mention I was having trouble finding my Santa hat, because I totally did. But again, the real reason that we're so late is because I was taking the time to do my hair. But I went with a festive green bandana instead. So I think that plays well. It's the right colors. It's festive green, not the bright neon green.
Colors. I mean, it does take time to find those 3 stray hairs to comb them.
Comb them over. It does, man. I mean, I feel Homer's pain. And I gotta say, like right now, Bud, your backdrop
This
with
is
the
the
figures,
warmest my head's been in a while. I'm just saying.
right? Those hats are really warm. Like I remember a couple of episodes last year, like I'm sitting here sweating and dying wearing the Santa hat while we're streaming. Like,
We'll see how long I make it with it on. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, wear it for as long as you're comfortable in it. If it starts to become uncomfortable, then definitely don't keep it on. There's no point in being uncomfortable. We're going to be here for hours, so it doesn't make sense to,
It's so funny how you make it sound like a threat.
You can tell people have a nice day, but enjoy your next 24 hours. Just sounds so much more threatening.
Somebody once told me, speaking of having a nice day, somebody once told me that, like, if a cop tells you have a nice day after they give you a ticket, that they can get in trouble for that because it's considered like sarcastic harassment or something like that.
It is.
I'm sure, yeah. Somebody along the line was like,
there's a reason why you say something like drive safe, or you do reminders. As a former cop, I can speak from experience. Don't ever say have a nice day.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Oh, I appreciate you clearing it up, Sir Cliff. No camera. There's no camera in here, but
sure.
You know what? You were on point.
Well, he doesn't have one. Me, on the other hand,
I knew
You
did,
might
but
want to just don't put anything at the edge of your bed.
okay. I'm sure Dawn's really happy to hear that.
Yeah. I think I see something in the back of that gray skull right there in the eyes. Yeah.
There it is.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's right back
Just
there.
picking up.
It might be in the window. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
There's
or
something
that's
creeping
yeah.
out the left side of the window
Yeah.
a little bit.
So I gotta say, Bud, Duplico and Digitino sitting there are giving me like serious contra vibes right now. Like,
Yeah, I was
people
just
pointed that
Yeah,
out
okay.
with
I
I was just
Duplico.
setting it up, and I was taking like photos of them because I hadn't pulled them out in a while, and I had this shoulder piece that I made from a different style coffee creamer cap.
Okay.
This was originally meant for when
you
I
and the
eventually.
coffee creamers. We're gonna have to buy you
I literally this morning went to the fridge and saw there was a fresh thing of creamer and popped it. I'm like, this is going in the pocket. But
we could
this one was
we should just buy Bud like a lifetime supply of coffee creamer.
yeah,
With
totally.
an infinite number of armors.
But for Holographo, I think his name is from the new
Mhm.
three pack. He's got this kind of similar thing on his chest, so I made this for his shoulder and painted it up. But the colors also match Digitino, and you don't really have much going for him besides the chest piece. And I just took the extra blaster from my Masterverse Ficor.
Very nice.
Because I wasn't using this set. And when I put it on him, I just kind of posed in there. I'm like, wow, he looks really great.
Yeah.
The
Like
name
these two
works
sitting here with
for a while, just as long as you make sure to put the coffee before it, because Creamer Customs does not sound good. Just saying.
I've gotten some tips on that from random people, actually.
Oh. All right, guys. Let's take a moment here. Chat's been hopping. I don't want it to get away from me too far before we do this, but this week I was smart. I've been starring your names so that I can go through the list pretty quickly here, trying my best in any case. So let's roll through. We've got Henri first in chat, just stopping to say hi, taking my son to the new Godzilla. That is a worthy reason.
I want to see that so bad. I've been on a Godzilla binge like all week. I've watched a bunch of the older films. That new Monarch show is actually pretty good. Like it's really good. I'm surprised. Like I won't say anything about it. I'm just surprised how much they actually use monsters in the show. Because usually those shows are more about the characters, which it is, but in a good way.
Yeah.
But they use monsters, and it's like, oh, okay, this is tight. And it's kind of one of those two different points in time, and they kind of come together through certain characters, and it all kind of links up from like the past to the, I guess, kind of current time because it takes place like a year after the first Godzilla movie from 2014, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool because Kurt Russell plays an older character, and then his son Wyatt Russell plays the younger version of him in the show.
That works.
It works perfect.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I definitely got to check that out.
Where's this show on?
Apple TV.
Apple TV.
Yeah.
It's an Apple exclusive, which
so,
is why.
If you don't mind sailing the seven seas, it's a great show to watch.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Which I don't have Apple TV, or I don't have Apple TV, so I definitely go that route.
Send me a link there, bud.
All right, yeah, for sure. In fact, I'll actually just do that now, just because. So don't forget.
Appreciate you, brother. We'll put it on the live stream so we can get pulled later.
Yeah.
All right, so Henri, you are excused, sir. Completely excused because we can all appreciate a giant freaking monster. Godzilla's the king.
Who doesn't want a kaiju? I mean, let's be honest.
Seriously, right? I want to live in a world with kaijus. Not terrified for my life, but I do.
Well, and that's kind of how
we
the
have enough
show kinda,
natural disasters that we don't need the magical monster disasters too.
yeah, and that's kind of how the show depicts it. It's like living in a world of monsters. Like they have like a Godzilla warning system. It's like really you live in a world where it's like, hey, you know, if this alarm goes off, Godzilla's nearby, so watch out. It's like, yeah, that would be kind of weird, but hey, I wouldn't
I'd
mind.
move out of California. I'd be like far inland and be like, okay.
Right? Yeah,
no,
nothing
yeah,
ever
definitely.
happens.
Yep.
Like suddenly, Tornado Alley looks very homely.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I promise you, it's not homely at all.
Well, in a world of monsters, even you may feel differently. So, Master Versal Toy Hunter Eldor is here with us. Ray Black hanging out. We've got Corey from Make Shape Create saying he'll be on next week. It's his wife's B-Day. Love you all. Less acceptable than Godzilla, but still acceptable.
Well, only if he doesn't want to sleep in the garage for the next week.
There you go.
Well, that's
There
why
you go.
I say it's less acceptable because it's not.
That's one kaiju you do not want to piss off.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep. There you go.
I don't know if I'd say it about somebody else's wife.
I was
but
gonna say, let's make it clear. Bud called your wife a kaiju, not me.
Yeah.
Right?
Not me.
Hey, kaijus can be beautiful creatures.
That's true.
So,
backpedal.
Stop
Yeah.
worrying about that, bud.
There's the implied thing is that they're monstrously big. So, what you saying there, bud?
By the way, my name is Bobby Dangerously. You can find me at Bobby Dangerously at IG. I have a YouTube account. I like to collect CDs. You can see me every single week on Toy Frenzy.
Trying to do the voice. That's awesome.
Yeah, I like that his voice is like more gravelly.
Right. Yeah.
The cold, last bit of cold was like kicking in.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I think Bud just killed me. I've lost. Sorry, not sorry, Bobby.
Oh man.
That was funny. And normally when I say somebody's pulling double duty in the chat, it means that they're on screen and in the chat. However, we've got Kenzo's Customs and Kenzo's Creations in the same place. Normally, you'll never see them both in the same area or together like this. So I mean, anybody who thought they were the same person, well, this obviously throws it out. Clearly that is not. We've got Toy Mama hanging out with us tonight. Nolan himself is here. Therefore, we are officially a Toy Tube stream now. That's the official brand right there. We've got Radical Toys Adam hanging out with us this evening. Fat Red Foo or Fatrid, depending on who you are, where you are, and what you're talking about. And again, although we've already called him out tonight, Eternity in the Lips, Sir Clifton is here. We've got Random Diorama or Radnom for short. We have K-Roll. We've got TMC, the man collects. Oh my God, I was laughing so hard I was kind of crying, and now like my eyes are stinging from it.
Oh
no. Ooh, it's a spicy one.
Crying holy water?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I mean, he did throw Bobby under the bus, run him over, back it up, run him over again, just to make sure several times there was some reverse.
What are you talking about? I am Bobby. My arms are crossed. Excuse me while I look at my phone and laugh at stuff.
Oh, man.
The man collects. Glad to have you here, brother. Thank you for watching. We've got Terrence St. John hanging out. Figuratively speaking, John is here. And we also have Jamie. Hang on, come on. Had to do it in the Arnold voice just cuz.
Get to the
Jingle all
job.
the way. It's that time of the year. Jingle all the way. All right. So now I get to jump back into the chat here and try to see who else may have jumped in since. Let's see. Oh, my buddy Customs pulling it in here. Oh God! Why did I highlight that before reading it?
Yeah, there you go.
That is not what I wanted to. Is not what I wanted to think about tonight.
Low hanging fruit tonight. Duchess is there though.
By the way, Gary K. Rose saying it's great to see Damon live. Absolutely. It's always
a
awesome.
matter of opinion.
The gravel on that. It's perfect. Okay, and let's see. Rolling down. I know you said Duchess was here, and I'm looking for a comment. Here she is. At least one of the comments tonight. We've got Duchess of Darkness hanging out with us. Oh, and not only is Duchess of Darkness here, it's good to see you, Duchess. Thank you for joining us. We have one of the best names in all of ToyTube right here. We've got well
It's right
hung
up there with
banana hammocks.
Unicron's left nut. I'm just saying.
Hey,
It's right up there.
Unicron's left nut, well hung banana hammocks, and speaking moistly.
Sleep. There you go.
I mean, it's
You
just
put them.
fun to
You
say
put them
their
in the right
names.
order. You have a whole sequence there.
Right? It's true. It's absolutely true.
You have a
I love
Thanos
how many
you have
people
a Thanos photo shoot
cringe.
right there.
You have a plot for a porn video. That's where we're going.
My buddy's Dreamy Cup.
Oh no!
Yeah. Then yeah.
Oh man, wow, what a crazy night already, and we've only been live for 16 minutes and we've already gone well off the deep end. I love it. All right, so I did see and want to come back up to it. Sir Clifton was mentioning Emerald. How do you like hearing the static hit and then Cult of Personality playing in the WWE again? I love it. Big CM Punk fan. I know Ken's not here to kick off the wrestling talk, but let's get into that a little bit. How do you feel about CM Punk being back?
I mean, it's nostalgic. Yeah. I mean, hopefully that he's a little bit more. Well, like the shirt he wore on SmackDown, hell froze over. I mean, that's essentially what it is. I mean, it's like you never expected him to be back in the WWE with Triple H running, creative and everything, basically being in charge. So, I mean, it is gonna wait and see what they do storyline wise, but it is to me, I'm giddy, but at the same time, a little bit kind of. Are they gonna shift things because they got CM Punk, who, I mean, doesn't matter if he's on Raw, SmackDown, NXT, wherever, fans are gonna gravitate towards him, and they're gonna want him to be the main guy on the show at WrestleMania. So, Cody, Seth, these other guys, are they going to have to take a back seat because they've been playing their storylines all through the year? But I'm excited. I mean, because again, it gives a little jolt along with Randy Orton coming back too. It kind of gives a little bit more excitement right during WrestleMania season. Right when you're getting into the fact that you're getting into this big time of the year. So I'm definitely looking forward to it.
We got the Royal Rumble coming up too, especially which there's, they tend to always have one or two big returns during the Royal Rumble, whether it's just for the night, for the Rumble itself. And sometimes it's a lot longer. I know when Edge came back, I only thought he was coming back for the Rumble, and then he turned it into a second wind of his career, which had ended, so it was great. And you never know when we might see something like that, as well as on top of having these big returns right before them. Like you said, with Randy Orton coming back, CM Punk coming back, it kind of supercharges the fandom a little bit. I know the past 2 weeks I've tuned in on different nights, just trying to check it out, and I haven't watched for years just because it's something interesting, something new that's going on. Because I felt like some of these stories have been played a little too long. But that's me. All right, so we did get a couple more people popping in here. We have Mike Fee joining in, and he's actually jumping in. I love Punk, but Cody is better. Hey, man, yeah, a lot of people feel that way on it. I'm a big Cody fan, who I didn't always used to be. I'm a bigger Orton fan, so I gotta say, I just really appreciate Randy Orton coming back.
I mean, he's been there. I mean, close to 20 years. I mean, that's a long time. I mean, that's a long time. Yeah.
Right.
I was actually surprised that he was only, I think he's 44 or 45, and I was like, damn. I'm 41, so it's like that's pretty good.
I still look at wrestlers like they're adults.
Yeah,
like an adultier adult, like they got this big pro job on TV, and then it's like I'm older than a lot of guys in there.
Yeah, I was I was looking at that Rhea Ripley, and I was like, oh yeah, she's got to be like mid 30s or whatever, probably around my age. No,
lower.
I was like, she's a
25.
baby.
The hard thing is wrestlers.
She's a baby.
The hard thing for me is wrestlers that I haven't seen in a really long time. Greg the Hammer Valentine, who I haven't seen in forever, popped up on a video on YouTube, and I was like, oh, I love the Hammer. I'll watch this.
Yep.
Like, oh my God, he's a senior citizen. What happened?
Right.
That's the gap
or like
no.
Everyone I kind of watched throughout the like Attitude Era, they're all like going to the Hall of Fame and leaving, and like the like bigger one that kind of freaked me out was like Undertaker. He's kind of almost pretty much done now and stuff.
Remember when he started, and I watched him through his full career, and it was legendary. So shout out to Paul Morales being here as well. Awesome, man. Great to see so many familiar faces each and every weekend. It's fantastic. So as Carol pointed out, Damon has come live with us, and now Damon did pop on for a brief bit with us just the other day, kind of do a test and everything like that. We did this little off-air hangout. But for many of a lot of people get their start and they get their cherry popped on, or in the clubhouse rather, because apparently that's what my show is. We just pop cherries here. So, Damon, this is your first time going live with us. I want to give you the floor, so to speak, because there is a very, very special reason that you are going live with us tonight. And, well, real quick before we get into that, somebody else very important just jumped in here. The beautiful dawning of a decade is here. Good to see you, hon. Thank you for joining us tonight. Glad to have you. All right. Damon, why don't you go ahead and take it away and tell us why you're here tonight?
Cool. Yeah, so on my Instagram account, which is Photog Damon, you can see it there below my name. I am running a raffle for charity. It is for Focus Hope Detroit, which is an awesome institution since 1968. They provide, food for seniors, housebound seniors. I got to know the organization from high school. Did food deliveries. A bunch of kids, almost every kid in the school did. And then, after I graduated, still did some. They have education services from kids on through adults, job training, all kinds of stuff. They're just basically constantly, for all these years trying to help build Detroit, build the community, and build people. So I'm doing a raffle, $5 per entry, and unlimited entries, international more than welcome. And right now I am at $75. And I mean, I'm happy for any amount. I want to get as much as we can, of course, but I'm happy for any amount. Now, if we can, right now there's 2 items up for raffles for sure. One is the original raffle item, which is this guy here, but not this one. This one's mine. You can't have him. The new in-box version, Blade Master Wang from Maestro Union. Sorry, I have no idea what I'm doing with the camera. And so there's this big beefy boy. He is amazing. He's awesome. He's new in box, unopened, still sealed. Comes with the big fat comic book in the back. So this is the one. You can choose him. If you give me one entry and you want to try for him, you can tell me that. Or you can give me one entry and opt for the 4 Horsemen figure obscura Jacob Marley. Look, 2 of me. Look at that. How terrifying is that? Anyway, so yep. Again, new in box. You get the booklet that comes with them. You get the card, and I'll ship it to you in the same box that they sent it to me with the same packaging. So you can do multiple entries for whatever you want. You can do if you give me 4 entries, you can do 2 for Blade Master Wang and 2 for Jacob Marley, or 4 for 3, 1, whatever you want to do. Just tell me, let me know, and I'll line it all up. If we hit $150, this all runs through December 31st, so we've got lots of time. Tell your friends, tell your family. If we get to $150, there's a third item that will be raffled. I don't have it yet, but what it is it's the 2016 San Diego Comic-Con exclusive Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Alec Guinness New Hope, with the Princess Leia hologram on the table. I'm told it still works. It's new and packaged still, unopened, and looks amazing. It's a 6-inch black series, not the 3.75-inch black series. And so if we hit 150, entries can go towards that. And then what we're going to do is on Oz's channel, one of these clubhouses, sometime after the 31st. So I don't know if it's going to be like the very next week. We'll figure it out. We're going to do 3 wheels. I'm going to have 3 wheels set up with everybody's entry in each of the wheels that they asked for, each of the figures they asked for. And we'll draw the winners. You don't have to be there. It'd be cool if you were, but you don't have to be. And, like I said, you can be in all 3 wheels. You can be we can stack one. If, I know, like Aaron was the first, and thank you so much. You were the first to donate, and all of his are going for Big Beefy Blade here. And so it's through PayPal. I set up a email account specifically for this. I linked it to my PayPal, and it's Blade Master Wang, all one word. You have to spell it correctly, please. I already had a friend misspell it, and I feel terrible. It's a Blade, Blade, Master, Master, Wang, Weng, at yahoo.com. $5 per entry. Let me know how you want to split them up. If you can hit me up on Instagram in the DMs and let me know you did it, or in the message in PayPal, the notes, then I can make sure I get you in the right settings, the right wheels. If we don't hit 150 and you had your heart set on Obi-Wan, we'll talk, we'll figure it out. I'm not a jerk. But that's why I'm saying, like, every penny, every dollar, everything counts. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I appreciate that, Aaron. If somebody like in our group there, Cork, he donated without even wanting to be put in the drawing, which is amazing, and I appreciate that so much. If you have somebody who wants to donate but doesn't care about the figure, that's fine. It still counts towards the 150. So however we get to 150 is when Obi-Wan comes into play. If we don't hit 150, he's mine. I open him. Sorry. And then you get to see photos on Instagram of Obi-Wan and hologram Leia. But yeah, so I am really excited. I am actually so happy that we're at $75 already. I thank you all so much, those of you who have given some. And please, tell your friends if you can't or don't want to, donate. But spreading the word is just as good. I appreciate that so much, however you do it. And let's raise some money for an awesome charity. If you haven't seen, this is what he looks like unboxed. This is not fully. I just have one of his swords. I don't have his gear on because I was playing with him earlier. He'll be facing off tomorrow. First half of the story was today. Tomorrow he faces off against Darkseid. So
Nice.
Yeah, I was going to do it today, but I didn't have time to put the batteries in Darkseid to light up the beam. But yeah, so any questions, reach out to me on Instagram, photog_Damon. These guys all know how to find me. And, like I said, let's raise some money.
Absolutely, guys. And again, if you're not already following Damon, make sure you follow him on IG. And let's get this shared to our stories as many people as we possibly can, so that we can all try to contribute the best we can to this amazing cause. And please, folks, like, if you want to enter in for any of the prizes, as you heard, we're gonna have the 3 separate wheels going. Even if you just want to donate, also let us know. Absolutely, please. Anything and everything is appreciated.
Yep. And because Focus Hope is my, how on PayPal when you buy things, you can set up your default little charity and like throw whatever you want at it with every purchase or whatever. They're the one I have set up for myself. That's so like wherever I have to ship these things, I don't care. Every penny that gets sent in goes to them. So I appreciate it so much. I wanted to do more this year. Last year I did the little giveaway and it was fun. But this year I'm like, let's do more. So
right,
for more people. Cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, you are welcome. Thank you for, getting this kickstarted and really, doing something so awesome. I know Blade Master Wang might be a little pricey for most people, and this is a great way where, look, you can donate a little bit of money and really, really get a chance to win such an epic figure. And now there are even more options. So if Blade Master Wang is not your thing, maybe you're getting into the figure obscura a little bit. Jacob Marley is a great way to get involved. And then if not, I'm pretty sure at least everybody in this chat is probably a fan of Star Wars. But even if you're not, again, you got other options. So there's a little something for everybody to try out here.
Yep. And if you're curious how big he is, this is him. This is Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. So
there you go. And that's a Legends figure. So you can see
3.75, Xandar.
Herculoids.
Sorry, Thanos.
Sorry, Thanos. No, they're cool. They are very, very cool.
Oh, taunting with the the Herculoids. I see it.
I got that thing. I said in the comment. I replied to Thanos. I found it on Goodwill Finds, and it was. I was like, oh my, look at the price on those things, Yeah. And so I passed, and then they did their Black Friday Cyber Weekend deals, and it was half price, and I was like, I still shouldn't, but I am.
Aaron has gone ahead and got started here, and I love the fact that you could barely, we've talked about how the headless horseman is hard to keep on. I don't know how I feel about that being on a Cobra box, but in any case,
if you know the word at the bottom underneath the Cobra,
Serpent, yeah.
So always faithful serpent.
Okay. Yep. That helps a little but in any case though, the that thing is way harder to fit the whole thing on screen. That thing is massive.
Yeah, it's massive, and the packaging is just
so good.
Dang, that is gorgeous.
That really is a thing of beauty.
Man.
And then on the bottom, what you guys kind of already saw, but it's
the blueprint.
Wow.
Nice.
Oh, that is nice. I like that. Yeah.
I want to
know a lot more clear now.
I want to know what soulless person would throw that box away.
Yeah, I can't.
It's almost as much of a collector's item as what's inside. Now,
pretty much, yeah.
For those of you who may not know, I had the amazing chance to meet Skelly today. He was here in DC, so me and Ziggy drove down to DC. It's only about like an hour away from Baltimore. So we drove down to go meet him, and we stopped at a couple places today. One of the places that we went to was Lost in Time Toys. Now, that place lived up to the name because we went in there and we felt like we had plenty of time to go do this. We went into this place, and like before we knew it, we had to get the hell out of Dodge. After, like, it felt like we were in there for 15 minutes, but then we had to like start rushing Skelly back so we can get him to the airport. He had so much stuff brand new in box, but we're talking like Ewok villages. We're talking. He had the hover tread from the Kenner Aliens collection. You know, like I'm talking things I haven't seen since my childhood. Brand new in box, and it was fantastic. So it's always great when you can see these, and like that's kind of part of the importance of keeping it in box, right? Like keeping those boxes because they do look so nice even years later, as long as they haven't been too water damaged.
Yeah.
As long as your dog hasn't chewed on.
Right. Brick here with the special chant from his unboxing video. Unbox, unbox, unbox.
Look at those muscles.
There you go.
Cobra.
Side hustle.
Oh, wow.
Little side hustle, you know.
There we go.
Wow.
Your sticker sheets. Run it old school.
I love it.
Oh,
Love
there's the
fact that we
commander.
have. She said, "Hold on. I gotta get the big screen here. I'm trying to do too much at once."
Oh, so cool.
That is. Oh man.
So we got the Ron Rudat designed.
Oh yeah, there it is. And Brick, sorry you're not feeling well, brother, but get well soon, man. Get well soon.
Yes.
I'm just getting over mine, so dude, like, definitely get well fast.
Aaron, was that a proper
Yeah,
signature?
or is
Or
Bo-
was that
is
like
Bobby-
auto pen?
Do what?
Was that like a proper signature? Or is that like auto pen?
It's on there. It's not an actual signature. I can't imagine he would sign 16,000.
I know, right? But I I just had
So no, that's just part of the thing.
Cool. Still awesome.
It's numbers 99 and 100.
So sorry for those of you who are trying to be completionists and we're not able to get these.
Yeah.
As we know,
which is our lovely Cobra Hiss Gunner.
Gunner. Yes. I'm so glad like you got the full Hiss crew, and that just it was important, it was important to get that. And then we've still got the Hiss fire team. So and that retro carded Cobra Commander, if that is not just one of those
Look at that beautiful white
sexiest
boy.
damn figs.
Ooh. Now
Proper
this one
Mickey Mouse Cobra Commander
will not be opened. He will be going into this lovely.
Yeah.
He's going for wall decoration.
Look out, your dog's right behind you.
No.
Exactly. So yeah, no, he's going in here. Then he'll go up on the wall. Now this card is a little smaller than the other cards. That's interesting. That's something I'm noticing. See.
Oh wow.
Now he is ready for the wall.
That is nice.
Those things I had to find in a very specialized doll shop online. Literally, that's what they sold was dolls. So they cater to the Barbie doll folks. And that's the case. It's a Barbie doll, basically. All right, now I gotta figure out how we're gonna get this out. Okay.
All right. Well, I'll take you off of full screen while you figure that so the world can see the rest of our beautiful faces. So in honor of the Hiss Tank tonight, I am forgoing opening up quite a few of my Figure Obscura stuff. That's going to wait for a later date. I also want to give a big shout out to our man Joe G here. He reached out to me after posting about the fact that I have all the Figure Obscura now, and they were all here except for one, because that was the only one. It's still available at retail, so I wasn't too worried about it. Typically these Figure Obscuras become very obscure very quickly. But Red Krampus was still available at retail. But Joe reached out to me because the man is an absolute angel and said that he'd help me out because he had some extra. And Joe, Thank you. Red Krampus will be arriving soon, folks. And I
want to
figure
get one of those. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
go.
Oz had mentioned that was the no, it's fine. It just Oz mentioned that was the only one that he was missing, and I had a few extra because I tend to buy extras with customs in mind, and then I have very little free time, so they're just sitting at my house collecting dust. It's like, if I can help out and help somebody complete a set,
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to do so.
So,
I want to try
not
to find
get-
someone. Oh,
Go ahead,
I'm
bud.
sorry, dude.
No, go ahead, bud.
I was just gonna quick say I would love to get one of those, but I want to try to find someone that can do like a dirty style Santa, like long coat, something that's kind of rough looking to put on him, because that would look really dope.
Yeah, that would.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm sure there's somebody within the community who does the soft goods that'd be able to dirty it up. Actually, if you really want it, Father Christmas is back up and available at on the store Horseman right now. You can go get Father Christmas with the original red coat and dirty it up yourself.
Yeah.
That's still up?
Yeah, he was still available.
Nice.
I was pretty impressed too. So all the side skirts here and the extra canopy. I love that. Absolutely love that.
There's a piece of Star Wars diorama.
I was thinking the same thing. Like I would totally save that for something.
Oh, it'll go back in the box. It'll be there so I can store this eventually.
That could be like a most eyes like background building piece. You could like customize something.
This is a heck of a lot of plastic bags. I'm just saying, somebody killed a plastic tree.
It is Christmas. Lots of plastic trees out there.
Oh.
Man.
So Brick is saying that he'll join in next week with opening up his Marley, and that'll be great. So definitely, brother. And Well Hung Banana Hammocks is asking, has anyone heard of anyone opening their Cobra Commander yet? I actually have not seen anyone.
I have. I've seen people open it, but it's not.
Okay.
They're few and far between.
Yeah.
I think they'll be the ones that are just, they just want to play with it. So, and it's understandable. I mean, it is the classic
this is one of those
Commander version.
Right. This is one of those things where it's okay to whip it out and play with it, especially on live with
we encourage
friends. We encourage whipping these out and playing with them.
Yeah, that would definitely be me. I'm actually looking at one right now on eBay for $129. So that would be me.
The Cobra Commander?
Yep.
Wow.
I don't blame you, John.
Yeah, John, you said you were going to try to find one on the secondary market, right?
Yeah. I'm on eBay right now. So there's one for buy it now for $129. So I may, I don't know. I'm gonna hold off on that for right now, but eventually, I am gonna get them, but I don't know if it's gonna be now or later. So
look at that big plastic baby.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, because with the
but technically, you already have that version when you have the Super 7 version.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but he's not classified size, so it's kind of you can't really scale well with it.
I got it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can buy that. You can buy the Super 7 version of that for what, $23 now, and Entertainment Earns.
Yep.
Now, has Hasbro officially said they won't do? Because I mean, not with the Coco necessarily, but still with the shield and the color, have they expressly said that they're not going to do anything even close to it? In regular release?
No, they'll probably do a regular retro one that doesn't have the Mickey Mouse ears.
Yeah.
That's what they.
Yeah, this one was specific for the ears.
Yeah.
I'm hoping.
Right,
so, okay.
Battery compartment. Give me a second.
We're being asked to do a poll question here. If you could only buy one, what would you rather buy at current eBay rates? Duplico, mint on card, or this Cobra Commander, mint on card. So,
As a
I'm gonna try to
huge
figure out
Masters
how to
fan,
roll here.
I would probably still say Cobra Commander.
Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, Cobra Commander. Yeah, Cobra Commander.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I do have a Dupliclo. He's not mint on card because I opened him up the second I got him. Thanks, John. And but yeah, the itch for a few Joes is kind of creeping a little bit. I'm trying to, keep it at bay. Because I have it in my head. I'm like, I just want the few main Cobra Commanders, maybe a couple Joes, and that's it. But that's how this started, and I'm just like, no.
Ripper is so cool.
Can I go
What I really want though is that Cobra Commander that's like the exclusive one that's kind of black with the cloak.
Oh yeah.
Snake Supreme.
Oh, that one is so cool looking.
Okay, I gotta figure out where this thing turns on at.
Oh boy.
I'm sure there's instructions, right? I doubt it.
Probably.
Who needs them?
We're gonna find out.
Okay. Is there a filmation sound playing, or am I like losing my mind?
It's my notes.
You're losing your mind.
Oh, okay.
They keep
I
getting.
mean, the past 2 weeks have been something else, so like I'm not gonna doubt it.
Okay. No, this is the sticker diagram.
No.
Oh,
You do not have
Oz.
to die down. So I did just put up the poll in the chat, folks. Make sure you go vote. Let us know, what would you rather try it? Mint on card Duplico or Mickey Mouse Cobra Commander, Coco for short?
Because you've asked. Oh, sorry, go.
I was just asking if there's a neither option because no.
If
I
you
was
want
just gonna
something
quick say-
else off of eBay, just put it in the chat.
All right. Because
Go
you've
ahead.
asked me many times.
There we go.
Oh yeah, show it off.
Oh, nice.
I've looked at those things too many times. I know what their prices are. So
Insane.
I don't know why. Whenever I see the shape of the his tank, I always expect there's like a giant hole in the back you could stick your arm in, and it's like some kind of like a
It's
blaster.
got different intensities.
Oh man.
that's super cool.
So cool. Now, can we get a waving of the lines in the front, like the red ones? Can it
Do
go
what?
back and forth? Is there a way to
No,
set
it
it
doesn't do
so that
kit.
it goes from left to right?
No, it does
left
not
to
do a
right?
kit
Oh,
version.
well, not me.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Custom idea. The lights in the front look almost exactly like the frickin' DeLorean. A his tank DeLorean time machine. Think about it.
There you go.
That'd be awesome. with the little Mr. Fusion in the back.
Look, okay, and then
Yeah.
we could add sound. We can add sound effects to it where it comes out in Mr. Feeney's voice.
But you can add those sound effects with your own voice.
I can't do Mr. Feeney's voice. I'm not that good. I'm pretty good.
Wow, look at that.
I do like the Gullwing, but doors better than the traditional ones, but that's just me.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I was the same way when I saw the new canopy. I liked it instantly better because the old canopy is just kind of bland. But you know, I'm glad you have the option.
Yeah. And I hit the button again. Now I
The
gotta go
new
through the whole
canopy.
cycle.
The new canopy almost looks like fangs.
Ooh, that's
That
a lot of
is so
buttons.
cool.
Gotta touch it a lot of times to get it turned off.
The snake aesthetic.
It does. It adds menace.
Alright, so
Brick
there's-
demands I put a black star option on the poll.
Somebody fell off.
I can't argue.
Okay,
with
that-
I think a black
That does look really cool. Oh.
Man.
right. Like
glass
anybody
fight.
else feeling some buyer's remorse.
Well, I mean, I could never buy something like that, but I mean, it just seeing it, it's like, oh,
Right.
damn.
I gotta say, right now, Mickey Mouse Coco is kicking Duplico's ass.
Oh yeah.
Well, Duplico, like, it's so kind of niche and like only certain Motu fans really know about it compared to Cobra Commander and the original like look for
Right.
him. I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of a
Cobra
no
Commander is just
contest.
straight iconic, right?
Yeah.
And if people are thinking, if they're thinking ripping it open
It
and
is
playing
eBay
with it,
now.
that's one thing. But if it's like for resale, if they're thinking like 10 years from now, yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Plus Duplico, it's only that expensive because he's hard to find.
Right.
Which a lot of people always ask, like, what happened to him? I mean, it's obvious. Most of the stock went to like a Mexico because in Mexico he's a peg warmer.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like how when Wave 2 came out, originally it went over to like Europe and stuff instead of coming
It
here
went to Europe because
because of
Walmart was
COVID.
still peg clogged and they didn't
Yeah.
want the extra inventory.
So, John, I have a request then. Head over to El Paso, skip across the Gulf, and grab some Duplicos, smuggle them back over. Just like jump off a roof in El Paso and land in Mexico.
I believe they are the American carded ones too. They're not the international ones.
You know what I think is funny? I bet you there's like, you know how like some collectors here in the US, like if they want the mint on card, like they get so stingy and they refuse to collect the international card. I bet you they don't have that same problem with the American carded ones in other countries. They're probably like, wait, we can get printed words in our comics?
Right.
Yeah, I've been my local toy shop is going to get some of these in, and I've been hawking their Instagram, waiting to see when they arrive so I can call them.
Oh yeah.
All right. Look, so this is the second time it was brought up in the chat.
Oh,
here, so
God.
I'm gonna address it. So Mattel Creations did do their little sneaky Mo Tuesday, dropping the Duplico. Now I gotta say, it was up there longer than 8 minutes because from the time I found out about it, and started getting the word out to certain people, it was a while, and then I ended up going on lunch. He was still available when I went to lunch. We've had Mattel Creations sell out quicker on their exclusives than this Duplico went this past week. He was up there for quite a while.
Wasn't it like an hour and a half, 2 hours?
Something like that. He was up there for a while.
I mean, granted, when
I
I thought he was sold out, but
I was so mad because I had him sitting in my cart, but I did not have the extra funds this week before. I
feel that
Marley was like, I had to get that, and I knew I was working on paying Aaron back, so there was no getting this particular figure this time. It was just like,
for me, that was Thunder Punch He-Man. I saw him up on Amazon for retail. I had him in the cart, but I just couldn't pull the trigger, and then for months I just did not have him.
Kenzo says he got 2, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do it here. He got 2.
But he's got 5.
Now he's got 7. Bitch, rubber baby buggy bubbles.
And if he gets 2 more, he'll have 9.
9
with awe.
Hey, I try to keep the show educational, right?
That's right. You get some government subsidy money.
Oh, and it's because you have asked me this many times, just to show proof. There's Stinkor.
I saw you had him up earlier. So on our adventure today with Skelly, we had also stopped into a game store called Game Castle. Now, I was not familiar with this store. It's apparently a chain that starts in the West Coast and they've got one store on the East Coast, and that's actually here in College Park, Maryland, on your way down to DC. We were stopping at a comic book store called Third Eye Comics because they've opened up additional stores. and the one we were stopping at had not opened yet. So while we were waiting, we popped into Skelly noticed, hey, Game Castle, let's go check that out. So it's kind of like where Games Workshop left off, like, you know, and honestly, the experience I had here was actually a lot cooler than most of them that I've had at Games Workshop. I'll just put that out there. So we'll be his channel a little bit later this week. We did manage to find about 1,000 Eternia goddesses there. It seemed to be like the only Masters Universe figure they had. And they had a lot. However, we did pick up. Now, mind you, again, I already have this figure as well. They had this awesome guy. So now I have a mint on
Nice.
card, Stinkor, and he was $7.
Granted,
That price.
I would totally repaint that as Merman or something.
Merman,
Yeah, because the one that I
I've
gave
got that
your
merman
kid.
too. So I don't need that. I did get.
No, I'm saying that's what like I would do because of me.
Okay.
Or isn't there one of those Forza T's that uses the
Yes.
like Stinkor book? Actually, I probably painted that style.
He's like a more feline looking one, but definitely there is
Yeah.
a Forza. So
Okay,
Since-
here's the interesting thing. Now that I've got this out and I'm thinking about it logistically, I literally this person that's in the gunners area has literally 3 very large guns, but there's only space for one person.
they just got to spin themselves around in the circle and try to man as many as
But
possible.
they swivel. I mean, that's the other thing is they swivel up and down, left and right. Okay.
Just
My
gorgeous.
logic is
The fact that it has that much articulation in the guns. Oh
Yeah, that's
man,
gorgeous.
hold on.
Yeah,
That's so nice.
Oh man.
What's the back look like?
Oh, look at it.
Open it up. Come on, Aaron. Open up in the back.
Hang on. I gotta turn off the light. Lights are interfering.
Let's see what that back, back it up. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's see
Yeah,
that
spread them
dump truck.
cheeks. I mean, what?
Backing that thing up. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Look at
lights
it,
up on
Gabe.
the inside. That's cool.
Oh yeah.
All right, this is
there you go.
acceptable prolapse on Oz's
Yep.
channel now.
Yeah.
Acceptable prolapse.
The bottom has been opened.
You could say he's a prolapsed collector.
Exactly.
It's the ultimate remote
Alright.
workstation.
Now for the test.
Since Ray has
Now
asked
I'm
for
going
it,
to
though.
do this, and I'm probably having to.
I hope to God you're not about to do a drop test.
Oh no! I'm about to do the fit test.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Good luck.
He brought his Dio out to make sure that this thing would fit. All right.
Well,
Since
I'm gonna
Ray
have to
has
take the
asked,
sides off. It
Uh-oh.
fits.
oh, it just fits.
And that's for a 32-inch shelf.
Nice.
So good luck with you people that have 12-inch shelves.
Man.
Good luck.
Wow.
May your
All right,
shelves be plentiful.
I'm gonna do it
Oh,
because
yeah, I'm
Ray
gonna
gets
turn
the
up
kick
that.
out of it, so I'll do it. Get to the chopper.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to trim that down just a bit. Not much though.
So Anryu was asking if anybody did get Duplico off of Mattel Creations. I did not. I don't know too many people that really did. I know Mega J was kicking a fit by the time he finally woke up and
Yeah.
saw that it was gone. But there quite a lot more people did get it this time. So that is phenomenal. I'm glad more people were able to get it in their collection. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna blow you up. Oh, there you go again.
It's on all of the boxes.
Okay. Well, I mean, it makes sense. Like I said, when you add in that extra piece, it makes sense.
Yeah, no, the other would have made it a little uncomfortable for a lot of people.
Aaron, do you have Indiana Jones? Because your diorama is like begging for a Last Crusade tank crushing moment there.
It needs the German transport and tank. Yeah,
exactly.
I
So
like that.
here we have 2000X Zodak looking.
This is fully. Hold on a second. There we go. Sorry, I had some phlegm. This is fully painted. This buck is the WWE Ray Mysterio Stratus figure. Yep. The boots sculpted from those same boots. Gloves, braces are just milliput. But yeah, the full body's painted. And then I just used Masterverse parts.
Yeah, he looks really good.
There's still a few little, like, I have to get down in there and get a few little parts still.
Throw it away. It's terrible
Yeah.
now. Oh.
Then to debut my version of Battle Armor Faker.
Cool.
Using a Terror Claws Skeletor dupe that I had, because he does have
that's nice.
the action feature. I didn't want to mess with taking apart the chest piece and painting the drum, so I decided I was just going to sculpt it. And then the boots are Skeletor boots that I shaved down. You could kind of see some of the like texture in it still, but then I just milliput and shaped them and painted them. I had to cut off the toes, cut down on the boots a bit, milliput shape, all that. Bracers are from the Ray figure. I just lobbed off the the like fins on the arms, and then just heated these up, slipped them over, and painted them up.
Very cool.
But oddly enough, I don't have the coffee cup in here. I took it out in the kitchen, but I have a coffee cup that is the exact same color as this kind of maroon, whatever you want to call it. And
It's like a salmon color.
Yeah, I was trying to mix up a kind of darker mute fuchsia because I really loved the color of the Masterverse Faker chess piece. And I was sitting there just mixing this up. I think it was like red, silver, some white, and purple that I had. And I mixed it up. I painted it. I let it dry. I sat next to my coffee cup, and it is legit the exact color match for the like coffee cup. I did not try. It wasn't in my head until after I saw it. I was like, holy crap, this is the exact color as my coffee cup. But yeah. So that's and then you can see I
is pretty
painted a little battle scar and one red eye for him. I was going to go with the more like vintage style, but
gotta give him that kind of
I thought a more 2000X style. Since I also had the extra sword and axe, I was like, oh, I'll just make him my version of like 2000X-ish. That way, if people are like, oh, it doesn't look like the vintage battle armor, it's because it's not. And I tried painting the back logo, and it wasn't looking right, so I did some like kind of soldered on battle damage. It's supposed to be like a makeshift armor. He just grabbed pieces and welded them to his chest, and then gave himself a quick paint over. It's also to hide some of the like sloppiness. There's some like harder areas where I couldn't get my knife in to like carve it super clean.
Right.
But yeah, I'm thinking maybe eventually in the future I want to get like a Dremel tool. Maybe that will like kind of stand down. Yeah.
You gotta be very gentle with it.
Yeah.
Anything milliput or anything else that's not
right
plastic. So, Oz, there's an
Yes, sir.
interesting joint on this. It's right at the ankle pivots,
Oh
left
wow.
and right, and that's including the rock. That's not including the rocker that's on the foot.
Oh,
So it has a left and right pivot.
little.
Something
I'm
different that I haven't
digging
seen.
that.
Cool.
And I guess it's not to break up the sculpt, but it's definitely something different.
I bet they might have had to do some things to accommodate use in the vehicle and things like that.
It may be. And I mean, I'll
Yeah.
find out here in a second when
Yeah.
I throw them in there. But that's definitely
Fully crewed his tank. Oh man, something feels so good about saying that.
And Brick is correct about not questioning the logic of Cobra.
Right? Yeah. Don't question the here it is. Don't try to apply logic to the designs of the terrorist organization led by a Cobra Law scientist that
I'm just saying they put in seatbelt. They put in seatbelt, so obviously someone at Cobra starts caring about their troops. Somebody's the safety officer.
first.
It's the Cobra safety officer.
Yeah. It's just it's fake morale boosting. They're breakaway.
Yeah, there you
go.
I was going to say, though, I would watch a show about the Cobra safety guy. It'd be hilarious.
Oh, shit, not again.
It makes itself, it lends itself to that perfect animated, like, what is it? Robot Chicken kind of thing.
Robot Chicken, yeah.
Absolutely.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I definitely want this series now. I didn't know I needed it in my life.
By the way, the gear shifts
That's genius.
rotate and move. I don't know that you can see it very well because my finger is going to be in the way, but the gear shifts rotate and move.
Yeah.
And
I love
the throttle goes forward and back.
See, the amount of detail that was really put into this sets it apart from what we would have gotten if they did this as a retail release, right?
Yeah,
it would have just been like straight molded plastic for aesthetic.
Yeah.
I still think they
there's a
should do
ton
a
more, and
like that,
just the small little things they made that are different. I mean, the way that these hands peg in is different.
Yeah,
because they have these punching fists and they peg in differently.
Yeah.
As we all know, I'm not much of a GI Joe collector, but aside from getting my favorite GI Joe, rather Cobra, which is Fiona, I now have my second classified figure, that Timber with his accessory pack Snake Eyes, and
I'm converting him eventually. I promise.
You're not the only one working on it. Ken's got some goodies sent down to me. Just got to figure out where I'm going to start putting those. I always said I did want to have a little Joe team for my predators to hunt. And see, the best part about doing it that way is, like, say it was on a battlefield and the Joes and Cobra were fighting it out, and then the predators show up.
Yeah,
this is the perfect reason why I could have a team of Joes and Cobras team up,
right,
trying to get the hell out of Dodge and survive a Yautja.
And for that purpose, like the little small vehicles, the bikes and the like when they do the ferret and things.
Now there is something different with these. Most of the Joe figures do not have color inserts; they're black and white.
Oh yeah,
so these inserts are color. So it's a nice little extra difference. And of course, on the side, let me flip that over. It says Cobra Hiss 788. Just
like
there's
that.
all sorts of little, even the top says GI Joe HasLab.
Yeah.
Little touches set this apart, showing that it's something special. That's kind of nice.
Yep.
That's cool. Back in there.
So a music fan says Timber makes that. Well, I mean, Why wouldn't you give such an awesome wolf an awesome
Pretty much
box,
give me all
right?
the people that do animals, and I just
Yep.
want the animals in most cases.
Yeah.
Yep.
So true. So
Did y'all
true.
see Junkyard and Mutt are starting to make their way around?
Yeah,
or at least on the
yes.
signs
Yeah.
in Hong Kong.
Oh
Yep.
man, who doesn't want a little Roddy hanging out in their toy collection? And I love that they gave him the goofy looking face too, the happy panting face.
Yep.
Man, you guys are tugging at the heartstrings with that one. I love
Yep.
it. Love it. As soon
Well,
as
and
I
the
saw
thing
that,
is,
I was
with-
like, that's an absolute
With the
gotta buy.
classified, scale, we're gonna get animals that look like animals.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're not
Like they
getting,
actually
little plastic whatevers.
Yeah.
It was
Well-
funny though because they gave Mutt 2 heads, but Junkyard they only gave him 1 head. That was kind of funny.
That's not the important one.
Well, I was kind of when I was looking at the pictures, I was like, oh, he just has like the grimace kind of like mad face. I was like,
Yeah,
okay.
it is gas based. But if
Yeah.
you get if you get a better look of it up close, it's not, because there's scars on the side of his face.
Oh, okay.
So there's a lot of detail on that face. It just, it does look like he's trying not to pass gas. So
Yeah.
And you can kind of, you can go for the neutral look with the muzzle
But
too.
it's no different
Yeah,
than
yeah.
the Mezco roadblock that people have been showing. Every time they show me that face where he's like got the big teeth showing, it
Yeah.
literally looks like he's that guy trying not to pass gas really hard.
He's the guy that ate like a huge double burrito and now he's regretting it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, so we all know it never takes me long to get a critter out of a toy box.
What you got, Oz?
Yeah, and the
Oh.
2 head sculpts with the timber are so awesome too.
Yeah.
My white wolf.
Yes.
Oh, that's perfect.
That one is pretty cool.
That is
Yeah.
perfect.
Are you gonna eventually get the other one if it drops in price? So you have like the darker wolf.
Well, he's a little bit more expensive because he was the first one out. This is the second release. And
Is there a third one that's like a desert one?
Yeah. It
Or
just
no?
there's
came
a
out.
desert one, but it's
Ah.
no.
But no
that
wolf.
one
It
doesn't
was
have a
just
timber.
Snake Eyes by himself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not every one of the snake eyes out there comes with timber. Otherwise, everybody would probably have like 1,000 wolves they were trying to get rid of.
All right.
Oh. The gunner
see, look.
station, the main gun, actually there's the little canopy. I was trying to see if we can see it. Let me pull this canopy out. This rotates. So that's
Very
another
nice. Again,
interesting
little extra.
stuff that they
It's just
they
those
don't
extra
show because it's
details.
not like flashy, but
Yeah.
it's a nice touch.
But it helps make it, though,
Exactly.
So Kenzo's mentioning the fact that he picked up a couple of Fionas at Ross for $11.99. And see, that was what I said. Like I went to a Ross today. I was able to find one. And all they had was Tomax. They didn't even have a Zaymot to go with Tomax. It was just Tomax.
For some reason, that's
but they
kind of
did not-
I don't know what happened to that, but that's kind of what I find is you find one or the other, not both. And it's
Right?
all
Like, did they do this on purpose?
yeah. Did they ship them to different stores? You only got this guy here and that guy there. They look the same, so maybe to them it was.
I would
I'm sure they're all
totally,
Yeah, they
same
probably
SKU
just did
anyway.
with all those Crocs, I would totally want to try to make a custom Steve Irwin.
Man,
You could
This
probably
time the
start-
Crocs
See,
hunt
like-
you.
I initially wanted
little plunderlings.
so
I love that with the hats, the elf hats.
Give the plunderlings the
Fine.
cobra weapons.
and there's a new weapon. So
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay. Ooh, like the drum. Hold those up again, Thanos, real quick. Festive plunderlings. Little hats and scarves because it's cold out.
So the dollar store has a bunch of these little snowmen, and they all have like different hats and scarves and stuff. So I just got a few of them. Was stealing their clothes for the plunderlings and a couple other figures.
That's awesome.
Nice.
All right, guys.
Like that was the
If you
scarf
wanna,
that was on the snowman.
okay.
The small scarf is just a pipe cleaner.
That's fantastic. That's so cool.
Oh, nice. Nice. So there it is, folks. That's what we need to do. We need to go loot dollar stores, pay all the dollars for the snowmen, and get some festive gear for your action figures.
I love the dollar store around holidays. I'm just always looking at stuff.
Man, Flex said
that'll
same
work.
here. Tomax knows him. They've got so much neat stuff.
Yeah, it's like it's
Allison
like
has
when you
jumped into the chat.
It's like when you go to thrift stores, you know, it's like you almost have to do two circuits. You know, you go once looking for the actual toys, and then you put your like diorama fodder type hat on and go looking again for things that you can use for backgrounds, backdrops, things. You know,
yeah.
Candle like candlesticks work really well as like pillars and things. I mean, I made the horrible mistake once. I couldn't quite read the price tag on this one. I thought it was like $4.99, and you know, checked out, and nope, there was a faint little 3 in front of that.
Oh,
$34.99 candlestick, and I didn't have the heart to not give the Goodwill the money. You know, it's like.
I just felt like nope.
It was a guilt purchase. So I'm just feeling guilty. Make me purchase it.
This Goodwill is notorious for writing really tiny first numbers, and then the rest of the behind it are all larger. Getting into the Foot Locker here and getting out the rest of the kit.
Oh, even better. So this now you see that it's not lit, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't do that. That did that.
Oh wow.
It does its own thing when it comes down.
That's so
cool.
Nice.
Oh, that's great. Just like your real car. Wonder if it has other settings where you can have the always on.
Yeah. It has automatic lights where it comes on just because you walk past it.
Yeah, see, now you want to see how bad, you know, the Cobra safety officer subtitled, you know, frustration and you know, failure, how bad a life he has. Like, was he able to put sensors in so when they sat in the chair it told them to put the seatbelt on? And how obnoxious is the beeping? Like, you know, what's the weight that they use? You know, will a heavy grocery bag set off the sensor and make you put a, you know, safety belt around the grocery bag?
Right.
Man, how are you going to do this when we get the cast layer coming in?
Oh, good God.
Y'all are going to have to get wide angle cameras.
Opening for that one. They're going to have to like do like the.
I did
where
that.
They have like this big wide shot, and you can see their entire, you know.
I was going to say that ain't up to me.
That's
That's up all of
toys
you.
in the corner that you know haven't been opened, like the rest of us, where we have those pile of toys that we just like sits there because it's mocking us.
By the time that comes in, I'm hoping that I have my because I'm redoing my craft area right now, clearing out space in the garage for it. So I'm hoping my big desk out there will be clear when the cat slayer comes in, and I'll stream out there to open it up.
I have no idea where I'm going to put that thing right now. So just that's going to be a future problem.
Well, let's make sure not to put it on top of your display cases where things tend to fall off and take a dive while you're having a conversation.
Hey,
It might collapse the shelf.
Yeah,
but
there
I don't
you
think
go.
it'll dive.
You just have to attach it to the shelf, so that way, the only way it's coming down is if the shelf comes down.
Hey,
If you want, alternate option, get the cat's lair, get about 4 webcams, send it to me. I'll set it up. I'll set up a 24-hour webcam display. That way you can see it at every angle whenever you want, and you save a whole bunch of space. Problem solved.
And you will also see Bud playing with it.
Right.
I'll be like trying to fit inside of it like one of those like overly chubby dogs trying to fit in a small box.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so I did swap out the head sculpt on my timber.
Nice. There you go.
Such a good looking wolf. Oh man, I love it.
It articulates.
Curious, how does it scale next to a origin figure, Buck?
Do
you have one nearby?
Yeah, I keep Mossy on my desk.
So on the
same
tactician,
ooh,
the weapon paint is different.
Oh,
the rest of them are just black. So they did kind of a little red and black.
I like that.
To give it something different to look at.
Again, a nice little extra detail.
Mm-hmm. So Aaron, how hard are you going on the stickers?
I don't think I'm going to do any stickers, honestly.
Okay.
Because the base apps look good.
Cool.
I don't think I need a whole lot of. I mean, it's nice that we have them, but
yeah, I
don't know that I want because there's some Mickey Mouse Cobra symbols. So
those might be.
I guess
nice
if I had more than one, I would probably use them. Now I might put on that Semper Fidelis. They've got some stickers of that. I may put that on there somewhere.
Awesome.
So shout out to Ken.
Where you at,
joining
Ken?
us this evening?
Where you at,
His
Ken?
tank.
Hello, Ken.
Yeah, where you at, Ken? Come on.
See, and he has paint apps on his shins too.
Nice.
Which is
very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
The same. It's all
Well,
of
I
them
like
have
how
that same ankle pivot. So I wonder if that's going to be something new we're going to see, because that would be cool.
That would be nice.
I want to see if I can get my hands on one. I want to see if I can make like a Scotch tape, like something easily removable and non-damaging, where I can like have like just a little bit of graffiti on the inside. It's something like Coco Sucks or something like that. That like the troopers like carved into the.
Well,
inside
you could
of the
probably
tank.
get a water slide. Someone make a water slide for you.
Do
I know
those come
Brick
off
said
easily?
that
I
he
don't
could
know.
probably do some, so you might talk to him.
Oh.
Because it's not that hard. You could do a water slide in there, and it comes off with some, the microsol.
Oh.
So you could have it on there, and it could be in there.
Because I just think that'd be kind of funny, like
the Cobra safety officer is great until you get to the interior of the vehicle. Then he kind of sucks because there's no seatbelt. So the guy on the inside who's going to be taking most of the beating,
Right. The driver sitting down in his nice cushy cockpit. The guy in the back.
This poor guy's stuck in a fold out seat.
right.
Poor
Got
guy.
a little fold out
I
bucket
feel
seat.
bad for him.
He rattles
Having
around like the last can
flashbacks
in the
from
cooler.
riding around in the back seats of, little bucket seats back at pickup trucks in the 90s from the 80s. No safety required.
All right,
Getting
so
the snake
now they're
eyes
all
in
there,
hand.
one way or another.
Nice.
Oh, man. It's fantastic.
That's just a cool toy.
It is. It is. It's really cool.
Yeah.
You definitely can feel your
Money going away.
money. Yeah. You don't feel like you wasted money.
Yeah.
That's always a good feeling.
Not even
Yeah.
remotely. I mean,
Yeah, that's always nice.
oh, there's something else. What is this?
Tony jumping in saying, "What's going on, friends? What is up, Tony?"
Tony, if you want to come on here too, I can send you the link.
I got it. You're doing more important stuff.
I know he was on a toy kind of mood earlier, so I don't know how much more he wants to.
Oh, he's jumped on our streams enough. He's a pro at long hours of streaming.
Are the his tank footlockers any different? Or are they
Do
just
what?
basic black? The crates that come with the weapons for the figures, are they?
No, they're they just have the. There's not much to them. They just have the. Well, actually, no. Now that I look at it, it has the actual name of the character, and it has the 100.
Oh,
number.
That's cool.
And then that's it. And then it looks like a little briefcase again, just like the other ones.
Yeah.
So yeah, all of them have the labels on them.
Nice.
They're cool. I mean, this is going to be all this box. Everything in this box is going to be saved. So
Yeah.
I do that with any of my figures anyway, but more so with something like this. So now I got to pull out. I do have my Shockwave that I haven't opened.
Ooh.
And I did pick up another Cobra Trooper. Python Patrol.
Very nice.
Do you
Yeah,
have
we
the
never have
the fire team coming?
Python Patrol.
I do have my Python Patrol Copperhead that I haven't opened.
You know,
Still gotta get
that
the
is
other-
the variant that I really like.
I like the colorations for some of the figures, but some of them just were weird. You know, nothing says like give me a pink mist like bright yellow. Same.
I was just saying for a paint variant of Copperhead, who's
Oh yeah,
kinda
no,
like
I love the green and yellow.
only been just
I mean, I like the color. It screams shoot me in the face, please.
well, you know.
You should read Brick's comment, Oz.
I'm bringing this up.
You know,
right,
maybe
so
Brick should talk to Kevin about maybe possibly having us and do that with them too.
Oh
It's
man.
going right
I was
now.
gonna say I did see that they were doing a 24-hour stream for St. Jude's. So if it's at 9 p.m. my time, that starts like the same time that we do. Like it's going on now, of course. You know,
We need to do something like this
Yeah, that'd be cool.
at some point. Not necessarily now,
I'm
because
so-
we're not exactly equipped to take donations. So,
Yeah.
I think Oz
Right.
froze.
but at some point, some
Um,
type of charity, something special.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
yeah, I definitely did freeze up there and lock out a little bit. So in the future, when I am better able and better set up for any type of monetization, I will kill a 48 to 72 hour stream and just show people who can truly go for the longest streams, because the only
this
thing hit me
Copperhead
back
has a
from
little, I
doing
want to call
24
it
hours already is
blood
that.
on his blade.
Oh, the
Yeah, that's what
Copperhead?
it was supposed to look like. It had some wear.
Yeah.
So
So
blood or a little bit of
that doesn't look like
oxidization.
wear to me. Where it's placed is where you would have blood on your blade. I'm just saying.
Copperhead's a bad man.
Well, that's what happens. He's not a good guy.
No, but Oz,
But
no,
I agree, though.
72, you know, just remember you want to be alive at the end of your record live stream.
That's true, yeah. That is true.
I will be.
Yeah.
I would be. I'd be
I'm
fine.
in for a solid 2 hours of that. So.
You'll be dead on the inside, but alive on the outside.
I
I'll
could
jump in
definitely. I could do the hours. I'd be okay.
I could do it in
Sure,
a
like,
couple
we'll
hour
make
bursts
sure-
at a time. I don't think
I
my
was gonna
phone
say,
could handle it.
I want to do it like something like that for when it'll be a good cause to do it for.
Yeah.
And of course, have fun with as many people as want to jump in along the way too. Because I mean, let's face it, nobody's actually watching me for a full 72 hours straight.
Yeah.
What's
no,
crazy
nobody-
is I have my phone plugged in right now while I'm streaming. It's still slowly draining. Like I plugged it in at like 91%. It's now at like 84, and it's getting a little hot. So like if I do disappear in a while, that's why.
We understand, but we know.
Rick, Dave Wonder does one every year. So he does one right around Thanksgiving time. He'll do 24 hours. He calls it a bad idea for a good cause. He does it for a children's charity. So
Right on.
Yeah.
I know Stu, the Universal Toy Collector, he did a 24-hour one earlier last year. He's doing another one coming up in a few months. So that's always cool.
Yeah. And one of the best things about St. Jude's too, everything that they do to further cancer study for underage, pediatric patients, it's just phenomenal. The families who get their kids to go there, they don't have to pay for a thing. They don't have to worry about anything. And there's no cost involved at all. They're furthering the advancement for treatment for cancer. And when you're talking about something like, working on it for a pediatric patient, it can easily be applied to and then worked with adults, but let's focus on saving the kids first, right? It's just a phenomenal charity. It's actually one of my most favorite charities out there. So if I were to do something as far as a charity live stream, that would definitely be the route I would go with it. Just because it's truly a cause that I believe in. And like I said, I absolutely love everything they do. I'm one of those guys that likes to push the push people to donate to charities. Like even when I was working in retail and we'd have to be like, did you want to donate some money to so-and-so? Because it's like they only do it around Christmas time. It's like, why aren't you doing this all year round? But we used to do it at GameStop, and then we used to do it for St. Jude's. And it's just a cause that I can fully believe in. I've talked to many people who've worked for St. Jude's, and it's really one of the most phenomenal charities out there, period. So definitely, guys, you know what? If you want to now, go hop over to the Enablers. Like right now, middle of the stream. I don't care if you stop watching.
We'll still be
hop
going.
over.
I promise. We'll still be going.
Yeah.
We'll be here when you get back. Go hop over, show some support over there. If you're wondering what channel it is, Kevin's channel is Toying Around, the Enablers. They also do live streams mostly on Thursday nights as well, same time as Toy Frenzy.
Yeah.
But you know what? Go hop over there right now and make a donation. Give them a like. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe. Go check them out. And I'm telling you right now, I'm still watching 27 people watching this right now. Go check out Kevin's thing. If you can, bring it up in another tab. If you got to leave my stream, go ahead and leave my stream. But go over there now and try to make a donation. If you can.
Speaking of 27 people, we got 18 likes. Let's get those numbers up.
People are slacking.
Only 18
What?
for the
Those are
tank?
rookie numbers.
Are you
Come
kidding me?
on.
And
Come
those
on.
This poor
after you
Hiss
donate
tank
to St. Jude, save
is gonna
$5.
go cry in the corner now.
It's true. Definitely. We've got so many great charities to give away to right now, folks. But, I mean, honestly, we spend all this money on toys. Why can't we spread some of it around to a good cause too, right?
Yep.
That's why it was like, Sergeant Reds does the Toys for Tots, and, it's just so cool just dumping
You're up in
dumping the
Michigan,
toys in there is so
That's right.
awesome.
So you can thump Lawrence for us, right?
I'm sorry?
I said you can thump Lawrence for us, right?
I still can't.
You're saying you can
on
thump Lawrence.
for us.
Yeah.
Thump
That's a punk
Lawrence?
with toys. You can totally get him.
Yeah, sure. I know he's around. Yeah, I haven't met him, but yeah, I know he's local.
Yep. He's always heading over to Sergeant Red's as well.
Ah, excellent. I haven't bumped into him. I'm not always the most social of animals, but I haven't bumped into him over there.
Surprised he's not watching.
If I saw him.
Oh, he didn't want to watch it because he hadn't gotten his yet. So.
Oh, I see. That's why he's
Oh,
not
yeah.
here. That's also why
There
I
you
didn't
go.
hear anything from earlier
And
today.
I
I
gave
get
him
it
crap
now.
about running a stream.
I
while
get
was
it.
doing a stream last night.
Yeah.
So.
It's a his problem. Oh, see what I said there with the hiss problem? Hiss.
I put my
Yeah.
Oh my
crosshair
god, so funny.
Honey.
Who's that? Who's that, Thanos?
Yes.
What's that?
T-Man, but
That's the Santa.
I took a Santa outfit and put it on him. Again,
Nice.
another dollar store
Lawrence is here. He's
ornament.
doing other shit, whatever that means.
I see. Well,
This
we
jacket
appreciate you
also,
agreeing here, brother. Is that
I
a
got a whole bunch of winter
Beetlejuice
clothes.
jacket?
It's like a candy cane with like a
I see.
lining.
Yeah, a little striping, candy stripes.
Got a hat to go with it. Got some bow ties.
Actually,
Oh man.
bow ties are cool.
Yeah.
they're pretty cool.
Oversized fun bow ties.
Man, Thanos. I don't know. I don't know where you get all those. I don't know where you get all those accessories, Thanos. I mean, just like all kinds of accessories.
The Dollar General, like literally, I got one of the Santa ornaments and like ripped it apart for the clothing, and then the 99-cent store.
There you go.
There you go.
Just got to keep an eye out.
I know it is. It's like it's a whole different perspective when you're out there looking.
Yeah.
When you're not just looking for something simple, you look for the other things that you can possibly use. I found this garden because I'm gonna do for my dreadnoks. I'm gonna build like a shed, like a shack on the side of the bio. So I got this metal garden stuff to make the roof. It's like I randomly, I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use. It's bad. It's bad when I just randomly find stuff to buy.
What were those, Thanos?
Oh, my buddy dropped off like a whole box full of like minis, like little unpainted minis. Some archers and stuff.
Oh, nice.
Is that like Warhammer scale?
Yeah, I think so. They're like super
Okay.
tiny, but here's like a whole like bar set up and
Nice.
kind of cool. Like he's just gonna get rid of all this stuff. So he's like, "Do you take it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll do something with it."
Yeah.
These little creatures.
I actually almost picked up today like pack of tree stumps.
Nope.
And I thought they would look pretty cool, like just sitting around.
Those are cool, Thanos. I'm a role player, so I have a massive miniature collection. So
He doesn't do anything with them. He just paints them. But he had like more than he was ever going to paint. He's like, I'm not going to get to these, so you want them? I was like, I'll take them. I'll do something with them.
Right?
Yeah, that's actually a pretty common thing with miniature painters. It's kind of like me with customizing parts. I just always end up buying way more than I'll ever have time to paint. So
I'm right there with you, Joe. You should see my garage. My stack of figures to be customized is taller than me.
Yeah.
So I am really digging this Snake Eyes.
All right, so here's the test. Nope, that is too big. So nope, that one's not gonna work.
Is that
So much for that bright idea.
Oh, trying to use the scrap iron bits.
Scrap iron? Yeah,
Interesting.
the plastic effects.
That's going to be interesting to figure out what's going to fit in there. Because it's not the standard peg.
There'll be some of that.
That plan did not work.
There'll be somebody that.
I mean, before you just go shoving it in there, did you ask it for consent?
No, I did not.
It looks like it has the openings too for like extra blast spray out of the barrel on the side.
It does.
Yeah.
So that's all right though. I'm sure but there's just not really that big of blast effect for that. So
yeah.
I mean, somebody will come up with something though.
Oh, somebody will. Yeah. No, there's no doubt. And we give it a
You
week.
probably use some hot glue and make.
Oh, you could.
Yeah,
you could.
I did this with just cotton and some like neon paints that are like glow in the dark. And so I used for my fire effect for my first Hanukkah shot this year.
Cool. Man,
it's cotton, so you can like move it around and get like whatever kind of you want out of it. Yeah, another thing I found at the dollar store are these little like foot things, and I use these all the time as just like rock to put the characters on, stack a bunch of them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Yep. But it does fit the missiles.
Nice.
Well, that's us.
So that at least works. Yeah. Guess I'm going to be figuring out some blast effects. It'll be fun.
And that's all right.
That's half the fun of it, too. All right, so I did finally
I can't complain.
get
I mean, there's nothing really to complain about with it. I mean, it's...
I got to the bottom of Snake Eyes Foot Locker. There's a lot of accessories. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the first things I noticed was all the accessories are Snake.
Yeah, and Aaron, thank you again for helping me start my wolf pack.
No problem.
I need to get more. Like there's and I've checked
I am all for starting problems. So
you need all the animals.
I do the
same. You need Polly. You need Spirit. You need all of them, man.
I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking about buying like 6 shipwrecks and sending them to Lawrence. I wanted history to repeat itself, but it just wouldn't. It wouldn't be the same if I couldn't get him a classified size. Just repeat the whole thing and send him a classified sized freaking flag with 8 or 9 shipwrecks.
So you ready for that, Aaron? The classified flag?
That will never happen.
It might. You never know.
No, it won't.
Classified flag
in scale. To be in scale, it would have to be 21 feet long.
Well, some assemblies.
I was going to say it'll be.
Now, I want you to understand how many people don't have 21-foot rooms.
I don't.
I thought there is not a room in this house that has 21 feet in the linear line.
I wouldn't see.
I got a garage. I can put it in garage.
You know what? That's what I'll do. I'll set it up outside in the carport where I go smoke. Oh, wait. Then I can't smoke out there because I won't smoke when I'm with toys.
I'm sure your wife will really appreciate that whole redecoration of the garage. Yeah.
Make it weatherproof.
One thing to have tools. It's a different thing to have toys.
I'm just picturing John out.
I was going to say, Oz, if you want your full wolf pack, you got to get, the Kessler wolf, and then you got to get Veteran William, and then you got to get that new loose collector jumbo wolf. And just keep going up and up and up.
Damn, that loose collector.
Honestly, I've been
one
looking
of those D20 wolves. That'll be like the alpha for his
The dire wolf. Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I've
Wolf
actually
pack.
been like trying to find cheap Jake the Snake so I can get a bunch of snakes.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, there's not a single one. And I think the reason that his figures are always expensive is not necessarily because of him.
Those are just hard to find
No.
in general, and the more
Yeah.
popular ones are pretty pricey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
'cause the
yeah,
last one was
definitely. Like there was the one that came. Go ahead, John.
No, I was gonna say the last one came. It was a 2-pack, right, with Rick Rude. I think it was a 2-pack with him and Rick
Yep.
Rude. So yeah, that was
Yeah, which again,
yeah, it's gonna be a collector's, type
pricey again,
figure. So
just because
yep.
it's a 2-pack.
So yep.
I was looking at one of the older ones too, where it came with both Damien and one of the older ones came with both the his Boa and Damien. Or is Damien?
Oh, Damien.
And I can't remember the King Cobra's name.
I think I can't remember the King Cobra, but I know it was Damien Revelations was like the big yellow one that he had when he came
Right.
back in the 90s. Yeah, at the Cobra, I can't remember the name of the Cobra.
Right. Yeah, I can't remember it either, but oh
Yeah.
man, like one of them actually came with both, so like you could display them with either. Lucifer.
Yeah, I mean,
thank you.
Yeah, Lucifer. There you go. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, it was Damien, Lucifer, and then Revelations because Jake became, born again. So at the time,
Right.
yeah, yep. Revelations,
and such good stuff.
So is Brick still on there? Because man, because of him, I had to go ahead and cop a couple of new figures this week. So one of them was
Oh,
nice.
Real?
Those are so much fun.
And you know you're only getting more. You're only getting more.
Oh yeah, definitely, because I have this one as well.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well,
Uh-oh.
And not just with these though. Like we've seen we've got Vega coming.
Toy
we got
Migos,
that Blanca coming.
Yep, because
oh my
Brick,
god.
That post he made because Toy Migos, and I saw it, and I knew they were coming. I knew they were gonna make a whole like big wave, a big release. I was like, oh, okay, here we go. It's like I got to go all in. So
are you gonna get Fei Long?
Yep.
So I can't remember what site it is, but somebody is selling for like $12, not very much, a nice cloth outfit.
Yeah.
So pants and top. So it's definitely the black Bruce Lee look.
Mm-hmm.
I ordered it and I still can't remember where it was, but it's one of those pre-order bits.
Yeah.
And I was like, for $12, I just can't pass up a really cool, simple soft goods look. Because the only thing I didn't like about him was the legs were like not quite black. They were like almost like a grayish black. It was kind of weird.
Grayish black, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I was
now,
like,
how do they look next to your Storm collectibles?
Small.
So they are small, but you know what? For the price point, it
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. No, I mean I got these. I think Ryu, I think he was $21.99 on Amazon, and Chun-Li was $24. But still, at that price point, I'm gonna go with it.
That's definitely an apples and oranges thing.
Yeah, because
they're
I have
really nice quality toys though. Like, especially for that price point.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, if there was MK figures from Jada Toys like this, I would get them.
They're well balanced too, so doing posing with them is really, really nice.
Yep.
I've never heard one person complain about the joints
to get into a pose.
Yeah, no, these are gonna be fun to do. I did a couple of photo shoots with them already this morning, so I'm actually I'm looking forward because after seeing Guile, Bison, I mean pretty much the whole team. I mean, everybody on there. I mean, from
Yeah,
that,
everybody at least from Street Fighter 2 prior to Alpha. Well, Fei Long was Alpha, but
yeah,
you know, everybody prior to Street Fighter 2 Alpha is pretty much
Oh,
on there now, except
Long
for
wasn't
E
super.
Honda.
and Balrog too. Yeah, just E Honda and Balrog. I think they were the
that's
ones
true.
missing. But I mean, they're gonna come. I mean, they're coming. So I just and I'm more of a Street Fighter fan too than Mortal Kombat. Even though I have some of them from the Storm collectibles, but I mean, Street Fighter's always been my jam. I mean, when you're talking about
Yeah.
DC and Marvel, I mean, Street Fighter, I love them both, but
Okay.
Street Fighter is always going to be my favorite. Yeah.
Street Fighter was definitely like more of my first, right? But then Mortal Kombat was like quickly my second big fighting game that I played.
Yeah.
You know,
and see, I never played it.
It was simple Nintendo wrestling stuff.
Yeah. And see, I played it at home, but my friends, because I guess they had more of a parental supervision. And so when I went to go to their house, they had Street Fighter. So I had to play Street Fighter because their parents wouldn't let them play MK because of the I guess because the violence or whatever they heard about. So only time I could play Mortal Kombat was when my friends came to my house. Like, okay, yeah, y'all can come to my house and play Mortal Kombat because I got it over here. So
when I was in my early teens, a laundromat that we used to go to had the original Street Fighter arcade game.
The arcade.
So I actually played a lot of the original Street Fighter. So when Street Fighter 2 came out, I was super jazzed for it.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I think the movie
which I'm
theater
showing
by
my
our
age
house.
a little bit.
I mean, that's all of us right here.
Exactly. I was gonna say,
yeah.
Joe?
I was playing.
What you saying, man?
Yeah, I think all of us are at that point, except for maybe Oz.
Right.
No, I was playing original Street Fighter before Street Fighter 2.
I was playing original Donkey Kong and Pac-Man and Pong.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Yep.
Just saying.
Yep.
My first gaming system was a Commodore 64. We typed everything.
Yeah, I do remember the Pac-Man. It had like a table style arcade where you'd sit down and play it while you're sitting at a table. Yeah, that was way back. I barely remember that. So, I did have kind of a cool toy that I almost forgot that I had picked up.
Nice.
I know my internet's a little choppy tonight, but this is the robotic Rocksteady. I'm not going to be able to.
Super Rocksteady, I believe.
Yeah, cool. I think the package is robotic Rocksteady, but yeah, from I'm not a Turtles collector, but when I saw this, it jumped out at me as just a cool toy.
Absolutely.
So, yes. I went ahead and picked it up, and I'm impressed. Like all the joints feel good. Like
it's got like shades of a Cylon there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just super fun. Just a super fun toy. I'm really enjoying it. So, and I usually don't buy other toys very often besides Four Horsemen stuff, but this one really jumped out at me. I had to get it just for a fun toy.
Well, Joe, I have the exact opposite problem.
Well, I used to collect a lot of lines, Marvel Legends and all the Masters of the Universe and Star Wars 3 3/4. And I've got these huge collections, and then as time went by, the quality wasn't the same. I know some things are getting better nowadays, but I just at wrestling figures. I've got more wrestling, like Jack specific wrestling figures that I know what to do with. So, I slowly started phasing everything else out, and I only collect Four Horsemen products now, but sometimes you see other things and they're just too cool not to pick up. And that's what happened with that Robot Rocks. Now,
Bud, I just realized you changed your name.
You just saw that?
I did that as soon as the whole kaiju thing happened.
Yeah.
My history of vlogging, buds. screen, so I can't really see what he had done. So thanks for bringing that up. I got to see it.
I didn't even realize it until I brought up full screen. I'm gonna need to get my prescription changed on my glasses. I need new glasses.
Sure.
I totally
Leave
did not
it that
see
way.
that.
But yeah, Joe, I agree. It's like sometimes it's like I don't even know what something is, but it's just it looks so cool you can't pass it up, you know. Especially if it's a really good deal, you know.
Definitely.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we've
paid
all had
full
those
price for
moments.
that one, but I saw the I picked up the Thundercats Pumra figure was on sale for like $20 on Black Friday. I don't really collect the Thundercats, but I saw that and I was like, that is a cool looking figure for $20.
Yeah.
So I
Some
snagged
figures
that one
are just
too.
that good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, gents, I think I'm gonna bounce.
All right, Damon. Well, thank you for joining us, brother. Glad we could pop your live cherry.
Later, Damon. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's
Good to see
fun
you.
having you on and stuff. It was good talking to you the other day.
Yeah, definitely, and I appreciate it. I really do. This is fun. I definitely don't have you guys as well. I don't have your stamina nor your charisma, but this is it's definitely fun. So I will talk to you in the interwebs.
I was gonna say, you know where we can be found. And again, we posted it up earlier. At Photog Damon on IG, folks, or at Photog_Damon. Definitely go give him a follow and join in on the amazing raffle.
Yeah. Throw me your $5. Throw me your fins. Let's raise some money for the charity. And I will ship you cool stuff if you win.
It's true.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Take care, Damon.
Have
See
a
you
good
later.
night.
See you,
Bye.
Damon.
See ya.
All right. So, I didn't want to detract too much from the epic unboxing of that beautiful Hiss tank. But I'm going to have to start cracking it open here soon because I want to. I know we got a couple people that'll be joining us very shortly. However, Comics and Stuff has joined the chat saying, I wish they made Karen. And I have a feeling it's coming. Absolutely coming. Now let me see here. We also had, of course, somebody was asking if that was scrap iron on top there. Here it is. All Music
That
fan
is.
Jeff was making.
Yep.
And I noticed she threw scrap iron up there.
Yep. He is up there leading the charge.
Right? Why not? They look good together. It just all goes together so well.
Yeah, it does.
This makes me even more excited for
now that
when
I
the
have to
Vamp
rejig my
releases.
entire diorama over there. So, that's right.
Well, when the Vamp comes out, the Vamp would fit in there okay.
Yeah, but I can't fit the Vamp and the Hiss tank at the same time. So
No, you couldn't.
I have to make choices, hard choices. It's just a little paint, little carving. It'll be fine.
It's going to look phenomenal when it's done either way.
I hope so.
No. Before I get started on that, I do have to go poke my head out for a little bit. I want to grab some more coffee here too before the coffee gets too cold in the pot. I will be right back.
Well, I unfortunately have to work very early in the morning. So, yeah, I picked up that owlbear too.
I love that.
Yet, but yeah,
I want one so bad.
Right? You got that one at 14, right?
Yeah, well, $14.99, but
yeah,
super cool.
It's
that's a hell of a deal.
It is super cool.
That's why I picked up all three 40th anniversaries. Have a good one, Joe.
Later, Joe.
Here, Joe.
Yep, I
Later,
gotta get
Joe.
going. So you guys have a
Later,
good night.
brother.
Thanks for having me. All right.
You too.
Bye.
Yeah.
All right, who to leave in charge while I pop off for a little bit?
Not me.
Not it.
John.
Why am I always it? We can leave John in charge.
John's
there
in
you go. John's in charge.
Me?
That's what I
I'm-
said.
I'm
John's in
in charge?
charge. He's barely ever here. Yep.
Oh, okay.
He just threw you to the wolves, right? Isn't that how it works?
I guess, yeah. I mean, I guess that's how it's going to go.
Technically.
I'm a little too engulfed in this
Sure you are.
game here to run stuff.
Yeah,
What are you
Uh-huh,
playing, bud?
yeah. What is that?
This is a mode of Fortnite they just came out with. It's merged with like Lego. It's a
Yeah, give me
open
1
world
second.
survival game.
I gotta put the dog in.
Okay.
It's actually kind of fun. Can build your own town, recruit people. You can use all your Fortnite skins as like Lego ones.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. They also added like Rocket League mode because it's all owned by the same company. There's like a Rocket League mode, kind of Guitar Hero, and then Lego.
Nice.
Yeah. Something fun, something different.
Did you ever play Valheim, bud?
Yes, I do have it. I love it.
Yeah. Let's think about getting back into that. Some of my friends were talking about loading it back up, and it's
So
always
this
fun.
is my hodgepodge
You made
hack
that?
rat, as I like to call it. It is Bonebreaker tank. It is actually built on the. There's some pieces of it that are. It's all 3D printed for the most part. For the important stuff. Let me move Sir Hiss here. Oh no! Don't fall. Stay attached. Stay attached. Ha ha. Didn't have to move anybody.
Okay.
So this
you,
is the bone breaker tank. I printed this. This is all printed. This I actually had to, do some scaling with it to get it to fit in there properly. But it's basically a classified size pack rat.
nice.
So,
That's cool.
all right, I gotta let the dog back in because she's done peeing. Because
Keep an eye on those toys. Let the dog back in. Just like beelines for the tank.
Well,
All right.
that's the good thing with me though. I mean my dog, she's perfectly trained. She does not, she knows a toy from like my toys from her toys. So she does not, she never, if I have something on the floor, she'll sniff it and then she's like, okay, I'm not, that's not mine. It's like, I'm not gonna mess with it.
Yeah, we have a brand new puppy, so like
okay.
I fear every time she comes in the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's very. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You can entertain people. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can entertain
Oh,
people.
what? Oh, is that new one, Aaron?
Yep. His baby girl.
That. Oh, nice.
His baby girl. She's the new one.
How does she interact with the your current one?
About like any other sibling would. They're getting used to each other.
Oh yeah.
They're still feeling each other out. She's kind of
She's the,
since the
little
other dog
sister.
became my wife's dog, this one is obviously becoming mine.
Okay.
So yes, hi. What? Oh my goodness. Oh yes, it's terrible. I know. It's been a whole 3 seconds since you got love it. The world ended. The apocalypse has begun. So you've been playing with your
Yeah, we
toy?
got we have a little blue healer puppy. She's very high strung, energetic, loves to leap towards me, which I have my shelf sitting right next to me, so I just fear her plowing into me and knocking all the shelves over.
Yep.
Yeah, my dog's good with toys, but her tail will hit some of the lower stuff every once in a while.
Yeah.
I appreciate the care they did in designing this box so that you wouldn't have a bent card.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's nice.
okay. That's nice.
I'm just saying. I mean, just the little details. Knowing,
They didn't
I guess
fold
it's
it over
probably
to
knowing
pack it
what
in like
collectors
Walmart
are
does.
ripe about. That's probably prep them ahead of time. Like, yeah, we're gonna keep this from happening. But they got a bent card on my fingers.
So do y'all see that? Is that Oz or is that another?
Yeah, it's
Oz?
Oz.
It's
That's
odd.
That's the Oz from outside.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's the
That's
Oz
the
that's
nighttime
smoking.
Oz.
That's the smoking Oz. That's the
It's
after
the
hours
possessed
Oz.
Oz.
That's right.
That's
It's past
That's
midnight,
why you
so
see the smoke come out. It's possession. It's possession.
I was like,
we'll
I saw
figure
two
this
Oz's.
Yeah, so beautiful.
Yeah, it's this way I can do this. I can jump in remotely using my phone, and as any of the other guests come on, I can still add them in because
I don't know how you can do that on
Yeah.
a phone. Because
Yeah, I mean,
the other day
the
when
guy.
I was doing it on the private one, I couldn't see Jack. I'm like, nah, I ain't never doing this from a phone again. It's awful.
Oz, man, that's the hustle, man. Oz is always working, always working.
Like, take me out in the yard and shoot me. I can't handle that.
true. Well, I forgot to do this a little bit earlier, but as everybody may have noticed, our good friend Ed is not with us tonight. He is spending some time off in the woods and having himself a good time. He's going to bring us back a Sasquatch hide, but he's here in spirit and he says hello.
It was funny that it was ironic that the inside of his Airbnb, if you can be anything, be kind, is my final statement every for my show on Fridays. So it's
Yes,
hilarious. There's some irony.
epically true statement.
They went together very bad. It's a lot better than they going apart. That's nice. Gravity's your friend.
Just so you
That's
know,
a-
Brick, we have some
Yeah.
stolen identity going on with this Bobby.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna hold this up. Now I've been seeing people hold it up in front of them, like Dan who. Now it's big, but if he holds it and he sits down in front of it, I mean it looks like it dwarfs him. This is not that it's big, but it's not that big.
Well, some of us are bigger than others, Aaron.
I know, I'm just saying.
I think
Just saying. It's not nearly as big as people made it up to be. It's big. mind
it's
you, but
definitely big.
It's not massive enough. Oh crap! I'm not digging it out.
What'd you do?
I dropped the rocket launcher, the drone control.
Oh, that little thing. Yep.
That thing needed to be rejigged a little bit anyway.
Well, better find it before the dogs do.
Fatrid Few is asking if there is some of it that's already together, but I mean the main part of the body is all together. The interior is together. I had to put on the guns, the rockets, the side tracks, and the canopy. The rest of it's already there and put together. So I didn't have to put on anything special, which was kind of nice.
Right?
I didn't have to snap together two sides or, pray that I don't have a clip in the middle somewhere. And of course, you have to get the batteries for the lighting. But yeah.
Excellent.
You're talking about dropping something, not picking it up. So for me, Ripper, his sunglasses, I dropped those on the. I mean, I was messing with them and they fell on the floor. It literally took me an hour to find them in the carpet because I just
do a little. If you don't really have any reason to take his glasses off, just put a little bit of, get some super glue, put it on a toothpick and just dab right where in that groove because his actually stay on better because he has the groove in his hair.
Right.
through
Yeah.
glasses. So, but it's not as bad.
No, but when I lost, I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, what the? I was literally, I mean, normally I don't get upset, but then I mean, when I was like I was like digging in the carpet, like, where is it? I mean, I know it fell right here. Like, where did it?
Yeah,
So
I had that problem with I changed out Buzzard's glasses to a different pair of aviators.
yeah.
Um
How
and
are
it struggled to stay on for a while, but I finally got it to stay on.
how are his, like the ones that come with Buzzer? How are they really?
They're okay.
kinda
They're
like
not
they're kinda
great. They're not my
mm,
preferred style, but staying on is almost impossible. Good luck with that.
You should make some custom over the top Oakleys like Sir Clifton's put on.
There you
Just do
go.
it.
There you go. Yes, it had some nostalgia for me. I definitely it was fun to put a toy together again, a bigger toy. I mean, it's not
Right?
the same as doing a figure. I mean, there's something different about that tactile experience of putting together something big, whether it be, you know, a vehicle or a playset. There's a little more to it. So it's kind of nice. And you know, you get to play with the bells and whistles. I'm sure there'll be more stuff that I figure out as I mess with it. You know, I love that they have the side ramps or the footholds that pop down. And I mean, where else are you gonna get that? I mean, there's the tow hitch comes up and down, and there's there's just all sorts of little things,
Right.
little touches that are something different. And I know it
So
won't be the same when I get the vamp. So I mean, there's
Just
a
wanna
huge difference. But the Dragonfly will probably have a similar experience.
oh yeah.
cut in quick before she leaps off. This is our new puppy dog,
The babies.
Nice.
Duchess.
Duchess.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Oh,
Ow.
never mind.
Oh.
And she's gone.
Yep.
Yep.
She like put me on
She
camera
literally
now.
catapulted off of my chest. Yeah, just wanted to, since she was down here.
Right. Hanging out. We always appreciate, all pets are welcome. Like one of these days, we're just gonna have to really do a pet stream.
Yeah, there you go. It's all pets
Yep.
all the time.
Yep.
Maybe that'll be the stream, and we'll do it like all money gets donated to Barks or something.
Nice.
I
Yeah,
love
Jordan, you're
this
talking
right
about-
here.
Go ahead.
Original goal was 1,000. They're currently at
2180.
2,180, 2180, and the
3
new
hours?
goal
Yeah.
is now set for 3K. That
Nice.
is awesome. So again, guys, if you're here watching this, definitely go jump over.
Uh-oh.
Bud, the jig is up. You've been caught.
Oh.
You've been caught. The man is
Identity
here.
Identity theft.
I'm not going to the cage. They've got
I'm sorry, the one in the chat is a faker.
I don't think so, bud. I think this one's legit. It's got his picture on it.
Yeah. We know that.
I
face
mean, I
before.
could put up a picture.
No. The fact that you went this long with his name and I didn't realize was just bad enough.
By the way, Bobby, I am not to blame if any angry wives come your way. It's totally your fault, and yeah.
That's what you get for calling
So-
him a kaiju.
Brick was mentioning that there was no
Right.
blueprints. He must have missed earlier when you showed the bottom of the box.
Yeah.
So, Brick, on the
box has
bottom of the
everything.
box.
Hey, yeah, hang on.
Here we go.
Give me a second. I gotta move stuff.
It's almost too much toy to handle.
That's gonna be it. You move it as little as possible, kind of thing.
There we go. Hold on. I'll give you the solo treatment. There we go.
Yeah.
There you go,
On the
Greg.
box, yeah.
Blueprint.
Yeah.
So we do got some blueprints. I
I still
appreciate having the poster.
yeah. I still miss like having the actually from the
Yeah.
box, like the actual like
The little
paper
blue
coming out.
that they actually look
Boom.
like blueprints. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I had all those, but it's like I don't know what I did with them, but yeah, they were always cool to have.
I liked when they were doing it, like when they released the Power of the Force collection too in the 90s. Like they were putting them in like the X-wing, the TIE fighter had them.
Yep.
Oh. Now I got the hiccups. Apparently Joe's hiccups are contagious.
Joe transferred them before he left.
Yeah. Must have.
So what did so you get everything, Aaron, or just a few things from this past Thursday?
Yeah. Let's see. Recounting, I got 3 of the Vipers. Or not the Vipers. The no.
Techno Vipers, right?
Techno Vipers. Thank you. My brain.
Yep.
And then I got one of everything else, and got 2 of the 60th anniversary, both figures. So it was not a pleasant looking bill when I saw what it was going to be coming out to.
Nope.
But thankfully it's April, so I've got 3 months to save.
You got some time.
Yep. So I got 2 of each for the retros, and then I got Quick Kick and Big Boa. So, but that
It's
in
funny.
itself,
Like,
that was a pretty big bone.
I keep saying, like, the Big Boa figure is probably like one of the most impressive classifieds because, like, again, like as a kid, although he himself was such a unique looking figure, like his whole pack himself, like there wasn't much to it to me.
Yeah,
It was great with the punch bag, but there like wasn't a whole lot there. So I really appreciate what they did with this version of Big Boa and actually kind of making it like a pretty cool overall package that you're going to get. Like it gives you everything from the original and gives you just enough to make it that better. Like I could picture this as like the very cruel hand-to-hand combat trainer. Like this is not a nice guy.
Yeah,
he's pretty much. And they added, the little thing that people are upset about not having the punching bag. I'm like, it's a relatively easy thing to find. I'm sure you can find a toy punching bag. It's not like it's
somebody's going to create one.
You couldn't find.
We'll have an FTL
there's
file.
Files out there. I've already picked up a couple files.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
make it real easy too.
Print one.
Yeah, I mean, because pretty much he's supposed
to be.
I'm
like printing a heavy bag, not a speed bag.
Yeah, I mean, because he's pretty much the the Cobra trainer, I guess, or kind of like and then like in the photos from that they did with him and Quick Kick, I mean, he's they're pretty much in a cage fight, almost MMA. So that was really nice, but. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I had to get him, and I think he's actually sold out now on Pulse. I think he's the only. Yeah, when I went back and looked, I was thinking about getting another one, but then I was like, But when I went back out there, and I was surprised that he's sold out, but not Quick Kick, which I thought Quick Kick.
Interesting.
Yeah, because Quick Kick was probably my most. I mean, I've been waiting since the beginning, like for him. So
right.
And I'm surprised that he's still out there, but yeah, I mean that's.
The thing is that a lot of the figures there'll be Big Boa won't be sold out for very long. I promise you that.
No, but
they'll know exactly how many they've done here.
Yeah, but it's always fun to see which ones out of the release ones get sold out. Like really, Big Boa? It's like okay, I mean that's.
But it's a great looking figure, and the fact that it has 2 head sculpts, and
yeah,
I mean, there's lots of little things that make it sell.
I like
easier.
the little bloody knuckles, like the wraps.
I love that. I thought that was a great touch for it.
Yep.
All right, there's Shockwave.
Yes, let's get some solo layout. The SWAT Joe.
Nice.
I like it. I'm kind of impressed with it. There's some small issues with some leg joints, but I think that's just because they need to be warmed up. But
Right.
that's not a bad deal, though. Pop can only see Ozzy, really? Okay.
Oh, can't.
Can't see.
Yeah.
No,
Can't
you're
see.
not. Can't see Oz at all because he's hiding in the dark.
It's a little bit of light shining.
He's in
I'm
the
waving my hand in front of my face.
You'll see
Can
an
you
occasional
see?
light, but other than that, you won't see Oz.
Night Bright.
It's nightlight.
There you go. I properly changed my
Great light.
name.
No.
Oz is doing
Yeah.
his best impression of a Mogwai.
You should have done Bobby Safely or something.
Bobby safe.
All
Now
right,
he's
changing.
out there
Hold on.
calling people's wives kaijus.
Exactly.
Man, I can't wait for the Duke though. Damn, I can't wait for that.
I know that retro carded Duke really got me. Like I was like, oh man, this is a much better Duke.
You know, nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with the first one, but this one here, just like that's like, yes, thank you.
That's the Duke, you know. That's the one I remember as a kid,
But
and I
don't you have the
really,
Super
really
7 on that
appreciate
one,
it.
John?
What's that?
Don't you have the Super 7 Duke?
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
wrong
so
with
you
getting
got that Duke already. So come on.
Well, I mean,
You
I
want
have
it
it.
classified.
Yeah, I have a Sunbow Duke. Now I gotta get it classified. There's two things here, Aaron. There's Sunbow and there's classified. They're two different things.
That's still a Sunbow.
So
Yeah.
That's a Sunbow colored Duke.
I mean,
that's
but I
coming
mean,
out.
kind of, yeah. But I mean, he's a little bit more rugged. You know, he's
Yeah.
he's a little bit more rugged than a Sunbow.
is anybody going in on the O-rings?
There we go.
I don't know yet. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't have the space, and it's it's not the scale that I really want to get. Now I probably will buy vehicles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then that's just me because I'll buy the vehicles just to have them. Like I can put them in a background of a Dio, and they're not taking up space anywhere
Not
else.
as much, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
If they would have done the O-rings when I was first getting back into collecting, like when I first started buying Origins, I probably would have jumped on them. But now I'm just kind of like different with my collection. It's not all just nostalgia anymore like it was. I mean, a lot of it is, but
right.
Well,
I mean, when it
I
comes
have
to
1/4 that's nostalgia now.
right, I got a lot of new IP that it's like, I'm starting to like these more than just the nostalgia factor.
I was good this week. I didn't get that Rhino from Zesray, even though I've been drooling over it for months. I decided, no, I don't need it. It does look cool. I've regretted not ordering it a couple times already, but I'm not going to. And then the Cyberzoic, they bundled the dragons together. I'm like, do I want to spend another $150 and get 2 dragons? But I didn't. I just got the Arctic dragon, and
the Arctic dragon looks beast. I love the green dragon though too.
Yeah, it's awesome. But
I'm
proud of myself.
That's a lot of space to allocate.
It is. It is a lot of space because these are long. Like they're not huge and insanely tall, but they are very long.
Yep.
But oh man, they look so good though.
They're gonna pop on a shelf. That's the thing. Is they're gonna do great photography. They're gonna pop on the shelf. They did fantastic paint.
Yeah. I mean, Creative Beasts is just killing it. Like their Beasts of the Mesozoic had me enthralled ages ago. And, like I'd started following them and they were talking about their Beasts of the Cyberzoic, and like Brick and I had talked about it on several occasions. And it was just like, you know what? I am like really into these, but it's that shelf dedication to it that I just really, really couldn't jump in nearly as much as I'd wanted to. Like I just couldn't do it. But even then, like some of the smaller Raptors, I've still kind of been like, maybe.
Hey, creatures, Oz, come on.
I know it's my wheelhouse, right? So Nolan is asking if anybody has jumped on the combat creatures from our.
I looked at the Morphonauts
I was
stuff.
thinking about
Yeah.
it.
I looked
So-
at it, but it just I don't see it.
I just want a quick cut in. Phone's getting hot. I'm going to jump off for a bit.
All right, brother.
All right, sorry.
We'll talk
Later,
to you
Bobby.
soon, bud. Not Bobby.
Yep. Bobby safely kaiju waifu.
God. Bud. Swear to God, Bobby is so gonna kick your ass in real life. He's gonna kick
Well,
your
he'd
single
be
kid ass
he'd be
off.
kicking his own ass. Love you, Bobby. Mwah.
God.
I was a big fan of Battle Beast, so I was looking at those guys.
That's what I was thinking
Yeah.
too, Thanos. Yeah.
They definitely scratched that itch. It's just I just didn't see a place for them in my collection. I looked at them, was like, yeah, they're kind of sort of cosmic-y, and they're sort of,
Right. I mean, they're
Yeah.
Transformers adjacent,
It would
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
go with your Ewoks too, though.
Yeah.
It walks out.
So, I came across them a while ago, and I sent it over to Brick immediately because we were doing an episode of the news that weekend. I wanted to bring it up. And then, here we go. And Adam.
Hello, Adam.
What's up, nerds?
Not much, brother. We're just getting onto some convo about some combat creatures here.
Mhm.
I'm playing
So,
with his tank.
playing with this thing.
I intentionally did not tune in earlier because you were opening that his tank. Not because I dislike the his tank, but because I don't want to ruin the surprise for myself.
You're right. Yeah, you don't want to see
The
all the
thing is,
individual pieces
are
that
there
come
really any surprises? Because for the most part, we have already seen it 100 times.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, it's like
I know.
So it's sort of like watching somebody unbox what you're about to get for Christmas.
Yeah, I know. I got it.
It's
got
like
it.
I
I
get
have,
that.
even if I
experiential
know
thing.
what
I
I'm
got it.
getting, it's still like they're like literally watching. So, and I do that. It's not just for this, right? Like I don't watch any reviews for figures that I have like in the mail,
Yeah.
but I'll watch reviews after I get the figure.
Right.
Yeah.
Seeing
Like,
if there's
I'll-
similar complaints.
I'll get the figure, do an unboxing video, and then watch somebody else's unboxing review, which just doesn't make any sense. But I'm like,
No,
oh,
it makes
yeah, I
perfect
did
sense.
notice
You don't
that.
want to. You don't want to spoil the experience.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's the
and
experience that you enjoy.
yeah.
So I like doing that too, where I'll go back and watch more reviews after I own a figure. Because
Mhm.
like any kind of like slight problem I might have, like is this joint like exceptionally tight or is this one exceptionally loose? I like going back and seeing like, is it just the one I got, or is this like something that's a little bit more mass issue kind of thing?
Yeah.
And sometimes you get the wrong impression too, right? Like the D&D figures, the first videos that came out, everybody was complaining about them breaking and this and that. And then it was like, I was talking to Thanos and he was like, I was just careful getting them out of the box and they were fine. So it's like,
I did heat them though. But
yeah,
It's tough, man, because like even as a kid, like the QC things were like, yeah, I broke a leg off or I broke a hand off or whatever. You hear all the time, like people are like, oh yeah, my GI Joe's like the thumb broke off or like the crotch broke or I broke the foot putting it on the stand or whatever. I as a kid, I didn't break my GI Joes because I didn't
right.
like. They were like precious objects to me. I
Yeah.
treated them.
had a
I
lot of
didn't
those
expect that I would ever get another one. You know what I mean? So it was like, if I break this, I'm not getting it replaced, right? And when and you get Snake Eyes version 4, the best version of Snake Eyes, I was like, I can't break this because this figure is like perfect, So it's just maybe I just treat my figures differently. And maybe some people just sort of grew up but didn't grow up in some sense, and they're just like yanking them out of the package. They're like, you fell out of the package broken, and I'm like, what? That doesn't make It does happen. I get it, but
I was gonna say I've had a couple. My new attorney is Zodak. Its ankle, like as soon as I went to move it, the ankle just popped right off, like broke right at the peg. Like
I had. Well, I don't want to. I don't. So I've had multiple QC issues with the same company recently, and I won't name the company. But I've literally had in the last year, I've had 3 figures come out of package broken, and so it does happen. That's what I'm saying. Like there are incidents that are out of your control, but the amount of things that break, I wonder, how people are treating their toys sometimes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because there are certain people I won't watch them unbox a thing because I just ethically feel wrong watching how they handle the figure out of the package. Like I'm like, oh, what are you doing? And I'm not throwing any names under the bus for anybody because you watch what you like. Yeah, that's all there is to it. But there are certain people I will not watch unbox a figure because I'm just like, oh, I would not handle it that way. And again, like especially now, spending our own money on toys, it's one of those things where it's like, every single one of them is precious because that was hard earned, freaking hours of my life dedicated to a job that I feel slightly fulfilled in and I enjoy, but at the same time, like, yeah, it's still a job, right? So Jim has joined the chat. Good to see you.
You know what I've been watching recently, and this is just recent because of Cyberzoic, because I've been watching people unbox the Beasts of the Mesozoic, like dinosaur line. And then by extension, I started watching people unbox like the Hammond, is it Mattel that makes the Hammond collection, the Jurassic Park Hammond collection?
Yeah, that's Mattel.
And then I kind of went further down that rabbit hole when I ran out of those, and I was watching people unbox like just the standard Jurassic World figures and stuff. A, some of that Jurassic World stuff is trash, and B, no offense to the people doing the videos, but man, there's a lot of bad videos on YouTube
of unboxing dinosaurs.
It's not just because it's unboxing dinosaurs. I mean, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong place. Like I was just finding
you're going down rabbit holes. That's what it is. It's when you start going down the rabbit holes, you start getting.
I've said this before, but now I'm gonna have to like almost retract this. I've said before that I'm not really a dinosaur guy, right? But I mean, I'm wearing an Armies of Ashmore T-shirt, and I'm about to do an unboxing video for a Triceratops. I don't even know. It's a dinosaur, but I don't even know what it is. And I'm just like, is there? So there's certain reviewers and certain people that I watch their videos for like different lines and stuff. There's gotta be a D-amazing for like dinos, right? But I just haven't found that guy yet, or girl.
Yeah,
it could be. It could be.
It may just be the posability of the dinosaurs, though, that kind of lend itself to weird. I mean,
I don't. Maybe
it's a T-Rex. It's got T-Rex arms. I mean, let's
I see great stuff with those dinos.
What you gonna do with this?
There's got to be a good, like, there's got to be somebody that's like charming. You know what I mean? Like there, and I don't mean that I want to be charmed. I mean, like, there's got to be somebody that has like that kind of
charisma.
The charisma of like, you know what I mean? Like somebody that makes the dinosaur toys cool, because there's a lot of people that buy dinosaur toys, so there's got to be somebody that's like.
You just haven't found them yet.
Selling them to people in the sense of like, the reviewer or whatever.
Well, I mean, maybe that's you, Adam. Maybe that's
no, it's not, because I'll tell you what. I listened to like and shameless plug. I'm gonna have 2 of the guys from Cyberzoic on the show next Sunday, December 17th. But they do their own podcast now, and like they've done a couple of videos. And when I listen to those guys talk about dinosaurs and like list off species of dinosaurs, I'm like, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Like, can you tell me, like, if it's not a Triceratops, but it's a tops? I'm like, okay, I think I know, roughly what you're talking about. But they start talking about stuff, and I'm like Google searching as they're talking. I'm like trying to Google search, and I'm trying to spell the name of a dinosaur. Like, I don't know if you guys know much about dinosaurs, but the names don't. It's not like normal words.
Yeah, no, they don't match
No.
up one for one.
No.
There's not that Latin equivalent.
So
No.
me, myself, growing up, I was huge into dinosaurs, so I'm like a big dinosaur nerd, which is one of the reasons that Beasts of the Mesozoic won me over quick when I started looking at them. I was like, these are way better than anything Jurassic Park has ever put out
Yeah.
for toys.
Oh yeah.
And Jurassic Park kind of did set a standard with them, but they went all weird directions multiple times, and it was just like, but watching or rather just seeing what they were doing, and now I'm gonna have to start watching their podcast. John and I had a chance to meet Chaotic at PowerCon.
He's nuts.
Yeah.
We were walking back to John's hotel room, and like I see this guy walking up with like tons of McFarlane stuff in his hands. And I'm like, wait a minute, where'd you get all the McFarlane? He's like, they were just handing out. This is like right after day one. I hadn't even made it over to that side of the con yet, except briefly walking through. And then, like, you know, introducing ourselves, and then him introducing himself. It was just like, yo, hold that up again real quick, Adam. I'm giving you a solo layout here.
So this is the first Beasts of the Mesozoic that I picked up. This is my like sort of taste. This is my appetizer for the Cyberzoic stuff. This is an
Avaceratops. Yeah.
Avaceratops.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't know either.
I like the colors, so that's the one I picked to start off with.
And again, one of the things that make the Beasts of the Mesozoic so great is that these guys, again, they are extremely passionate about these prehistoric creatures.
Yeah.
And like you're getting, to our best knowledge scientifically right now on many of these, the most accurate looking that we kind of can figure out to date. So like, you know, back in the day when Dino Riders came out, the Smithsonian was so impressed with those toys that they bought the molds to make the Smithsonian dinos, which is why sometimes you'll see like an off-color Dino Riders toy, and it's because it's not Dino Riders at that point. It was a Smithsonian toy. And if you're not familiar with the Smithsonian, those are the amazing museums that they have right down in DC that are supposed to be some of the best in the world. And they were like,
not familiar with the Smithsonian,
right? Like if you're an adult
you need to like pick up a book or something.
Wait,
I got a couple other channels you need to watch.
No.
Yeah,
There's
Fat
no
Red
reading.
Foo says, "How do you not know your dinos?" I know all of the Jurassic Park dinos, so that's my touch point. And I just learned like within the last year that they're all wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yes.
Calic.
Well,
Yep.
To a degree, I mean, with the first film, again, like a lot of the science that was known at the time, some of that stuff was fairly accurate. And then, like, they broke some of that science while that movie was in production and getting put out. So, like, you know.
Well, there was also, I mean, this is I don't know because, like I said, I'm not a dino guy, but my understanding is that there was also like a huge push as a result of those movies for like people just getting into dinos. And so like the scientists saw like, you know, the actual Dr. Grants and Dr. Sattler, like the actual dinosaur doctors were like cashing in on the fact that people were like, we care about dinosaurs all of a sudden. And they were like, wait, you do? For real? Like what?
Yeah.
They didn't know what to do with themselves.
But just, I mean, those toys are amazingly incredible. And I'm glad to see that somebody's putting it out there so that we're just not getting the Jurassic movie monster dinos that keep getting portrayed over and over again. I mean, it's great because it does stimulate the mind of the youth. They see the giant prehistoric animals and it gets them interested, which is great. But I like the fact that we're getting this better, more accurate representation. You know, I've still got the poll running.
Wait,
so had a poll. Would you rather buy on eBay a mint on card Duplico or Mickey Mouse Coco? 67% have said, and this is out of 24 votes, 67% have said they'd rather get the Mickey Mouse Coco. So we've clearly
Now,
nobody
is
really
that
gives
the
a
new
crap.
the new versions of
Yeah,
both?
that's the new one.
New versions.
Yeah.
Well,
Is
at
there
least
an
that
old
was the
version of
intent.
Duplico?
I don't think he ever got made.
No, he was never put into production.
Okay.
But
Adam, since
I
you
mean,
missed
he was
the beginning,
proposed.
Does anybody want to buy
like
a Coco?
Thunderlings.
I will have 2 for sale very soon.
Oh,
John
There you go,
might.
John. John, there
That
you go.
that might be me.
John, hit me up. I'll have 2.
Sweet.
Look at the festive plumblings here. Like, this is
I like
great,
that.
right?
I like that.
Like, I've never seen something so fitting or so like just perfect.
Yeah, they work. Like
They work as elves, that's for sure.
Like that's a line, and I'm an expert now because I bought a whole bunch of them at Legion's Con. That's a line that should have like seasonal accessory packs.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You could do one for literally
Yeah.
every season, and people buy them. You could do like Christmas is a no-brainer. Halloween is a
Yeah.
no-brainer.
Yeah.
But you could do like St. Patrick's Day.
Yep.
And
work at
like
Cupid's
the city
too.
of Boston would cover your tooling costs alone. Like you like you know Cinco de Mayo. You could have a little sombrero for the guy. Like why can't I think of more than 4 holidays? And one of them is Cinco de Mayo.
Halloween,
Valentine's Day. You could do a
Thanksgiving.
little bow and arrow, a set of
Yep.
wings that could go on his
They-
back.
they
You
make
know,
Oh
fun
like,
of
yeah. I'd
why
be
do we
down
have to
for
do
it.
the work for even the independent toy companies?
So, did we just establish that plunderlings are now the elf on the shelf for toy collectors?
That's what I've been
I
using.
hope
them as.
so.
Like
Like,
I hope you
that's
did.
how I've always kind of viewed him. Like, he's like, you put him around and they randomly pop up in photos and shots and everything like that. Like, if you're building a diorama, like, they should be walking in carrying the supplies for your diorama.
Yep.
Like, these are the living toys and these are your actual toys.
These are
Right,
these are like these are the doozers, right?
last
Yes,
year, I
the
had them
doozers,
stealing
that's-
the Christmas
No,
present.
doozers.
Doozers, yeah.
They had those little like packages, and I had them like stealing presents from Santa last year.
Yes.
They're fun. I really like these guys.
That's just what I love about the plunderlings. They're great, and I love the fact that they've got the different kinds. Plunder longs, plunder strongs. Like, it's such a great idea and innovative, and so simple at the same time. They're extremely toyetic.
It's the
Like-
simplicity that sort of sells it for me.
Yeah.
Yep, and I can't praise them enough.
I
That
didn't understand that comment. I'm reading the comments on another
Yeah.
screen, and I was like, "The what?" But then I realized that those were back to back, and I just
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, okay, I get it.
I'd highlighted this one like a minute or two ago, and then
Yeah.
it was like then afterwards I
Yeah.
noticed the one underneath of it. So
And Largo, I agree with Largo. That's kind of my like I'm sort of mapping out because it's giving me anxiety to think about actually doing it, but I'm gonna redo all the shelves behind me, and I don't have enough like plunderlings for like a shelf, but they really are kind of like the line that works with everything. Like they're
right.
So there's going to be like one on each shelf, and they're probably going to get moved like more often than not, and just sort of like head swaps, accessory swaps, like just
So-
just so quick and easy and fun to play with them specifically. Like, I
As
mean,
you
you can't,
do,
you
do this process, can you take pictures and have like the plunderlings being the ones moving everything? Like,
I
just
probably
don't film the whole thing, but pictures.
I could, but it's I'm going to be doing it as fast as I can because I have no time to do it. That's part of why it's giving me so much anxiety, because I know that I've got like there's a couple things that are going to need more shelf space very soon, and
Right.
it's like I got to start mapping that out. So I'm not sure whether I'm gonna do like a collection tour before I change anything, and then do the change, and then I'll I could do another one next year, kind of thing, or just do the change and do one video. I don't know, but
do the before and the after.
Yeah, that did occur to me that I could do it that way, but I mean, I don't. I mean, I know that lots of people do like collection tour videos, and when I actually sort of put that on the YouTube community page, it was like overwhelming. Like I was surprised how many people voted, let alone how many people voted that they wanted to see a collection tour. So I guess there's like an audience for that.
There
So
really
yeah, maybe I
is.
could
Yeah.
do before and
There
after. I
is,
could
yeah.
do like one as it is now,
You
and
know,
then in a few months I can do another one. Like the after doesn't have to be like the same video, I suppose.
Yeah.
one thing that I really, really enjoy and I find actually rather cathartic, and well, getting into dinosaurs that you are, by the way, look at I believe he is
I'm not getting into dinosaurs. Let's be clear.
okay.
Yes, you
I
are.
don't have time because I
Yes, you
only
are.
realized that there's so many species of
Aren't-
like the beasts of the Mesozoic. This one's from the Ceratopsian series, and then I like looked at the whole series. There's like 20 of them, of which I'm familiar with like the Triceratops. So it's like it would be like going back to school, and I don't
Yeah.
have time for that.
I'm actually okay. Dan _ surprise on IG. If you were to pull him up and check out, I love whenever he does like a walkthrough of any kind into his collection. Now, mind you, again, it's pretty much exclusively Jurassic Park. You know, that is his dino
What's
collection.
the
is Jurassic Park.
surprise?
I don't know. But
Oh wow,
I love
that's
yeah. You see what I'm
nice.
saying when I'm talking about looking at his. Oh, Aaron, that does look good. I mean, it's wedged in your dio. But
Oh, it's
Awesome.
got room
She's
now.
just-
I cut out some foam, and we got room. I can work with this now. So
right.
yeah, no,
His
Did a
JP
little,
collection isn't
surgery.
astounding.
Yeah, it looks like he goes pretty hard on dinos, huh?
Oh yeah. But that's where I get my another part of my dino fix is watching him. Like anytime he's like walking through, adding a new thing, and he'll like customize some too, so that it's not just the same as every other one. Like he'll buy
I've
an
seen
extra
a lot of
one
that
and
actually. A
customize
lot of
it.
people buying like the JP stuff and then just like painting it.
Yeah.
And because they're like,
yeah.
there's not a lot of articulation, so it's not like you're going to get paint rub and you're not going to really worry about
Right.
any of that stuff. So it's plus nobody knows what they really look like. So is it a bad paint job or not? You don't know.
How do you
can't
know?
criticize it.
Right.
You never seen
That's
one
not
in real life.
realistic. When was the last time you were walking down the street and somebody's fine looking brachiosaur rolled up and was orange? You don't know. But yeah, I really get a kick out of looking at his page. And yeah, he's one of those ones I review. Just looking at his shelves, it looks like you're looking at some kind of dinosaur museum. Stan _ surprise if anybody wants to see what it is that I'm talking about here. He's got a phenomenal collection. And
Do you think he
I
backed
hope
the gates?
he's
Yeah, he probably.
Oh, you know, he definitely backed the gates. He probably backed like 4 of them just to try and make sure it got pushed over the line.
Oh, that's sad.
Actually, he might have been the solo back of the gates.
There was no limit.
Just
so it
couldn't
could have
quite
been just
pull it
it.
on his own. Right. I mean, he posted about it. Let's see. Woohoo! Thanks, Mattel Creations, for listening to us. The crowdfund is now open to all international buyers now, because he's like in Germany. That's the other thing too. He's German. He says, "I have backed the project twice. Let's do this." So he did. He went in. But I love looking at his collection. It's great. Like I'll just go into like some of those like first pinned pictures that he has up there, and I'll just look at it and be like, man,
Yeah, it's collection pictures.
that is a phenomenal collection.
Well, so the interesting thing, like as I said, I'm not a dino guy, but the Cyberzoic thing is because of the figures and the lasers. Like that's my, and if they can, you know, it's like it's like one of those things where like we're trying to educate people about dinosaurs, and the way that we're going to do that is we're going to throw action figures and lasers at them, and that they got me. Like I'm that guy that's like, what do you mean there's an ankylosaurus that has bones coming out of its neck? Like what? That can't be real. But it's
legit.
Yeah, and I mean, with it, like when you know, I looked at their concept art, and I was like, the stuff they're doing is just really really cool, and I kind of thought like, well, this is imaginative and creative or whatever, and then it's like, no, this is like scientifically accurate, and I'm like, but that one has blue feathers, and they're like, yeah, well, we don't know that it wasn't blue, so. You know, the prevailing science is that like birds are blue, so why wouldn't a feathered dinosaur be blue? And I'm like, that's a compelling argument.
Right? You got bluebirds, blue jays. Why not?
But that's the thing, right? Like part of like, you know, I'm not super old. I'm not like King Kong versus a dinosaur old, seeing that in theaters or anything. Well, I guess I am because they keep doing that. But
I gotta say, it's only been a couple years.
The new one's still coming out, right? Kong versus Godzilla, or Kong X Godzilla or whatever.
Godzilla. Yeah, X Godzilla, yeah.
But the fact that dinosaurs have feathers is like, you know, that alone sort of changes the landscape, I think, you know, and it's like,
right?
So
first time I heard that, I thought it was blasphemous.
I didn't think, I was like, look, I'm not a scientist or a paleontologist or any, I wasn't there 65 million years ago, so I don't know who's right and who's wrong. But you know, when they started saying like, no, we actually found, you know, imprints of feathers, and we found like the evidence is the evidence is there, right? There's no, we're not guessing this anymore. And when they were, somebody was talking about like they found like the texture of skin from a Carnotaurus, which is why they know that its skin looked the way that it did. And I was like, what in the 65 million year old stone? That doesn't make any sense. But
they found
I'm not a paleontologist, so I'll have to take somebody's word for it.
They found like really good preserved ankylosaur like in Russia, where like the skin, the plates and everything like that were so amazingly well preserved. So like now we have a more informed idea of how that particular dinosaur looked, and I think that's great. And I hope they can keep finding stuff like that, because like I said, when I was a kid, I was like, there's no way the T-Rex would have had feathers. But now it's like, well, the feathers were kind of like more like thin hairs, and this is kind of more like what it may have looked like. And I'm like, okay, kid was definitely right. He's picturing like a giant turkey, and that's kind of what it looks like. But at the same time, like, I do see that resemblance, and I do like, it just seems like it's right. Like, I'm not offended by it, right? As we learn more, facts change. So you kind of got to go with that flow. And honestly, like, yeah, okay, I'm down with it now. Giant chicken looking T-Rexes. It's actually kind of more terrifying in my mind than what we originally thought.
Well, yeah, and that's like the Jurassic Park thing is interesting too, because I can't remember who I was talking to about this, but somebody another nerd. I was talking to another nerd about dinosaurs. And it sort of just came up when we were talking about Cyberzoic, and I was like, and they were sort of like, how did you get into Cyberzoic if you're not a dinosaur guy? And I said, well, it's not that, it's a bit of a misnomer. It's, you know, in grade 7, I went to Jurassic Park for my birthday party. I went to this like whenever there was like a dinosaur event, or sort of like they had these traveling sort of shows of dinosaur stuff, like I was all in on that kind of stuff. So I, like as a kid, I was really into it. It just wasn't something that, you know, I have as part of my collection, and it's not something that I followed up on as I got older. But you know, Cyberzoic hit, and we just rewatched all of the Jurassic movies, like 1 through 6. But in the sixth one, Dr. Grant's like, he's even going like, well, some of the science has changed. Now they didn't change the T-Rex. The T-Rex is exactly the same. He's fast. He can't see anything, and neither of those is accurate, apparently.
Not at all.
But then they like
speed
add
is still
dinosaurs
relative,
that are more
but
accurate, but they don't kind of fix some of the other dinosaurs, which I thought was a little bit interesting, but whatever, it doesn't really.
There's
Nolan mentions Drumheller. I went to Drumheller twice in the last 5 years.
One of the things that I like about it, though, is they can explain, and it's some people will say it's a cop out or whatever, that, you know, they explain away that they're trying to recreate these creatures from broken DNA as well, right? So, like, for some of them, when they don't fix, it's like, well, it's not fixed because their original template that they were using for the DNA was damaged, and they did what they thought was right with it, and it came out this certain way. And then, like, the way the raptors were in the first movie, the actual species Velociraptor is significantly smaller, but larger, like Utah raptors and Deinonychus were about that height. And then they found out, like, well, they kind of had feathers and stuff. So then, like, we see the ones in Jurassic Park 3 where they had, like, the quills. And it's like, okay, they kind of course corrected because they had another piece of that DNA that they originally didn't. So they kind of can explain away some of that. And that's okay. And it's movie Hollywood BS believable. You know, you got to suspend that disbelief. We're watching a movie about science that has not even been close to perfected yet for what they're doing. So just go with the flow and enjoy it for the entertainment value that it can be. If you're that strung up about things not being so accurate, you probably shouldn't have went to go see a movie, a fictional movie about it. Go watch a documentary instead. I think Jack Horner's still putting out dino documentaries.
But in all fairness, people see those and they still tear those apart because
they will murder, like, crucify
as it turns out, you know, again, just sort of like because I've gone down this rabbit hole, the couch paleontologists are very quick to make judgments on like how accurate the latest, you know, Apple TV dinosaur documentary is.
Well, you know, so Rocco the Great was on Hella Dope Choice this past weekend, and I'll come out and say it. I'm not like the biggest fan of Rocco the Great. I don't really care for his content. I don't care for him. But one of the things that
I'll come out and say
said,
this. I have no idea who that is.
See, exactly. So
no offense
one of
to
the
him,
things
I just don't know who that is.
Right. Well, you can save yourself some time, in my opinion. Just don't look him up. I mean, you know, hey, you like watching his stuff, go watch his stuff. That's absolutely fine. I'm just saying it's not for me. But one of his strategies for engagement on YouTube and the way he's built his success is like making sure to go in and call something by the wrong name or purposefully misspell.
It's a shtick, like a
right, and purposely
like
misspell.
Name wrong.
Yeah, see, exactly. and misspell words as well, because people love to correct you. And it does get engagement. And as much as I'm like, yeah, it's kind of a bullshit way to do it, but it's true and it makes perfect freaking sense, right?
Pretty smart.
Genius.
Like it's really like, if you want a secret to engagement, do that, and you're 100% will get people engaging in your content.
I don't have
You know,
to
if
try
I started
to say
making
things wrong or make mistakes. That just happens naturally. So
right,
I'm just ignorant, and I have no problem with that.
I
I know
enjoy
that
the
when
idea of learning.
when I do this video of this dyno, it's gonna be like, this is a dyno, and I'll just tell you whether I think it's cool or not. I won't know. I won't, like, what am I gonna compare it to, or like, I don't know.
I'll blow up your
If you wanna
comments
know
like I
more,
blow up your
ask Google.
chat.
Yeah, if you want to know more about dinosaurs, ask someone else, because I am not your guy.
So, as Oz already said, he will correct me in my comments. Just scroll down later and see, and then fight with him in my comments about it.
Well, I am gonna go to bed, gentlemen. I am
right.
dragging ass.
Good night. Thanks for sharing. Congrats on the his
Yeah.
tank. Looked like you really enjoyed it.
I did.
Yes.
Dude, it's like so much. It's all that sensory overload, and he's like, "I'm drained. I'm done."
Yeah.
He's gonna be
All this
rolling around on the
his tank
floor with it when he
overload.
turns the camera off.
No, actually, I gotta put the dio back out in the garage because I gotta start working on it, and then
Oh shit.
yeah, I gotta figure out where the hell I'm gonna put that his tank in the interim.
Not
I'm
a
gonna
bad
ask
problem.
Tabs that I'm gonna ask Tabs that if she catches you cuddling with that thing to take pictures. So I
Okay.
can show it.
Yeah. By all means, I'm sure she would. She'd be like, "What's wrong with you?"
So
guys.
I'm the same time zone as Aaron, so I'm gonna call it too. It's already past midnight, so I need to get to bed as well, fellas. But enjoy talking with y'all. Thanks, Oz, for the invite, and I'll see y'all.
Later, John.
Absolutely,
Later.
John.
Yeah. And Adam, I
care.
may hit you up though. I may hit you up for that cocoa. So
Yeah.
on the lookout.
Oh, no, May. He's going to hit you up. I know.
I think
John and I have been
everybody's gonna
talking
hit
about
you
it
up
already.
now. I think everyone will. Everyone
That's
that didn't
fine.
get a
I'm
his
just
tank.
I'm telling everybody now, it's gonna be market price. I mean, I'm not I'm not giving the
Yeah,
thing
this
away,
isn't
but-
like a homie rate. This
No,
is
no.
a I know what I
Yeah,
got.
start an auction.
that, you know what it is. This is like, I need to sell these figures off to pay for one of these his tanks, right? That's
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Let's not
Appreciate
be
it.
fooled.
Yeah.
Night, guys.
Later.
Night. Well, maybe it was me, Oz. I don't know. I come in and 2 drop out. So
Nah. They were already dropping. You know how my streams are. We've got
No,
the
I
early crew and then we have the late crew, right?
yeah, I don't think I've ever been part of the late crew.
I'm here working a double, and Thanos is working a double with me, and then we had our part-timers in the morning, and I'm not saying part-timers in a bad way, because this is their general time when they get off. This is what they're scheduled for. And then I
Mid
have
shift.
the second shift guys come in to help carry the show to the 8, 9, 15 hours that we're going to do for the rest of it. It's just how the show rolls.
you're not going 24. You're not going to match.
No.
what you're doing over on
We
Toy and
can't
Around.
handle their thunder. They're doing that for a good cause. I would not want to pull viewers away from that. As a matter of fact, I've quite actively encouraged people head over, go check it out, and donate to St. Jude's. I'm glad to hear that they crushed the first goal, and they're well on their way to the second goal of 3K right now. Like, that's amazing, because they started like right around the same time I did, 9 p.m. Eastern. I went on an hour later. So it's like, yeah, please go check them out. Give it a long enough for a view. Hang out with everybody. The Enablers are fantastic toy tubers. I never catch them live because they really go around the same time we do Toy Frenzy on Thursdays, but it's always fun to watch the replay. And they're just phenomenal. You'll even see some of our good friends like Ryan Dole over there who will jump on occasion. And
he was on earlier.
It's a fun channel. Yeah, see, there you go. I mean, they're just incredible toy tubers.
Yeah, Dole and Hatter were on earlier. I think are currently playing video games, which is a thing that people watch as well.
We had it on earlier.
I don't play video games, so I don't. I mean, you know what? I bet there's people that don't play video games just watch people play video games.
I'm sure there are.
There's people that don't do a lot of things that like to watch people do things. So
do they feel accomplished afterwards, or do they feel worse about themselves?
I don't know.
I feel so terrible. Can't even do it myself.
So I used to be a gamer, especially having worked for GameStop for a long time, and I no longer game. I don't have a console really. I do have Minecraft on my computer that I used to play with a couple friends here and there, and I'll probably get back into it at some point. Um, but it's just one of those things where I don't game as much now, but I enjoy logging on and watching Jay Bartlett play. Like he's got those kind of like daytime streams that, I'll be like, if I'm working a Saturday and it's kind of slow, like in between calls, I'll have the stream going because Saturdays are like real slow. Most people have not figured out that we're open for those like 4 hours that we are. So like I might get one call an hour, and instead of sitting here just staring at my screen dumbly, I'd much rather be watching some neat content on my phone, and Jay's live is normally going at that time. So I tune in and watch, and then I joke around and chat with him about video games. But that's how I get that kind of that entertainment. Another guy who does some toy stuff on IG, but doesn't really have a toy tube channel. He has a gaming channel, Slice of Life Gaming. I'll go watch him play some games for a while. He was actually introduced me to a couple games that I didn't know were out because I don't keep. It's not my job to keep up with it anymore, so I just don't. Connor gives me
play Street Fighter sometimes. I'll be hanging out on Discord and he'll have it like streaming live. But he plays at a pretty competitive level. Like he's gone to Evo and placed like
nice,
not in the top, but like he does well. So it's fun to watch him.
So
hear him first.
For anybody who may have been a fan of Halo back in the day may know there was a game mode called Griffball, and like that actually had like a pro Griffball circuit. Basically, like your team, you get a ball in the middle, and it's not actually a ball, it's a bomb. And what you do is you run it to the other side and you score, you hit a goal. And it's 4 people on each team. Typically, you'll have like 2 defenders who may use the power swords, and then like 2 attackers who are going to have like the gravity hammers. But you got to be careful with the gravity hammers because somebody who's a ball carrier who has a well-timed jump, the gravity hammer will launch them. It's actually a technique that like you practice. So like you can launch somebody from the spawn point to the center so they can grab the ball quickly and try to score on the other team. I played that for like years with a couple of guys, like where we just played very, very highly competitively in a league.
Wow.
Because it's fun like that. You can do that kind of stuff. Of course, then we also started Team Teabag and regular Halo Deathmatch and Team Deathmatch, where we just ran around and we teabagged the shit out of everybody. And
Teabag?
Oh man, yeah.
Like
we used
literally?
to run around. We'd run around and hit that crouch button on everybody. And the best part was like, we didn't care who got the kill. Like somebody would kill me, right? And my buddy would run over my body and start teabagging it and make the other team like stop and look, be like, did his teammate just teabag him? My buddy would get the kill and then run over and go teabag their corpse.
Oh
like we would get people so
As you do,
infuriated
yeah.
on the teabags, they would just drop from the game.
Does that mean
They're
you
like,
win if they drop from the game?
Yeah. Hey, you'd win the game.
That's
if
funny,
the whole other
man.
team
Yeah,
dropped
my
out,
my
your team
son calls
wins.
it rage quitting, right? That's what he says.
Yeah,
He goes,
that's
"Hey,
the
Dad, I
rage
made
quit.
him rage quit," and I was like, "What the hell is that?" He goes, "Well, I made him so mad that he's not playing anymore," and I was like, "Oh,
Yep.
okay, good job."
Like
I
you
don't know. I don't know if
infuriated
that's
them
good or
enough that they stopped playing. And it was fun. It was a lot of fun. TJC, actually, if you guys are familiar with him from the chats, TJC does a gaming channel for his stuff now. He live streams a lot of games. So here we go, talking about trying that cloning technique, doing the growing elephants and the mammoth. Apparently they're working on that in Russia. Like that's like a legitimate thing. They're gonna try to bring back woolly mammoths.
To weaponize them, right? No, I'm joking.
Well, according to Fat Red Foo, they're going to be doing it as for meat, so you can put them in a burrito. I mean, I haven't had an elephant in a burrito, so I don't know how good that would be.
Hey, you can't knock it till you try it, I guess.
Exactly.
I'd try it. I mean, but the reality
I'm
is
always
it's
down to
probably
try
like
some new meat.
wildly expensive, right? Like that's the gimmick, is that it's like
That's
that
it.
it would.
Super rare.
I mean, it probably costs effectively the same as like a Beyond Meat burger to make, but they'll
Right?
charge you for science. So is it like, are you willing to pay to say that you tried it, or is that sort of I don't know. I mean,
I've never been one to do something just to say I tried it because
I mean,
I don't
I would try it, but not at the expense of my grocery bill, right? Like if it's in
No.
the supermarket and it's like it's next to ground beef, I'd be like, well, let's try this.
come on over, guys.
Elephant, isn't that what they made McDonald's burgers from in the late 80s and the early 90s? Wasn't that? No, that was kangaroo
I
meat.
would hope not.
Everybody claimed that they were using kangaroo meat for the burgers.
Who cares?
They were tasty.
Well, remember when they were doing those chicken nuggets and they called them nuggets, and then you find out that really it was just the foam from a bait. Like they boiled the chicken, then it made a big frothy foam. Then they got the foam and froze it and put the breading on it, and you're actually eating like foam. Like weird. It wasn't real chicken. It was just parts of it that was boiled. And
Did it taste good?
I was gonna say, I
Right?
ate the shit out of those when I was a kid. I didn't care.
Right? So I'm
I'm
finally
still
getting
alive.
around
I'm
to
in-
my
I'm in
other
my
opening
mid-40s.
tonight.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm working, so I'm full disclosure, I'm working on my thumbnail for next week's video.
Oh, nice.
I am
I like
painting
that.
Prince Adam's crotch right now.
Oh, that's a wonderful thought.
That's for
Literally.
Saturday night. It seems
That's
pretty
literally what I'm
appropriate.
doing. I'm doing a
Different than
12-inch
I would
Prince
paint it,
Adam,
but
and I'm painting his crotch right now.
Why don't you paint it blue? Tila Tees, paint it blue.
Give it a little, just in that certain section, like kind of have a fade purple to dark blue right there in that spot. I don't know.
We got
This
Ken.
is a commission also. What's up, Ken Dog?
Well, what's better than one Ken? I guess two.
That's
That works.
right.
Ken
It's-
squared.
But is it
Tag team.
enough?
Knuff.
As long as it's not Ken Kniff.
Enough.
Canucks.
So
Hey, Largo.
I'm finally getting around to opening up my blood armor, the Vorgus Vermilius 2. Second thing I'm opening tonight. I said earlier I wasn't going to do the figure Obscuras because now I'm just going to honestly wait until I have the Red Krampus as well. But the paint.
Yeah,
apps-
that guy is on my list. He's awesome. Now, do you have
Wow, that
the
was scary.
PowerCon one?
Scary.
Yes. Yeah.
The green-
This is not the first release. This is the Vorgus Vermilius. No, I do not have that. That was Demistros.
Oh,
I think I'm
I want him so bad.
Adam can probably correct me because I'm terrible at pronouncing these names until I hear somebody who knows how they're pronounced.
I didn't get that one, but I think you're right.
Yeah. No, I didn't get him. I missed out on him. I kind of want it. Now, I will say I do like their. So we got green translucent with him, and then now with the Legions Con exclusive for Vorgus, we have this beautiful red translucent. I
looks
mean,
great.
this is a gorgeous head sculpt for such an ugly. It's beautiful in the most grotesque way, but
Nice.
that is that translucent,
That's like borderline Hordak Prime,
right?
kind of.
Now, we'll say this red, right? And then we had the green Dismitros. They've just been, holiday themed all year round for their con exclusives.
They need a pure blue one, so like red, green, and blue.
And for those who may not know, Derek Hoover was in the chat earlier, just stopping by to say hi and drop that like. He runs the Yesterdays podcast. It is full of nostalgia, fun to go and listen to. He drops episodes weekly wherever you listen to podcasts. Go check out yesterday's podcast, please, folks. It is outstanding to listen to. Ken, how are you tonight, sir?
Just here being a support player. I don't have a his tank to show you, so just moral support. Rah 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 is where we're at.
The his tank is gone. There was going to be 2 of them getting unboxed tonight, but unfortunately, our other his tank was not able to make it to the live stream tonight. Holiday party shenanigans, but totally understandable and completely okay. You can always roll back and catch the replay if you want to for the first part of the stream to see all of the amazingness that is that his tank. Like, there's parts of me now that wish I could have gotten it, but again, I'm not. Look, all right, I've got so far my 2 favorite Joes ever. I've got Timber, I've got Fiona, and I'm sure I'm going to be getting.
What about Freedom? You didn't get Freedom?
No, I didn't. Not yet. And I say yet
He might show up
because
at Ross sometime, huh?
well, he's been out for a while, so I don't think he's really going to be actively showing up at a Ross or anything. I did go to Ross today looking for more of those Fionas myself. My Ross did not have them. Like I said earlier, they had a ton of Zaymot, and
we had like 15 of them at the Ross I went to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let me know if you head back.
loaded.
I might. Let me know if you go back. I might want 1 or 2.
Okay.
I want more crocodiles.
Yeah.
The whole what is it? Ollie's, and what's the other one? The other, not Ross, but the other one that's getting like all the Joes.
Well, Ross, Ollie's, Ross, TJ Maxx. Is that one of the other ones? Because it's one of the ones that's owned by the
Burlington
same.
Coat Factory.
Yeah, Burlington.
No, there was another
I've
one, but
seen
it does. But it's people are going to get reliant on those, and they're going to be shocked, 6 months from now when that dries up quick, because the reality is Hasbro's just trying to make room for the next batch of figures.
Because there's
But once
so
they're all
much more
caught
they've
up-
got coming out, right?
Well, once they're all caught up and they're back to a regular schedule, you're just not going to see that anymore. So
And then they'll
people are
adjust
gonna-
their distribution based on that, and it's not going to be as bad. So then you're not going to get them there, and yeah.
Well, they've got so much on the pipeline they can't afford to have shelf space taken up right now by some older stock. Let's face
Well, it's
it,
not
the
even shelf
diehards.
space; it's Hasbro's warehouse space.
Yeah, warehouse space. Because it's, again, this isn't stuff. Well, I've heard differing stories and differing theories, but the truth is, it makes more sense that it's coming direct from Hasbro than Walmart, Target emptying their warehouses to yet another retailer. They can clearance the stuff themselves and make the money themselves. They don't need to sell it to a third party to sell for them.
Yeah, Hasbro has Pulse, but Pulse they don't want Pulse to be Ollie's.
Right. Exactly.
Because then it's like,
Well,
nobody's
then everybody's. Yeah.
But I think it's smart of them to do, something like the Vamp as a Pulse exclusive, where you're never gonna clearance it. You're just gonna.
Right. It's gonna go full price.
You get to control that sales channel, and also, if they have to sit on Vamps at $100 a piece, like that's kind of an evergreen thing, right? Like even if you get a repaint of a Vamp, it's not like a repaint of Recondo, like you can be set with one Recondo, but if you need a Vamp a year from now, you're still going to need the same Vamp. Like you're still going to want that OG green Vamp.
Agreed. Yeah, you're going to want just as many as you need for whatever kind of display, whatever kind of fun you're having with them.
Yeah, there we go.
2 is how many I need.
Hey, if that's all you need, then rock on. That's exactly it.
Well, and that's the other thing why I'm taking advantage of it. And if I see, I'm not going to buy 15 Crocs, but I mean, I might buy a few extra just in case, because then once it drops off a year from now, then hey, who knows? I mean, the value's there. You might be able to, add a little, make a little money on it. Not quite the Flipper Frank, but
Nice reference.
Few things here and
Our
there.
good friend Hatter. So here we go. Eternia Lip saying he got lucky and bought 2 Crimson Guards at Ollie's for $4 each. That's beautiful. And with the money that you saved on those, you got to go buy the Crimson set for the Twins and Baroness.
That's a great set, man.
Yeah, Ollie's and
That's a
Ross
really
are
nice.
like killing it right now.
Oh man. So I saw a couple of play sets and battle packs for like their little like 4-inch soldier stuff. I was like, man, there's this cool O-ring line coming out, not Super 7. There's Delta 17 coming out that these would look cool with.
Oh yeah.
Hey, speaking of, oh, sorry, were you segueing into something?
I was just
yeah, Adam.
shameless
He was
plug.
going
Was that a-
to,
was
and
that
I
a
was about the
soft pitch,
soapbox.
Ken?
I was about the soapbox, and then you jumped in. You know, swooped in on my dates there. You know what I mean? And I'm just like,
Gosh,
hey.
Ken, do you know anything about this Delta 17 stuff that's happening? Tell us more.
Well, it's pretty cool. I kind of like it. You know, there's a few designs I really enjoy, and yeah, just the guy that wrote the bio seems really, really intelligent. Fantastically brilliant writer, and that's why you don't want to throw the file cards away, because you know it's somebody's foray into being a writer.
I heard he's got a big
Crazy. I heard the
ego, though.
exact opposite. No, I'm joking.
God damn it!
Now, is this going to be like 2 lines of text and then repeated in several languages, or a real file card with like some detail?
Oh, I forget. They were
I'm
written
just
like 8
saying.
months ago.
Shit.
Okay, segue time. Or I should say segue over. Yeah.
No, I was very quickly going to ask the because you mentioned the Super 7 like reaction, and they mentioned that they're doing O-ring figures. 2 days. You think the mothership's gonna pull it out, or,
I don't think so.
or is it no? There's no chance, right?
Let's see how far away it is. It was pretty far last I looked.
It's at 1,500. The initial funding goal is 4,000.
Yikes.
I think it was
But-
bad timing. They didn't have the O-rings out before they announced it, and like they just kind of didn't do it right.
But their model is really weird because it charges you when you back it.
Yeah.
So is there a chance that there are 3,000 people waiting until Monday to back this thing?
I don't think so, because I think if there were people waiting, they would have had a payday already and just been like, okay, here's some money, and we would have seen a little bit of a bump from that. I don't think everyone's going to wait till the last day to do it.
No.
Well, don't they say
Not
some
that
of those
many.
stores like BBTS and them, some of them get some stock and they put in like a certain sized order for those
Not
things? Or do they not
thousands.
do that?
They do. And
Not
Super
that
7
much.
is weird because at least when the Cat Slayer was coming out, it wasn't updating properly. Like when people would put in the thing, it wouldn't immediately update on
Well,
the
they were
site.
getting international markets were hitting at weird times from the distributors because of the way they had it hooked. It's weird for the way they get it done versus like the way some of like the bigger corporations are able to manage those numbers.
I just
But,
think it's a weird way to
I mean,
do it, to
either
charge
way,
people like it.
It's
Well, Mattel did it to us too with Eternia. I mean,
But that
we got
charged
charged right away
that
unless you
the
did PayPal.
time.
when
But
it
didn't they
hit,
like change it? Didn't they charge you
right?
after
That
like 2
charged
days
when
and
it
then-
backed.
Oh, when it backed. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
That, they did charge when you're back. That's
Well-
correct. I'm sorry. That's
They
right.
did a pre-authorization to make sure that you had the money and that you were good for the money. They didn't actually
Right.
take the money.
They didn't
And
take
those
my
last-
word for it, Allison. They should have taken my word for it. I said, "Come on, I got the money. Come on."
I used to work for a payment center where we would, somebody would call in and try to purchase minutes for their phone and it would fail. But the pre-auth would show up because when we tried to take the money, even if it got denied because they felt security or for whatever reason, the charge would show for 3 to 7 days and then just drop off because it's like when you go get gas
yeah.
in some places where like your gas station will try to charge you $50 even if you're like only gonna get like $5 or $6 worth of gas.
Yeah.
It's just a pre-op to make sure your card is good and that you have money. Which is, it for me is
Right.
What do you drive that you only need $5 of gas?
I don't know. I haven't put gas in a car in like 15, no, 10 years.
I think it's more than you think.
$5 in gas got you somewhere in 1996, but that's about it. You know.
It's like a gallon now. If you're lucky.
You'd be surprised
Hey,
how
we're down
far
to
I can make a
250 in
gallon
Colorado.
gas.
Not over here. Like it's at 420 right now, and I'm like, man,
No.
Ooh, look at you, fancy guys.
Y'all would be crazy to know how much I can make a fucking gallon of gas last. Because I don't go anywhere.
Are you just huffing it though, or are you using it for a vehicle?
Single.
Yeah, let's take a deep dive into that one, bud.
He dips the wash rag in the gas and then he bathes himself with it. And then
he's got to get the creativity for his custom somehow, right? I mean,
yeah. You don't just think of that amazing creativity like without a little bit of like
Right? Huff a little and then put
I'm on
some
painkillers
like
24/7.
Skelligod hands on a
Do you wash the
Hordak and call it a day.
with the?
Yo, I've got cookies, y'all. They're Christmas cookies.
How many cookies?
I got gingerbread cookies. I've got sour cream cookies. I've got
what? Sour cream cookies? What?
they're this really soft kind of pillowy cookie, really, really good.
Pillowy.
Sugar cookies. Got Chex Mix.
Is that your?
Bud's
fuel?
got all the snacks.
Is that your creative fuel?
Yeah, that's my no. Well, my creative fuel is some. We'll call them gummy bears.
Okay.
Then after that, to fuel that, then I eat cookies.
See, I can't do that because I'm on a pain contract with my doctor, so they got to piss test me and make sure I'm not doing any other drugs than the drugs that they're giving me that's making me,
And you're like in a state that's like you can smoke it or chew it or whatever.
Right. Yeah, Colorado, we were like the first.
Yep.
There's just a lot of those the pain management things. They don't want you doing other things because God forbid.
Yeah. They give you the stuff that they get money on. They don't want you to do stuff.
Yeah. Some chemical that gives you like 15 side effects but cures one or helps aid one thing, but something natural that
Well, pain
just makes you
management
hungry.
doesn't mean pain-free. Pain management means let's make it manageable. So,
Right.
by
If they cure
definition,
your pain, they lose a customer.
yeah. So by definition, the
The only thing they manage is your freaking wallet size.
yeah, their fear is that if you were to actually combine it with something like, say, cannabis, that you might actually feel no pain and you might not actually need as much of the pharmaceutical. And I say that as someone who works in the medical field, sort of. I'm like on the insurance side of things, but I'm not on the side where I work for insurance for people who like prescribe drugs and stuff. So, but yeah, so it's a racket. But at the same time, like it's not that big pharma is trying to keep you down in some weird way by pumping you full of strange chemicals. They know what the chemicals are and they know what they do and what they don't do. They want your money. Like trying to control you are all the conspiracies are just conspiracies. They just like there's
I
the
feel like
trial.
it's more often incompetence and greed than actual conspiracies.
Exactly, because conspiracy takes intelligence and coordination. And as somebody who works in insurance, I can guarantee you most insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies are not able to coordinate their head from a hole in the ass. So,
Hey, Ken and Adam, how's your health care?
No complaints.
Less complicated?
The waiting room at the ER can be a bit long, but if that's the only complaint I have,
how often though, when you go to the waiting room, do you have to wait because somebody blew their fingers off with fireworks?
Oh, I've not seen that happen.
Oh,
Or they got something stuck up the right.
That's a very
There's that EMT on TikTok. His entire channel is like.
Yeah. People send him stuff like they
Yeah.
find stuff they can like use as like a butt plug, and he's just like,
Yeah, right.
no.
And it's just him going no or shaking his finger.
There's like someone who printed off a bunch of stickers that was like for anal use only, and they went to a Target and start putting the stickers on like stuff you definitely shouldn't use that for. And he actually went to that Target, found the stickers, and we're like peeling them off.
There are definitely things you should not. They're just well, I don't know. It's like what's the old saying? Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough. I don't know that I prescribe to such things.
And my dad was a nurse in the ER.
Help.
For
My
a long
comment was
time,
not posted?
So he told me all kinds of horror stories about specifically that and other things. Good times. Till it isn't.
Now, Jim, how is the healthcare in Guatemala, actually, since we have somebody who's from the other south of the border?
Well, it's 2 levels. You have a basic health care that is semi-free, but you get what you pay for. And then there are private hospitals where you pay a premium and you get decent, because a lot of the doctors here have gone to the United States for their training.
Okay.
They just kind of have a contract with Guatemala to where they will serve in the public health system for a number of years in return for money towards their education. So
I see.
It's not terrible, but the conditions are definitely better if you go to a private hospital.
Nice. See, it's interesting, and one of the fun things about us being such a global community is that we can actually have these conversations and like we can discuss these differences from where we're at. So I like that. I really.
Do you guys all have hospitals in your town?
Yes.
Yeah, I got a couple. Actually, quite a few.
A lot of people need hospitals.
Not for me. The next town over.
Like months ago, and it doesn't look like it's ever going to reopen. So,
whoa.
Now, is that down to Is that down to population density? Is that down to because it's like privatized?
We're not the
and so
smallest towns. It was mismanaged to the point where it went bankrupt, and no one wants to take it on.
That's
so it's just
bonkers,
sitting
man.
there abandoned.
Like I don't speak for Ken, but from my Canadian perspective, that is absolutely bonkers that you wouldn't have a hospital because they didn't run it like properly.
And it's called a community hospital, but it was privatized and ran into the ground. So
meanwhile,
we didn't have
the
that
prison
problem
is
with our.
probably now here's the question that I will pose as a counter question. How many of you guys have a prison in your city?
Do we count the public school?
How
where is our nearest prison, Adam? I have no idea where it is.
There's one in Kamloops. There's like 2 in Vancouver, but there like one's in Maple Ridge, I think. Like my point being, it's messed up that prisons are doing great business and hospitals are going out of business. Like that is.
Well, that's where I
From
used
the
to
outside
work.
looking
Being
in,
my job
that is
beforehand,
bonkers.
I can tell you the prison system. We in Colorado alone, we have like 20 prisons, and then we have a supermax federal prison that's like 20 miles west of where I live. We've got the one where El Chapo was staying, and we've got so many prisons here. Well, that was my job. I worked in Lyman, which was a high security, and then I came back to where I live now, and I worked in a youth one. So it was 16 to 24 age group, which is actually worse than working with the murderers in the high security because they're all little punks trying to make a name for themselves. But yeah, it's crazy, but it's plentiful, and you know what? They're all packed. That's the worst part. They're all packed.
Right.
Yeah.
So, coming from one of the most dangerous cities, arguably in the world, but definitely within the United States borders. I'm not even going to try to count how many prisons we have And that would be me just talking about the adult prisons. I'm not even talking about how many juvenile detention centers we have
and then
as
you got
well.
the county jails too. You got the ones when they're not sentenced
The-
yet. Those are full,
right?
overcrowded.
The county lockups, those are loaded up way more than just the prisons.
Yeah,
and
it's crazy.
Like the sheer amount is just kind of mind blowing. Now, most of mine you can actually find on different shows like The Wire and Homicide: Life on the Street, and oh God, how many other shows am I going to name that just really, really exemplify the worst parts of Baltimore?
That reality show with Brian Adams where he comes to America.
That was just reality.
The Wire's good. People forget about how good The Wire was.
The Wire was amazing.
Like,
So
even
was
what was it, season 3 at the docks, which people were like, that season sucks. I'm like, it's still
Season
better
season
than most
2 was the
seasons of
docks
most
with
shows.
the Steve doors. I actually did find that the weakest season.
It was the weakest season of a fantastic show.
Yeah, like a lot of people felt that the newsroom season that was season 5, they thought that was weaker, but no, I actually like that one.
Oh, I really like that one.
Yeah.
I've never watched The Wire because everyone tells me it's the best television show ever. So
I'm not going to say the best, but it's good.
And to be a
So,
contrarian, I will never watch it now.
The thing about The Wire is, it's probably the best written show and has an amazing storyline. The thing is, to call it the best, I really think what The Wire is missing, and they did this intentionally, there's not a lot of theatrics, like cliffhanger endings, special effects. They nailed down the realism so much, no wasted lines.
We get it,
nothing.
Ken. It's not wrestling.
I was gonna say it's not Game of Thrones, but if you wanna say it's not wrestling, we can go there. So
enjoy dragon tits at the end there.
See,
so.
to me,
I'm gonna
the
be one of
best
those
show of all
people.
time has to have some level of theatrics, has to have some cheap thrills. You have to
Like
balance
even
the
Breaking
cheap thrills
Bad,
with
like
that.
had something.
That's a better contender if you ask me.
That's my favorite top all the time. I loved Sopranos first, and then once Breaking Bad hit, I was like, no.
Those are good choices. I still go Game of Thrones because I am kind of a thrills kind of person, and I'm not talking about the sex scenes, but Oh, and Better Call Saul, I finally finished season 6.
Was it great? Oh,
that series that gets better as it goes along.
Yeah.
I actually found it was slow when it started. I'm like, yeah, it's good, but it's not Breaking Bad. When it
the
gets to
brother
season
stuff.
6, I'm like, they tied this into Breaking Bad perfectly, seamlessly. Like, this is perfect.
Love it. Love
right?
it.
Yeah. We could go on about the best TV shows of all time. Like I've always said, when Toy Connections needs
seen
to
Breaking
fold,
Bad in the first 3 seasons of Better Call Saul.
yeah. See, Better Call Saul gets really good around season 3, but I always felt if Toy Connections ever needed to end, I would just move into TV and movie stuff, and wrestling.
Wrestling. There you go.
Gotta get that in there. Yeah.
Gotta have the wrestling.
Yeah, we didn't really have the problems here. There was a civil war many moons ago before I moved here. It was violent, but in recent years, Guatemala kind of has a reputation of being problematic, but that's really only Guatemala City and only in certain sectors where you have, the little bangers and knuckleheads. But for the most part, everything here, you might have a little petty theft or a little domestic squabble here and there, but not much crime. It's actually pretty mellow.
And being complete in all honesty, and this probably actually makes it sound worse. So for all the bad rap that Baltimore gets, and mind you, it's not like we don't have the numbers to back it up. Like each and every year, we literally have more murders in Baltimore than there are days in the year. And that's murders, so like those are violent crimes.
You've got a skeleton. I've got a skeleton.
Nice.
I don't know what the hell this thing is.
This was the worst purchase ever. I originally bought a Dragon Blaster Skeletor, which I paid a little bit more than I wanted to, but it was about the same price if I just bought one figure from Big Bad and had it shipped. So it was like $29. And they sent me this, which I was mad because I can get this on Amazon for like $11 or so. And I just never got around to Because I don't go anywhere. I didn't get around to taking it to a
Single kidney
UPS
there.
store. And I said, screw it. So I took my first one, made that custom baker, and I took the other weapon, put it on here, and this is the funnest thing ever.
But does yours open to reveal a second robot on the inside?
Ooh. Ah.
Ooh.
This guy was $8 at Ross, and he's got 4 arms. And
Oh damn!
face.
This was like 100. This was like
Dungeons and
110
Dragons.
Canadian. So I'm not getting the good deals tonight. So
He's ugly.
The
Yeah,
Tyranid
he is.
Gene Stealer from 40K.
There we go.
Yep.
Thank you. I remembered it was from a game. I couldn't remember which one.
Yep. Warhammer.
All right, so I'm gonna have to heat treat some of these Wargus parts. to
Yeah,
get 'em
probably.
on, but yeah, it's a little tight, and I don't have my setup right now specifically for that, so I'm not gonna try to force it. But just an idea of, again, two very similar figures in a lot of ways, but then very different. You have the unknown one, and you have Vorgus Vermilius in his blood armor. Same helmet, most of the same armor pieces. He's got more of the braided cloth, and then he's got, more of that plate armor for the bottom. But just really, really fun, awesome figures.
But Vorgus has a sweet ass cape.
He does.
I've been having fun with the Lightyear stuff. God bless them. It's the bomb that just keeps giving. They did some 12-inch Buzz Lightyears had some armor that you could pull off, and I made me a G.I. Joe Spaceman with the armor piece. So,
does he
Fits
have
the
the
Joe
wrist
body
gauntlet
really
with the light up laser?
No, they did a couple different versions of his armor from different. I didn't see the movie,
Right.
but apparently he had different iterations before he got his Space Ranger suit, and this is one of
Yeah.
those.
The
So it's more
movie,
of a traditional.
it's actually good. I liked it.
It did not get a lot of great reviews, but the toys are great, and they went on clearance pretty quick. So I picked up a few for customizing. The robots are fun; they fit for anything.
The ones I read, the reviews, same people bitching about the same things. I'm just like, I'm just gonna watch it for myself, and I watched it, and I was like, this is kind of fun.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, would I wanted Tim Allen to come back and voice him? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the toy that they were doing for the movie. It was like a character's own origin story. Like if the toy had a show, this was the show, this was the story.
Yeah, that was sort of that was like the canon idea, was that the movie was what Andy probably watched as a kid before he got his Buzz Lightyear toy or something. It's like, okay, whatever.
I thought Tim Allen was dead.
Well, career-wise, I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he still lives in Colorado, up north.
Oh, well. Okay, so yeah, he's dead. All right.
Hey, shut up. I live in Colorado too. Shut up.
Are you really living in Colorado? No,
Nah,
He has his
well, I told you I'm
Santa
on
Claus
painkillers all the
series,
time, so,
I,
not really.
which
for some
was
reason
kind of
thought
meh.
I for some reason thought he had died. That's weird.
No.
I must have just dreamed it. A girl can dream.
I got that playset. I got that Buzz Lightyear playset for $40 at Ross. The whole big box. The whole
I got
big
it for
yeah.
like 25. It's right back there. You can't really see because the lighting back there is not very good, but I have the playset set up and Spock's in there with his menorah.
Nice.
That's cool.
There was somebody who
Love
did
it.
a video on YouTube about that playset where they're using it as a Starship Eternia for New Adventures.
Yeah.
It scales apparently with Origins.
Yeah, it
I
scales
thought
really
about
good.
picking up the truck and the gunner turret from that line because I see him cheap at like
The bad guy bots,
TJ Maxx?
Marshalls. I think
you could totally paint them silver, and they would make really cool horde troopers.
Yeah, they kind of
If
have
you
that
like painting them
trash,
silver.
yeah, trash can design.
Yeah.
Well, Bud's buddy liked that playset a lot.
I'll be
Bud's
honest.
friend.
I actually like the I really, really like the big yellow robot dudes as if y'all have ever read Venom Lethal Protectors, like in one of the first episodes, like there's these like sonic drilling machines and like destroys them, but they hit them with like the sonic drill or whatever and it starts hurting them. But like they're perfectly scaled even with the Venom from Marvel Legends. So I like using them for that. I think that's pretty cool.
Very nice.
Yeah, they've definitely got a lot of potential. I picked up some in the kind of the 1/12 ish scale, and then picked up the big ones for the 6-inch guys, and they're on my workbench. When I get around to it, I'll tinker with them and do something with them. They were just cheap. It's like, it's a robot. Everybody loves a robot.
And Mattel makes it, so it's good stuff, you know.
Yeah.
It's pretty
A lot of
solid.
people take those the spaceships and customize them for their classifieds or their O-ring Joes. Make some cool Joe stuff and Cobra stuff.
Oh my God. So there's actually a guy who I've been following recently on IG. He's been customizing a lot of the Buzz Lightyear stuff and painting it up and working it into the Kenner Aliens line. Like, working it with them because it scales pretty well.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's pretty cool because again, that's a line that doesn't get enough love. And it's pretty cool to see somebody being like, yeah, this is I'm putting out some stuff for her. I can't complain about that. I like seeing it. I don't buy his stuff because it's like super expensive, but it does give me ideas.
There was a proposed cartoon that was going to feature the colonial, what do you call them, Marines.
Yeah.
A brain, and that would have been so cool if they had made that happen. I think the
Right.
toy line would have gone longer if the cartoon had been actually made.
They could do a live action
Yeah,
show. That'd
yeah.
be
Instead, we
good.
got just those. Well, wasn't there supposed to be an alien? Yeah, there was. There was supposed to be an Aliens, Colonial Marines TV series that they were going to do for Hulu. Shortly proposed after Disney had bought Fox, and was quickly trying to find ways of cannibalizing all of the Fox Entertainment big franchises and putting out their stuff. And, Disney ended up owning a majority share in Hulu without really realizing it. But they were going to put it out on Hulu, and it was supposed to be just a Hulu exclusive live action Colonial Marines show. Now, it wasn't always going to be against xenomorphs, though, right? Like, you were going to see some of what the Colonial Marines were originally supposed to be doing, like quelling rebellious factions in deep space that were like opposed to the corporation or the company or whatever they were calling it this film. Basically, same nameless corporate entity that is trying to find the perfect weapon to sell to the American kind of thing.
Right.
But
and in some of the novelizations,
yeah, that
they
got
did go
scrapped.
on the bug hunts with other critters that weren't xenomorph level terror, but still fun
Right.
in the stories.
Yeah, it was really good, and I enjoyed seeing those other aspects because I just always appreciated the Colonial Marines. I thought they were really cool. That's one of the reasons why I actually liked the toys, because I was like, oh neat, we get some of these characters back who definitely died, and I have no idea how they survived. I wasn't mad though.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. And yeah, there's like one art with like a couple of the test shots for the animated series, and that's it. That's all that exists of that animated series.
Hiya Toys got my hopes up because they did that APC, and then they did a couple.
Go ahead,
of
Allison.
Marines
I'm sorry, you
from-
was about to say something.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, though. No.
Largo,
Oh, the
did you
delay.
get any of those Hiya Predators?
I got one or two of the Aliens and the Predators. I think I still have them. I might have sent them to Wilhelm because he's more the 118 guy. They're good.
Wasn't
good
there a glow in the dark
articulation.
one?
There was.
I think
They
I
even
got the
did
glow in the
some
dark
that
one.
were They did some translucent predators, or like when they're invisible.
That's cool.
Really neat. They're a little spendy,
Mhm.
but for what they are in the 1/18 scale, they're really nice. But they didn't do all the Marines from the Aliens
Yeah.
movie. They just did a handful, and it was like, man, you got to give us a whole crew.
Yeah, it's frustrating when they don't fill out the team.
Right?
Yeah.
Vasquez to this day is like still one of my most favorite Marines of the movie, period. Like, she is just such a badass from the
Oh,
moment
yeah.
she wakes up out of cryo sleep to going out with Gorman in the tunnel. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
just an amazing character in the movie. And
That
they did
actress
give her
really
a toy
should have had
too, which was great.
That actress should have had a bigger career. Jeanette Goldstein, like
Hmm.
she was really good in Catherine Bigelow's Near Dark.
Yes.
And I mean, her part in Terminator 2 is blink and you'll miss it, but she's did pretty good with what she had to work with there.
Oh, but the actress from Hunger Games said she was the first female action star. So
Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah, jeez.
I guess all the women who came before her were just warming up.
Was that how she said it, or was that how it was? Because I don't remember her saying it like
I don't
that.
remember her exact wording. I did watch the interview, and it was cringy the way she said it. I don't think she meant it the way it
Yeah, I
came
don't think
across.
she meant
Yeah,
it
she
that
should have
way.
clarified like in a certain context,
Yeah.
Like, she's the first female action star to get her own franchise, basically. Like, there's that, because
Right.
technically, to star in her own. I mean, that is one thing. I mean, everyone was like Linda Hamilton, but Linda
Tomb
Hamilton
Raider.
wasn't a star of Terminator. And they ditched her for the sequels. Like, it's the phrasing of what she probably used. I just didn't remember it that way, but that was also the year the press wanted to shit on Jennifer Lawrence because she's 30 now, and that's when they come for you in Hollywood. When you're a lady, you're 30, you're not quite as fuckable anymore.
Now she's got to play the Hallmark movies and be the
She's gonna be a grandma in her next movie, I'm sure.
Or she'll be the next she'll be the next Aunt May in the newest Spider-Man film.
Yeah,
Since
right.
the Aunt Mays keep getting younger and younger.
Well, technically, we don't know that because people used to age poorly in the past. So we don't know how old Aunt May was. Because what I will say is I'm almost the age my grandmother. Well, I'm actually older than my grandmother was when I was born. But I remember when my grandmother turned my age. And it fucked with me about 3 or 4 years ago when I was like, I'm almost as old as my grandma. But my grandma was really great and really old and really wrinkly in ways I'm not. Thank you, chemicals in the food. I mean, she was silent generation too. She lived through a fucking depression and grew up on the Sabine River in Louisiana, and like almost, I'm sure there are many times she was almost like swept away by the river. So
Greatest Generation, I think, right? In that era, is that what they call it?
I guess that's what we're saying. Like, you got to build them up even when it's not true, because those people. But so and the boomers have done all right, but the boomers also are asshats sometimes. Us Gen Xers, like everyone's like talking about sort of how we're not looking as old. It's like, yeah, but we're eternally children. We're the whole reasons that kid adults exist.
But in a way, we were way more grown up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like
as
when
kids.
everyone's like, "Why don't you kids grow up?" It's like, you motherfuckers. We were like latchkey.
We raised ourselves.
Yeah,
Like,
right. We were left to be feral. We grew up in the 80s where it's like our role models were like, people with giant hair and
part of the largest brainwashing scheme in history.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm just, like, whatever. We get to be kids forever and buy toys forever. Fuck you people. I had to learn how to make macaroni and cheese from a box without any help and almost burn the house down and put it out and cover it so I didn't get caught for it and get in trouble for almost burning the house down, which wouldn't have happened if we would have had a fucking microwave. We got a
Almost
microwave
burning the
with
house down. I did burn the house down.
Wait. You can't. Can you make mac and cheese in the microwave?
Yeah, you get the little
Totally.
frozen ones. The
Oh.
Michelinas for like they were 50 cents. They're like I went to buy a Michelinas the other day. I'm like, I'll just grab one of those as like supplemental lunch. It was like $1.50. I'm like, these things used to be 50 cents. What the fuck, inflation? Like, there's no way frozen macaroni and cheese that's like maybe 5 tablespoons should be more than 50 cents in 2023, the year of our Lord.
Maybe they're just encouraging you not to buy it.
Perhaps. But it's still only like $1 for like, well, not even, it's like 87 cents for the box of like Kraft macaroni and cheese, like the like kind with the powder. But you got to add milk and butter to that. And I'm just like, why should I have to use my milk and butter?
So it's like $12 once you add all those.
Yeah, basically, once you put that fucking milk in there. It's like every week when I do the grocery order, because I eat cereal regularly. Special K red berries Monday. And then on the weekend, I get to have fun cereal. Cookie Crisp, Frankenberry, whatever.
Are you
but I use
5 years
milk.
old?
And like milk is like $4 for a jug. And I'm just like, why? But it's not like you can put anything else in cereal because it's
that's
evil.
true. Ooh, oh, what are the regulations within your town about owning a cow?
Well, being that I don't talk to my ex anymore, I don't talk to his mother, so I'm not sure why I would want to own a cow. But if you mean cattle, like we yard again, I don't want to talk to her ever again. But if you mean like livestock that you would get beef from, I don't like. I live basically.
You get milk from it.
I live like in an apartment / condo situation, so like I don't know where I could put it. You know, like we don't have.
There's a small breed of dairy cow.
Yeah.
You get a goat.
Potbelly cow.
I was going to say it's probably more likely to get goats.
I was going to say
Yeah.
we have a fellow who comes by here with his nanny goat, and you can get fresh milk. He'll just squirt it out right there for you.
Our
very
our goal when we like
The milk,
buy
you mean.
something is to
The
buy
milk.
out of town so we can have like chickens and a garden, and I would consider getting a goat even though they're like monstrous little beasts.
They're
Little
fun.
easy.
They're
They're
good
disruptive.
lawnmowers.
Goats
Just
are
what
fun
goats
until
are.
it's 2 a.m. and they like escape the pen and then they like hit the side of your house with their little hooves and like make that goat sound and you think it's Satan himself trying to get through the door. You're like, away with you, Black Phillip. So I mean, my grandparents had goats, so like they're just not friendly, and their meat is very stringy. So it's like they're not good eating them goats.
No, goats.
Although goat
Do it
cheese
and stuff.
is amazing.
The only way I've ever successfully been able to tolerate goat meat is if you have to slow cook it and you have to like toward the end of it throw fresh mint in there and some pomegranate and then let that sort of kill the wild gamey stringy. It's very stringy, weird meat. It's like trying to eat alligator without the fish taste to it.
Oh yeah, that's
Hey.
a reference that everyone will understand.
Actually,
lamb is better.
I love alligator
I
meat,
can't
by the
help
way.
that not
Oh,
everyone
you've
has
never had goat? Well, it's just like alligator.
It's like alligator, but not. I'm sorry that not everyone has had
Alligator is
the
really
like
good.
the like culinary experiences of the world that I have had. Like
Oh, you've never had elephant? It's like mammoth meat.
I would
It's
eat
not a-
elephant because that's barbaric. Like those are endangered.
Elephant's just
species.
too gamey for me.
Yeah, it's like I would never eat anything that's.
Why-
And they're so old. Like it's like I had a friend in college who like his dad would like send him exotic foods and like one time sent him panda jerky and I'm just like he was like you should try it and I'm like I'm absolutely not going to eat panda jerky because one it's an endangered species and two it's a fucking panda. What the hell is wrong with you, Carl?
Hey, endangered species taste the best.
Two things. I agree with Quip 100%. Goat curry is fantastic.
Yeah.
Mm.
I would 100% eat panda jerky.
I will eat anything that's Jamaican or Indian. Well, I'll try it once anyway. If it's because Jamaican, like a good Jamaican jerk sauce, after you finish having your face melted off, is delicious.
See, jerk
Goes
sauce
well
is
with
actually
rum.
pretty sweet.
Yeah, but you got to get the good spicy kind. You got to do it right. None of this white people spicy. Like you need the
Well,
actual.
no,
like,
that is the actual way. It's
Like a lot
actually
of sugar
rather
in it.
sweet. It's not nearly as hot as people get this mental idea of.
I
Jerk
have
chicken itself is sweet. I mean, it's got some heat to it. Don't get me wrong. Scotch bonnet peppers are hot, but they are known for their sweetness. And if you're eating jerk chicken that doesn't use Scotch bonnet peppers like the way I make it, because the way I have to make it, we don't get a lot of Scotch bonnet peppers here in Maryland. So I make it with their cousin, the habanero, which is several thousand Scovilles hotter than a Scotch
the
bonnet.
only jerk
Mine
chicken
will
I've
melt your face off.
The only jerk chicken I've had is my friends did their honeymoon there, and they had a friend who had a friend, so they were able to smuggle out like 24 Dasante water bottles with actual jerk sauce in it. So like I used to have a bottle of that lived in my freezer. It didn't really fully freeze ever, which is a good sign. But I finished out. I mean, that was over a decade ago. There's no way that much a Dasante bottle full of jerk chicken sauce is gonna last more than a year. So, but yeah, so that's the only. I mean, like I've had American restaurants that are like, have our jerk chicken. And it's like the only jerk here is me for believing this was going to be jerk chicken.
You've also got, well, that's because this will probably be the most racist thing I ever say on my channel. You got to flavor your food the right amount, not the white amount. So, there we go. As it was dead silent after that.
Well, I'm just trying to like.
I
find a way
100%
to
agree.
contradict you because I'm like, like that's accurate. Like,
and you've also got to make sure that you're serving your jerk chicken over like good coconut rice and peas. Too.
When I go to the Thai restaurant and the people there don't speak English that's compatible with my English, and they're trying to figure it, like they're asking me how spicy. I'm like, how many stars do you put next to it? And they'll be like 5, and then said they'll put down 3. I'm like, no, not white girl spicy. So like 4.5 stars. Because like, like I grew up in Louisiana.
I legit keep spices on my desk here in case like I eat something and it's not like to my taste. Like literally.
Pre-pandemic, when I would go places.
I got some salt. I got some hot sauce.
Yeah.
Pre-pandemic, when I would go
on
places,
everything here.
I carried sriracha and Tabasco in my purse. Like,
I got sriracha in the fridge.
Yeah, every dish here has lime and pepper in everything. It's tasty.
Proper pepper.
Yeah.
Yes, proper pepper.
Lime and pepper is like that's such a good combo.
So, like even today, we went out to while Skelly was here, we went out to Buffalo Wild Wings for lunch because he had never been to a Buffalo Wild Wings, and it's just like a chicken place, really. So it's a bar that sells chicken wing. Yes, very cultural.
They have them in Fresno.
He had never been to one. And so we went to one today, and basically we all just got their very saucy chicken sandwiches because they've got, again, like
describe how they're saucy, because my mind did not go to chicken with sauce, but anyway.
Well, they are some saucy chickens, let me tell you. They'd give Allison a run for her money. But they they've got their large list of different sauces, and then they've got different dry rubs, and of course they got them all measured from like the most mild to the hottest and everything. So like we all got, I got mine, which is normally like one of the hotter ones. I prefer their mango habanero. And Ziggy got barbecue. No, he didn't get barbecue. I can't remember what Ziggy got. And then Skelly got one of the barbecue ones because they got like a new bourbon barbecue. And I told him, I was like, I get extra sauce with mine, like in a cup on the side. So I was like, Skelly, you gotta try that sauce because he said he likes spicy foods and he went after it. Now he didn't flinch, but he also did not go back to dip more fries in that sauce either afterwards.
But that's the thing about Buffalo Wild Wing. Like you
And
hear
he's
the
currently in an
name,
emergency room.
and you know what they are, and then you go there and you're not expecting them to actually be able to deliver some good stuff, and they do actually deliver.
Oh,
some
they've
good
got good
stuff.
food.
Like the first time I went there, I was completely expecting to, like, to be unimpressed, and I'm like, well, if I'm going to go to a chain restaurant to get hot wings, this is the chain restaurant to get hot wings. If you guys are ever in Portland, we'll go to Fire on the Mountain. It's a really good wing place that we have here. That's like it's not it's a regional within Portland metro area chain, but they have really good. Like I like their garlic parm wings though. I don't usually go for their spicier stuff. Just because
You can get their
sometimes
garlic
you need
parm
garlic
sauce
and
now in a
parm.
bottle.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
Yeah, you can get the Buffalo Wild Wings garlic parmesan sauce in a bottle. And then you can make all kinds of meals. That's in like a pretty popular TikTok trend because I keep seeing that. I watch a lot of food videos because I love food and I love cooking. But
Oh, so many food videos, and then so many bad food videos.
And Quip
terrible
has a
one.
good point about boneless wings, and I'm not going to try to change your mind. And I'm
I'm just
okay
gonna
with it.
agree with you.
I agree, and bring on the boneless wings.
Like I cringe
this girl
whenever
loves
a video starts of someone putting like some kind of sauce in like Pyrex dish and then pouring dry pasta into it and like raw meat and like mixing it up and being like, now we're gonna put it in the oven. I'm like, no,
Oh my god!
put it in the trash.
I'm gonna send you on TikTok, but some of the Everyone's So Creative ladies videos because it's.
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
Is it these two?
I love her.
Is it these two Canadian like kind of bald brothers, and they have two wives, and the two wives make cooking videos, and their videos are just like, yeah, that level of stuff, and I'm just like, oh my god.
Yeah,
How are you allowed to? Ugh.
I catered like my company's holiday dinner earlier, and I made pepperoni chicken. And it's like a layer of pepperoni, layer of red sauce, a layer of chicken breast, then more pepperoni, then more red sauce, then a bunch of cheese, basil, fresh basil, and then black olives and mushrooms, right? And as I'm preparing it, I hear that lady's voice in my head. Everybody's so creative. I'm like, bitch, get out of my head. This is good. This is good. This is not an evil casserole. It's delicious. Please stop. But I did have that moment of, am I doing a disaster here? And people ate it and took I made a lot because, my company is small. We can't offer a lot of perks. And if I'm going to cook for you, I'm going to cook for you. So people got to take leftovers. But of all the dishes I made, like over 70% got annihilated.
Right.
So, but yeah, everyone's so creative, and then she has her other saying is it ain't gonna go down easy if it ain't cheesy, and that popped in my head as I was covering it with the cheese. It's like the cheese is here because the cheese is delicious.
Have you seen the Omaha cat lady?
Possibly.
Where she's always just like, whenever she sees like a cooking video of that level, she's like, "Dear Lord, child, dear Lord, who had to hurt you as a child?"
I was thinking of an actual cat lady, Dame Omaha. Wasn't there a comic of that back in the day?
I've seen her.
I
She's
miss
pretty
that
good.
guy. What was his name? Justin. He was the Cajun chef. He go, it's wonderful.
yeah.
Get on D.
Yeah.
He was funny.
Yeah, I forget his last name. He came to our school one time when I was a kid and talked to us.
I used to
was
love
pretty
watching
good.
him.
Yeah, I'd much rather him than that asshole Emerald. Whoever told Emerald that you should put tomatoes in gumbo should be both of them should just be taken to the guillotines and taken out, because if you put this is the statement, I stand by it. I will go down. Like, I want this on my tomb right under like She hated you all. Like, it'll be my name, birth date, death date. She hated all of you fuckers. And then if you put tomatoes in gumbo, it's not gumbo, it's spaghetti sauce, bitch.
I do like okra in my gumbo.
That's
I may be wrong for that, but I
if
like
you don't
it.
put okra
No,
in your
no, it's
gumbo, then
acceptable.
like we know you're not actually from the South.
Dude, pickled okra.
People
I could
not
eat
from
that
the South,
forever.
like, okra is slimy. It's like, well, then you haven't properly had your okra cooked. So
Mhm.
good for you. You just outed yourself, Yankee.
In our freezer, we have these chopped up, like battered okra. That are just so good.
I like to just toss it with some olive oil, salt, and pepper, and throw it in the air fryer.
I
Delicious.
like
Yeah.
to get okra, like fresh okra, and then dump it like in jars with like pickle juice and white vinegar or apple. Like I'll just mix all the vinegars and like some red wine vinegar and some salt and pepper and some little peppercorns and just let that okra sit in the refrigerator until it's like nice and pickled. And like that's for salads, that's to snack on, that's to like people are like, ew, okra is gross. So you sit there and eat like 5 or 6 of them quietly while staring at them and make them watch you eat the okra. So
Yeah, my dad used to grow okra in the garden, and we'd always pickle several jars and put some a little spicy and some for white boy heat. But
yeah,
I
those are
love love spicy pickled vegetables of any kind. They're always so good.
It's so easy to do and so yummy.
It's because the vinegar really brings out that heat.
Yeah. I should just I can't just dump out pickle juice. I'm also that's also
Oh no,
you're getting old.
never.
But like whenever I finish and I go through a couple jars of pickles every week. So I'll like chop up carrots and celery and throw that in the pickle juice with. I threw some tomato because I added tomato. It's basically whatever vegetable in my refrigerator.
Oh, I want that shield.
Going bad.
That looks nice.
And then it just all goes in the pickle juice, and then you just throw it on salads, and you're
That is a
good.
good shield.
Pickle juice is for Caesar.
I'm annoyed that the freaking Origins figure did not come with his snake armor shield.
Yeah, that was an
What
oversight.
is Kenzo? How? Where did that come from? Because it is epic and it's amazing.
It came from my 3D printer.
Nice.
Oh, that's sir. I'm gonna be pinging you because we need to chat because I've got ideas.
Are you able to get? Is that articulated?
It's vintage style articulate, yeah.
That's amazing.
So it's not the legs. The legs are solid, but what I was thinking was I might use some of the parts and because actually I printed the belt on its own because I was gonna actually put it on an Origins leg, and I was actually gonna do that so I can have an articulated leg, but came out real good. The design on the movie Tila is pretty good.
That looks really good.
But
Hell yeah.
I've been working on all the girls. I got Katra coming. I got the Filmation Katra.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, we definitely need to chat at some point.
What else am I doing? Of course, the movie Tila, and then something else. I got a couple that I'm printing, I think, and then it's been good. Printer's been hot. It's been running. I even got a 3L.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
That looks really good.
And it's
Love
arms
it.
articulate. Just haven't finished it yet.
Yeah, it's amazing
I'm
that
gonna
you
do.
guys
Then I'm
can do
doing
this.
a 12-inch too bad. That'll be fun.
Wow.
Oh, there you go.
I was on a private chat earlier today, and I was talking with Grindhead Jim, who just got a 3D printer like a week ago. And I was like, man, I've got this 6-inch or 12-inch Doctor Who, and I don't have a TARDIS for him. And he's like, clickety click click. 5 seconds later, oh, I found a file. I can print that.
Yep.
I'm like, what? It's like, yeah,
I'm digging it.
that's sweet.
I like that.
And then it comes with this. And then I printed the sword somewhere in my mess, but the sword goes in the top.
Oh, cool.
That's cool.
The
That's
hero
really
Grace
Now, could you adapt it to fit different styles of power swords?
Yeah, I mean you can.
Oh, man.
I can do small. Well, like this was this sword I just did. I'm going to put on anti-eternia, but like
Nice.
any sword
Yeah.
can go. You know,
Oh,
and you can make them as
perfect.
big as you want. I can upscale it. I can, you can downscale it to the minis. You can do whatever you want. So, and then this one had the axe too, so this will go on the anti-eternia.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's kind of nice.
I dig it. I really like that.
And then finally, I got the one for Faker. It's got like a robotic type sword.
Very nice. Yeah, that's a good looking one.
I agree with Gaz. You can never have too many TARDIS in your collection.
There's no such thing. That doesn't
Although technically,
enter
it's all just
vocabulary.
the same TARDIS, right? I mean, it gets kind of meta.
That's true. Well, because his was the last one.
That's true.
Oh, and here was that shield.
Oh my gosh,
Nice.
that's so cool.
Not done with it yet. I'm going to do
That
more
is a
gold.
really good one.
It's a cool one. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Wow,
Keep him busy.
it's admirable work. Like, glad somebody's doing it because Mattel.
Here you go, Oz. Here's your buddy.
Fiona and her babies.
I don't know where her babies are. I seriously
got
like
one.
a bomb went off on my desk. It's so bad. I'm so messy.
That was my first classified figure was Fiona. And then now I've got Timber and I've got a couple more on the way. And I need to at least try to get one or two more Fionas. And of course, as many
Oh yeah, I mean,
Oh,
that guy is so
many
cool.
Timbers.
Nice.
he's
Yeah, it
cool.
was $15.
That's really cool.
He
Yeah,
looks
I
like
wish-
he's the other member of the North Wind.
I'm
gonna set up a whole winter thing on my shelf probably tomorrow, and he'll be on
Nice.
there.
I went
And these-
to. I drove to a pretty far, or rather, Ziggy drove to a pretty far Target where we did finally find the owlbears, and I had it in my hand, and I was like, "It's $14.99. I should get it." And then I was like, "No, I really shouldn't get anything more for myself." And then, like, the next weekend came, and Jacob Marley dropped, and I said, "Well, let's throw that rule out the door."
You know, sometimes.
A lot of rules thrown out. That's bad.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the 60th anniversary specials for the Doctor. I don't have Disney Plus. I don't have access to it here.
Right.
But I've seen a lot of the commercials and commentary on it. I love David Tennant. I loved him in Broadchurch. I loved him as the Doctor.
Yeah.
He's a great actor. Oh, and what was that Neil Gaiman piece he did with
The Good Omens.
With
Good
Good
Omens,
Omens with
Oh, he makes such a
Sheen.
yeah.
Michael Sheen.
Yeah.
Michael Sheen.
Those two are such a great combo together. They feed off each other well. But
I love watching
yeah,
the little short clip of them too, where he's like, "Oh, this is what I painted. It's pretty good." David Tennant's talking about it, and then like Michael Sheen turns around, it's like this mess. He's like, "You did not paint that in like 20 minutes." He's like, "I did."
Oh yeah, some of their when they were just kind of going at each other during the coof, when they were just cooped up and they'd get on video chats and then they started putting them out. It's like those guys are just genuinely hilarious. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see him coming back to the Doctor as the 14th. But ever since I'd say right before the Capaldi era, the scripts weren't great. I kind of got turned off with the Doc. I like Capaldi; he was a good actor. I like the name just went right out of my head. She was also in Broadchurch and a few other things.
Yeah.
Jodie Whittaker.
Thank you. Good actress. I just didn't like the scripts. I watched the first season with her, and it was like So kind of lost some luster for me. I like the older Doctors better. The script writing I thought was better.
Yeah, I haven't
Not
watched that
always, but
quite a
Russell
while.
Russell T Davies was like probably my favorite. And then Steve Moffat, when he took over, he continued like really good script writing for the more modern era Doctors. Like did really, really well. And you're right, like right as it switched over to Peter Capaldi, like the writing just wasn't there. I wasn't as interested in him. And again, it's nothing against Peter Capaldi himself, because I love other
No.
stuff that he's done and he's been in. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
I didn't care for the shows and how they were written with him. And then by that time, I'd never really gotten more of a chance to watch Jodie Whittaker because I didn't have a streaming service that
Right.
it was
Carried
available
her
on at the
shows.
time to continue to watch it. So
Yeah.
that kind of killed my drive, really, because I was excited when I found out I was going to be a female doctor. I was like, oh, this is going to be really interesting.
Yeah.
Well, even Moffat and Davies hinted at the idea that regeneration could be either gender. So they'd
Yep.
always been thinking about it.
Still waiting for Ginger Doctor.
Yes.
I think they're
I
going
think
to
it
let
was
that
Tenet.
for a while.
They're
gonna let that
I
keep
think it was
rolling.
like Tenet or something. I was like, I was hoping I'd be, Ginger when he first transformed.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
I think Matt Smith's doctor was lamenting that. That's probably why he
Oh,
picked up a
yeah,
Ginger
yeah.
companion.
That whole storyline was epic. Like Matt Smith, the Raggedy
girl
Man and all
waited.
that. Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Very
Like
fairy
that whole the ending to the Ponds. Oh, holy crap! Like not only him waiting hundreds of years, fucking Arthur, whatever his name is. But then her like sacrifice and shit. It was just like fuck.
The Lonely Centurion, yeah.
Yeah, the
Fake-
lonely Centurion.
Those were
Oh,
fun.
that was Rory.
Rory, there we go. I was
Yeah.
thinking of his actor's name, Arthur Derville.
Yeah.
I think the whole sorry, I missed 5 minutes, but the female doctor thing didn't bother me either. But Jodie Whittaker, like whether it was the writing or the directing or she never sort of grabbed me as the doctor. Like the doctor has to have a personality.
Gravitas. Yeah.
It just wasn't there. Like she was just kind of. Now I wonder if there was too many co-stars. Like there was like 8 companions. It felt like
Too many companions. I could see that being an issue.
and there was too many storylines, and I didn't know who the hero was and who like I was supposed to like care about, like because there was also like there was a romance between the doctor and one of the companions, but there wasn't, and it was like either do it or don't, but don't kind of like I don't know. It was never impactful for me.
Right.
Like the seasons with Jodie Whittaker.
The most unsatisfying edging ever.
Well, not even. I mean, it was like I
because that
genuinely
was
didn't care.
That was Rose.
Yeah. They definitely handled that better with the Tenet era when he basically just told her, it's like, you can live the rest of your life with me. I can't live the rest of my life with you.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't live the way you do. I
Right?
regenerate.
It'll never happen.
Yep.
It
Until
was
it did
phenomenal.
when they figured out the whole meta crisis thing. But, writers. There's always plot armor.
And see, I think this is what falls to it, right? Like it is definitely the writing around that era. Like after Peter Capaldi became Doctor, like I just felt like the writing was not as good moving into the Jodie Whittaker. Because I did catch an episode or two, but I couldn't watch it steady, and I just thought that was it because I couldn't watch it steady is why I wasn't feeling it. But now I'm finding out, okay, cool. It wasn't just that. It was just
there
the
were-
writing stayed shabby.
There were people that complain about Stephen Moffat having these story arcs that were like season long, and actually 2 seasons
Multiple
long instead
season
of one
long.
case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people were like, "That's not what we want." And then they kind
Whatever.
of abandoned that, and they went purely
Give it
like
to me.
episode. And people were like, "This isn't what we want." And then they were like, "Bring Stephen Moffat back." It's like, what? You can't have it both ways. Like, I thought that story arc through the like the cracks and things, like I thought that was fantastic. And I mean, if you're watching Doctor Who at this point, you're watching the whole season. Like, it's not as though there's very few people that are sort of popping.
It's also kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to pick up at like a new season or like a new Doctor, because there's usually half of a story of a companion you're missing, because they usually go like companion, doctor, companion, doctor, but the cuts between the seasons are all different. So like you missed like 10 episodes of the introduction of a companion, you're going to be lost on that. But if you try a new companion, then you're getting the last part of this Doctor that's going to shift into a new one. And it's hard to, you kind of have to just go back, start at the the 10th Doctor or 9th, and just blast through it.
Yeah, there's some good story arcs, and the whole thing with River Song was really
Or
well.
Eccleston, there we go. That's what I was trying to think of.
Eccleston,
Oh yeah, to have River Song kind of going in the opposite direction.
Oh, and the whole River Song thing. Oh, love it.
And the astronaut, you know, the like, like that was. It was. I mean, I like that kind of writing because I like, you know, books. Believe it or not. So it was like the idea that these were sort of chapters within a story, and most of them, you know, you could watch the episode and enjoy it for what it was. But I liked having, you know, 12 episodes to get to, you know, the payoff. You know, Rory, you know, the Centurion, right? Like that wouldn't have paid off if we didn't have a whole, you know, sort of build up to that.
Right.
It wouldn't have had the same impact, right?
It's like anime, but you know, satisfying. Because like some anime arcs, it goes way too long.
Oh yeah,
and it's,
yeah.
But like Doctor Who is like a good burn.
Yeah, it's very satisfying when you get to that part where it's like, oh, this totally makes sense now. From like 3 seasons ago, they mentioned something, and now they're paying it off. It's like, nice.
But I get that not everybody has that attention span.
Right. And then they do things like dinosaurs on a spaceship. One shot. Go for it. How do you go wrong? It's dinosaurs on a spaceship. Everybody wins.
And those amazing, I always call them potato people.
I
forget what race. Yeah, just those guys were just, love it.
The whole Pater Noster gang. That was one thing with Capaldi that was fun when they had was it Strax, the nurse who was a Sontaran, and then the reptilian lady whose name I cannot remember at the moment. But there was like her, and then she had her assistant / lover. So there's the 3 of them that kind of nursemaided the Doctor when he was going through some troubles, and then they kind of became their own Scooby gang in the Victorian era.
I always wanted a spin-off show of them.
That would have been fun.
Nothing wrong with dinos on a spaceship. Man, I got excited for that. And earlier I commented bow ties are cool. And, you know, that
bow ties are.
Came up.
I don't know if I have it here at my desk, but I actually have a bow tie.
Oh,
because bow ties are cool.
He's the best Doctor.
I think
it's in my drawer somewhere.
Took over, I didn't care for him, but that's like
every Doctor when you know,
by the end you just like is what I've come to realize. Now, mind you, I came in at the Eccleston era, and that's when I started watching. Now, I remembered watching Doctor Who as a kid, but it was this hokey sci-fi show that used to come on at 2 a.m. on Saturdays on PBS.
Right.
And it was a lot of heavy Tom Baker era episodes and everything like that. And I just didn't really get the mythos because you'd watch all the way up to the end of an episode and it would be to be continued, but then the next episode they would air would be from a completely different
out of sequence.
Completely. So I never really could get into it. So with Eccleston, I started getting into it from the beginning and then through Tennant, and it was like, wow, this is just amazing. And then when Matt Smith came in, I was like, I don't know if I like this guy. I don't know if I like these companions now.
I don't know. For me, the whole 11th hour, it was such a beautiful fairy tale type story. It really is like, usually you have that, well, I'll give it a couple episodes before I see if I like this Doctor or not. But I really liked that Matt Smith storyline right off the bat, the way they did the whole thing with Amelia Pond. And
right.
So the writing I knew was going to be good. That was fun.
Well, what drew me in better was when they brought back River with Matt Smith. Because it was then, like, we met her with the Doctor as Tennant, and then that story continued with Matt Smith, and I was like, this is really good at this point. Like, that was really good writing.
Oh, and they even teased that because in the David Tennant episode in the library, she says, the doctor came when I called, but it's not my doctor. So it's like, oh, well, which doctor is yours?
Right. Yeah, it was. It added this layer of intrigue to it.
And man, the one episode that will always bring me to tears is the whole Vincent Van Gogh episode. Oh my god!
Yes, I still watch that clip because it circles around quite frequently, and every time I come across it, I watch it.
And that was one of those moments where you see just how ancient the Doctor is. It's like he does this heartfelt thing, and very cool. I love the paint job on that.
The detail is stunning.
I did a shoe paint. This is an Angelus. I use that for I did custom shoes for a little bit, but this is a really nice gold. Really good looking gold.
I like that we're getting your other backdrop this time instead of just your normal Grayskull mural. I like that we're getting to see the workshop a little bit more here this time.
Well, everything's Broncos down here in the basement, so.
yeah, going from the sports collection Kenzo versus the action figure collection Kenzo. I like it. It's a nice change of scenery, and it shows people you have more than one interest as far as your collection goes, which is it's always good to have here.
Which is
he's got layers,
which like is horrible on the wallet. Yeah,
like an onion. It's got many layers,
and it stinks sometimes, especially when my Broncos are playing so
I'm
bad.
I'm trying to decide what my next collecting avenue is going to be, because obviously Origins is going to be ending, at least for me, soon.
Well, for the fantasy realm, you've got Savage Crucible coming up with some good stuff.
Yes.
That's a possibility.
Well, Bud's got something on his way that's gonna.
So I've heard.
Tell us, Bud. Tell us. Don't be hiding.
I can't.
Boo.
A mythical fairy has decided to drop a present in the mail.
Oh. This guy was like $6 on Amazon.
Is that
I was so thinking about him, but he's just so big that I already have Violator.
Yeah,
and I have
guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was thinking doing some kind of custom with him. I don't know. Because, the robotic part of it is, you could do so much.
Maybe a good Frankenstein or something.
He's that's pretty much what Overkill
He's
is.
Overkill, yeah. I couldn't think of the name.
Well, like I called him Cygor at first and realized no, that's the gorilla.
Yeah, no, it's the
It'd be like
Cygor is the gorilla,
a toxic
and then you had
thinker or something.
Tremor.
Trying to decide if I want to jump back into some Spawn or the whole, Course Mythic thing, or jump into another love of mine, which is Turtles.
Turtles.
All good options. All good
Turtles.
options, bud.
And well, I think Turtles are definitely going to be like a side thing for me because one, they're coming out at retail and they're like $11 each, so it's like yay, not like $50 each fucking figures.
Yeah, that's fair.
And they just came out with the 2003 series Turtles, which I'm hoping after that they'll go to the 2012 because those were the ideal Turtles that I wanted.
They didn't
go
have
along
anything in
with
between
Motu.
2003 to 2012, so that would be the next step.
Yeah. I was never, Turtles weren't quite in my wheelhouse because I was at that age as a kid where I was too old to really get into those when they were popular. I've always been more into like, the old Universal monsters and cryptids and creepy stuff. So Monster Force coming up is really tripping my trigger. I hope it's as good as it looks in what they're showing.
Well, that's the thing is I don't think Fresh Monkey Fiction has delved into the 6-inch stuff yet. I think 4-inch is kind of their jam, but they are quite experienced in what they're making, right? So I've got a few figures. I mean, I hyped up the General Brown a little while ago, right? I thought that's an amazing figure to have in the line. There's a few of the Red Shadows looking type of figures, but it's interesting that you say like you would have missed Turtles because like it begs the question of what was the best era to grow up in, because a lot of people who caught Turtles missed Star Wars. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right.
And like I have friends who were 3 years older and they got the Return of the Jedi portion of Star Wars. So they can say they caught Star Wars. And I got friends who were 3 years younger, and then they would have entirely missed it, and then caught like the absolute peak of Turtles. You know what I mean?
So, well, see, here's mine though. For like my growing up, born in '86, so tail end of Masters of the Universe into New Adventures, straight into TMNT, then the whole Kenner, or I think it was the Kenner Batman figures, straight into Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, which sprawled out for such a long time.
For me, that's my tail end. Like I get cut off around Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
So yeah, for me, like I'm right there with Bud. I was 85, and it was like Masters of the Universe was peak. Transformers and Joe's were like really peaking in another couple. Well, no,
also
Joe's because Joe's were peaking
Star Trek figures.
Like they really peaked around like the 84, 85 eras, like when they were like, we're giving you huge play sets, we're giving you huge vehicles, we're giving you little vehicles, we're giving you little play sets, we're giving you Joe's this, Joe's that. Like it was everywhere. It was glorious, but it wasn't the toy line that my parents were buying for me at the time.
Right.
I didn't get more Joes until like into the 90s when you had like your Eco Warriors, your Ninja Force, and everything like that. But then like TMNT came around and definitely took over the toy wave. But then there was also the Toy Biz Marvel that was popular at that time that I had a bunch of.
Surprisingly, I never had I had a few of the later '90s Spider-Man figures. Like they were about like 6 inches scale, but like it was like the Carnage era and all that. Like I had Carnage and Venom and Beast and Spider-Man.
It's just really interesting because like as much as I get labeled as a Transformer person, I mean by the time you're old enough to really play with your toys, you're more like 4 years old.
Transformers, Ken?
A little bit. Because I was born in '82. I mean, the only Transformers I really remember seeing that were new, that Panther is awesome. The only Transformers I recall seeing new in '86 was the season 3 stuff. So I grew up in the Rodimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, Galvatron, Combiners era. And then the stuff that, well, I did see the stuff that was, because, between seasons 2 and 3, there was a big change. It was like, instead of being on, in the present, you were in the future timeline. But a lot of the '85 figures still were on shelves, but by this point, they were last year's product. And all the rage was all the movie stuff. right?
Right.
And that was also the year I came to Canada because I arrived here in June and the movie was in August. So for me, being 4 years old at the time, that was like the pinnacle of it. And then kind of, yeah, you got GoBots there, right? Isn't that Psykill or who's that? Psykill, yeah. I'm not great with my GoBots, but
I was
so
way
like,
more GoBots than
a lot of people were, right? So yeah, there you go. You got Galvatron, right? So for me, like from the movie through like the Headmasters, Pretenders, that was actually my peak, you know. And then I kind of went back to the 84, 85 stuff, right? So
Yeah.
Dude,
Well, like
I was born in '78. I'm old. Yeah.
But see, you would have experienced Star Wars, like you would have been like 5 when Return of the
Star
Jedi
Wars.
came out, so you would
Right.
have understood that, right? Like you may have been just old enough to catch the early part of Turtles too.
So
Early part, yeah.
The
Early
Turtles
part.
for you would have been like Power Rangers
Then it was
for me.
then it was
right?
girls. You know,
Yeah.
changed everything. Everything went
I
out the window.
kind of got
Girls.
that weird sweet spot because, you know, I got the early 70s stuff. So I was still getting the reruns from the 60s. So we got all the great TV stuff. We saw the sci-fi before everything became Star Wars clones. So we had Logan's Run,
Right.
we had Planet of the Apes, we had original Star Trek, we had $6 Million Man, we had all that cool stuff. Then Star Wars changed everything, and then everything kind of morphed from there. So, you know, I went from the 12-inch fuzzy head Kung Fu grip, you know, Adventure
Yeah.
Team guys, and then
Yeah.
I also got to see the Real American Hero stuff when that came. So it's like, you know,
That's actually really cool for you because you were being an early 70s kid, right? You would have caught you would have missed the military era unless you got some hand-me-downs, which I think you did.
Right.
But because you would have caught most of the Adventure Team era and like the Super Joe, right? And then you would have been just like peak age to get like to really feel the high of the 82 Joes, like the OD Green stuff and the smaller
Right.
figures, you know, because you'd have what 11 when those came out or something like that. 10, something like
Right
that. So like
thereabouts.
that's the age where you can like play with the stuff, but like
Oh.
interpret what the heck's going on too. You're not just bashing them together. It's actually an adventure for you, right?
And as much as I liked Joe and it was awesome, I was more of a Superpowers kid. I loved the Kenner Superpowers line.
Superpowers was amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, my cousin had a bunch of the Superpowers figures, which was neat because I got to play a lot with those before Kenner into Toy Biz era, you know, superhero figures. But then for me though, like I was at that tail end of Star Wars where like it wasn't really so plentiful in stores. So like I never saw it there. I only saw it at yard sales, but then at yard sales you could never get it complete or they were broken or you know, stuff like that. So I missed out on that.
Yeah.
For me, right when I was getting more out of toys, like mid 90s ish, Star Wars came back. And that
I
brought me
remember that.
in.
For me, around 86, Star Wars was like leftover product before, and that part of the aisle got smaller and smaller, and I thought it was this tiny line that nobody really cared about, just because that's what I remember seeing, right? And Masters was still big in 86. The big tank was in 87, you know?
Right.
But yeah, Joe was big. Transformers, obviously, right?
In early 90s, it seemed like there was a lot of like hit or miss toy franchises that came out, right? Like they tried to throw everything at the wall to see what stuck, right? Like you had, Swamp Thing had a cartoon and they tried to put toys out that never really quite took hold or took
Those
off.
Swamp Thing toys.
They
The
were
Swamp Thing
Extreme-
with the
Extreme
log,
Ghostbusters, you know?
the
Yeah.
log bazooka.
Extreme
I had
Ghostbusters.
that, loved it.
Trying to bring back the RGB, the Extreme GI Joe that never quite took. You had
But you had
Skeleton
Sergeant
War.
Savage too.
Sergeant Savage. That was that nobody ever talks about that as much.
I loved Sergeant Savage. I got the VHS tape and everything.
Yeah.
It was a cool concept. It just didn't hit the. I don't know. For some reason it didn't.
Someone not named Ken do a history video on Sergeant Savage. I want to learn about it.
I
don't feel like doing the research.
He
I think he's done a little bit.
The Warhawk, and
I think he's done a
some
little
other
bit.
bits.
Yeah. He was the one who
you
actually
hear-
made it. What was it? The VR Troopers reused the Firebat, I think. Right.
I think so.
No,
I
it
got
wasn't.
that from-
No, VR Troopers. Well, yes and no, right? So the VR Troopers, their actual jet that they had. And somebody who was covering this and talking about it being the Firebat, it was actually the mini dropship for the Kenner's Alien line that never was looked. It was actually on several of the later card backs in the series. And then later they just repurposed it into the VR Troopers for one of their vehicles.
But are you saying it wasn't the tooling of the Firebat?
It was a modified tooling of the Firebat.
That's what I mean, because you will modify tooling here and there, right? Like not that I'm a Transformers guy, but the wings on the Seekers, that's a modified tooling, right? When you get to the 85 Seekers, the jets,
right? Because they were the different style from the original three.
Oh, that's more retooling the accessories in the body, but you know what I mean.
But the they'd taken that original like cockpit of the Firebat and like changed up the wings, but it still had the same like folding wing mechanic and stuff like that. But yeah, like that was originally what they were going to use as the mini dropship, but they realized that the Marines and their vehicles were kind of shelf warming, peg warming, and not selling, whereas the aliens, the Xenomorphs, were selling. And then they had the Predator line, which moved a little bit, and Dark Horse was kind of fleshing out that universe. So, it was, the Kenner's Alien line was one that was a lot of fun. And hey, Kayla, we wish you were here.
I actually messaged her earlier to ask, hey, are you going to be on? And I guess I have my answer now.
But yeah, like that was one of my favorite toy lines, like growing up, like, and I wanted more of it, and we just never got it.
Yeah.
Well, we did.
Then there was that weird trope
but I didn't care.
Was Kenner Alien 90s?
Yeah, it was 90s. Yeah, Kenner Alien started like 93, and it ran to like 97,
so,
but it was like very limited. After, like, it came out, your first three aliens were the Gorilla, Scorpion, and Rhino, along with basically like the entire load of Marines that they did, and you had the Queen and then the Flying Queen.
Right. And then they retreaded a lot of those aliens, and then they brought in the Predator line.
Right. Like you started to they fleshed out the comics a little more. I gotta go downstairs through the basement and hunt them all out. I actually have all of the mini comics for that line that flesh out a really fun, neat story. Because when I was collecting my NECA ones, Connor wanted to play, so I just bought him all of the vintage. So I went ahead and I made sure to buy at least new ones of everything that came with a mini comic so we can get them all. And then ended up having to buy 2 Scorpion Aliens brand new, because the first Scorpion Alien brand new that I bought came with the Mantis Alien comic. I was like, oh no, now I've got 2 Mantis Alien comics. But the last one to come with a mini comic was actually the Alien and Predator 2-pack. And it was like the only one that involved the Predators as far as the mini comic went. And then that was the end of the mini comics to help flesh out that story. But again, this was the rated R toy line that they could not really. Both were like, you can't repurpose these for children. You have a trophy hunting alien, and then an alien that literally bursts from the body of.
Yeah. And that was like the trope in the late 80s, early 90s is like RoboCop was an R-rated, violent R-rated movie. Let's make a cartoon. Rambo. Let's make a cartoon.
Terminator. Well, actually, at least by the time the Terminator toys hit, Terminator 2 was PG-13.
That's
God. The Savage Strike headquarters, a vendor next to me when I was selling at a toy show in April had it. And before I could even open it to look, because I'd never seen an assembled one in person, someone goes and buys it. I'm sitting there, I'm like, someone literally just dropped like $600 on it just to have it. And I'm just like, well, you never see it, so can't blame people. But that was just sorry.
Do you guys remember these at all?
Say what?
The germs? They came in like little tubes, and they had like little disease profiles and stuff.
I had a green one that was different than that. And actually, I think one of these times you brought these up, I went and I hunted it down and looked it up online. Yeah, it was just like this weird little vial that came with this weird germ thing in it. and that was it. That was all the toy it was. And I remember I took the germ out, and I used to role play with that test tube on like so many other things. Like, that's where I put the face hugger or something like that in that little test tube. It became so many different things.
Yeah, I don't see these around too often, but I had a bunch of these when I was a kid.
Yeah. Yeah, I had the green one. It was this like green one. I'll have to look it up when I get back on the computer, but that was like the only one that I had because I couldn't find any more of them. But I always thought they were like little weird toys.
Yeah.
Don't do this in the house.
Fun stuff.
But
Well,
I get
I'm
excited
gonna-
like rethinking about a lot of these older, like just flash in the pan toy lines that tried to take off but never really did. And it was like, you know what though? They were really cool kind of toys.
Well, I was gonna say that you mentioned that, and like we hear all the time about all these toy lines that people would love to bring back from like the late 70s and like early 80s. But like we have this weird thing where like from 86 through like 96, you know, maybe even to
Yeah.
like 2000, people don't talk
Pretty-
about like how many toy lines did like
So
one
many.
run of figures or like one run of like product that
Yeah.
were like maybe there was a gimmick that didn't quite land or there was like a show that didn't quite take off
Right.
or whatever. That's my wheelhouse for like that's my reference. When people are like, "Oh, Visionaries," I'm like, I never
I was
had a single
just about to
Visionary
bring
figure.
that
I'm like,
up.
I don't know.
was
Why
a
do you
one-
want to bring that back? And it's people that are my age, and I'm like, you were 3 when that came out. What are you talking about? Like,
I remember the Visionaries for sure. That was
I mean, there's people that do. I mean, I'm just saying, like,
Well, yeah, that's why it's better for like a boutique company. That's where, I mean, not everyone likes them, but that's where someone like Super 7 comes along, right? You don't have to do as big runs.
Well-
and I also think Visionaries had a good idea, but the way those characters talked, you know, I don't know.
no, I
like-
don't know.
But
It was expensive.
that's the thing is the way those characters talked. The speech patterns wasn't conducive to a 5-year-old. You know what I mean? So I
Right.
don't know.
They were
Yeah,
trying to go
expensive with
for,
they were
you
expensive
know-
with the holograms, and they weren't
Oh,
compatible
wow.
with Joe's.
I think,
Right.
like, for me
That's cool.
personally, I think, like, I always gravitated, like, if I went to the toy store and there was a new line, right? Especially if it lined up with a cartoon that maybe I'd caught a couple episodes of. That's what I wanted to see. That was the new thing that I wanted to get into. So like I had 2 or 3 of like tons of toy lines that like people don't like. I don't even know what the toy lines were for some of them. But I was thinking about this recently, and I was like, I think part of the reason that I love new IPs and new startups is because that's what reminds me of my childhood, was like finding the next
New
cool
stuff.
thing.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the
Mad
what was
For
it?
better or worse, you know, like maybe some of
Yeah.
these companies are going to exist for a year or 2 and that'll be it. But, you know, if
Let's
I
give
have
it a
any
shot,
say, I
right?
want them to stick around longer.
Yeah,
There was a lot of those like Filmation did. What was it, Black Star, where it was like it's a little bit, you know, Flash Gordon, it's a little bit Tarzan, it's you know, you've got a little bit of science and stuff in there. You got the little Hobbit looking guys. It was fun, and it lasted for a minute. Had a toy line, and then poof, gone.
Mm-hmm.
So
Pirates
It
of
was like
Dark
a
Water.
short, like I think it was like 13 episodes or something like that. But then when He-Man did good, they started re-rotating the episodes and started the toy line. They have a lot. I loved those toys. Like I played with them with my He-Mans.
Yeah. I agree. Black Star is one of those like hidden gems that was like there, but it was so
Yeah.
hard to find the toys.
Yeah.
You know?
Largo, I think in the chat earlier, you mentioned Cadillacs and dinosaurs. Was that you?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Xenozoic Tales. The original comic books were excellent, and then the cartoon was pretty good. But
It was a fun cartoon, and the comic was neat.
Yeah.
There were so many Sky Commanders, you know,
Botsmaster,
the zip line
Right.
stuff.
Yes, I mean there's Brave Star too. That's a bit less esoteric because that got some more coverage, but even still, it was short lived. So
yeah,
right.
This
I
up
horse
here.
stole the show.
But it started getting more. It started getting more regional too at that point because like some of the cartoons that people talk about, I'm like I've never heard of that. Some of the stuff that I talk about, people have never heard of either.
Yeah,
right.
And I mean at that point too, you started getting things like. So I watched Saber Rider, which I now know, you know, was an anime that got imported and completely changed and
Right.
never landed. It never had a toy line, but it did have a toy line in Japan.
Right.
And it's
Galaxy Rangers was kind of in that same boat.
Yeah. I mean, and there's just so much of that stuff where like and I say this to this day where people are like, oh, you know, nothing will ever have, you know, G.I. Joe, you know, they can't bring it back, blah blah. There's just too much stuff. I mean, it's too diverse now. It's not, you're never gonna get a situation ever again where every kid between the age of like 6 and 12 is watching the same thing at 3:30 p.m. on a Thursday afternoon. That just doesn't exist. And so you're never gonna get the sort of monolithic toy lines that we had. So I don't know why people are sort of trying to get
for
that.
us as a kid, it was only Saturday morning you got cartoons. We didn't get the weekday cartoons until later. So it was like
I remember the
catch on
weekday
Saturday
cartoons.
morning.
Yeah.
My age had the weekday cartoons.
Yeah.
Because by that time the formula was established.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know,
You even had the
Ones were
morning
like
cartoons.
Thundercats, man. Thundercats was a great weekday
Thundercats.
cartoon.
Oh, we haven't talked about Thundercats yet. Yeah.
That
We
one I
should
remember
do like a
running home
ranking.
from school. That way I could catch the last 15 minutes because our school went to 4:03. And then when I walked home, I had to run home. That way I could catch, like I said, the second half of at least one episode. Kind of sucked. But I love that one. That was one of my favorites for sure.
Thundercats, yes. Yeah, we should rank the cartoons of the 80s. Everyone's list would be different.
True. I
well,
really got
especially
into a lot
what
of the
year you were, you know?
Yeah. When they started bringing over things like Macross and turning it into Robotech, when they brought over Gatchaman and made it into G-Force, it was like, man, those were awesome.
Well, didn't
art
they
was
merge
so
3
good.
animes to make Robotech?
They did.
Macross is the main one.
Macross Plus and
Southern
there was-
Cross.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was it.
yeah, Southern Cross.
It was like kind of like all the same series, but it was like different. It's like with Gundam, right?
Right. Different generations, and
Right.
it was a hodgepodge. Some of it was cool. But then as you get older, you realize, oh, there's a real, Japanese version that if you find a good subtitle version, you get the depth of what the story was supposed to be. It's like, oh, wow, this would have been way better. Why did they have to Americanize it?
Saber Rider was a perfect example of that because the lead character in Saber Rider was the Japanese character, but when they brought it over to the Western audience, they changed the name to Saber Rider because the cowboy became like the lead guy, but he was a
sidekick.
Well, he was the American character that they threw in to have an American character. And it's like when you see the original cut kind of next to like the Western cut, you're like, this show sucks. And I loved it as a kid, but like when you see the Japanese cut, you're like, this show is way better than the one that I got.
Ken, did you ever get into any of the original, like what was Voltron in Japan? I can't remember the name.
I just watched Voltron in the Philippines. That was one of the earliest ones.
Okay.
I think I had the Panosh Place one when I was 3 or 4. That was like one of my earliest memories. So yeah, we did get that. I tried to watch the new Netflix Voltron. I never got very far into it. I must have just not been in the right mood.
Right, but that's another one where the Japanese version was much more violent, much more of an adult drama. And then they turned it into, oh, look, cute robot lions. Yay.
Yeah. Yeah. There's just so many. Like you're always gonna have a blind spot missing something. Like there's always that franchise of I don't really know too much of this or too much of that. And you can try to get into it later. Like I got into Thundercats just in the last year. Same thing with Visionaries, and I go, this is amazing. Same thing with Brave Star, Yeah. I'm just telling myself, like, wow, like how did I miss this as a kid?
For me, yeah, for me it was like Star Blazers. I didn't catch much of that, or Spaceship Yamato, but as an adult going back, I'm like, oh, this is so cool. It's like Star Wars before Star Wars. It's a great space opera epic, and there were a couple of toys here and there, but never a big toy line.
Well, you and I were talking about, Jim, about the origin of some of this stuff, right? Like you can actually trace Transformers back to the 64 GI Joe. But of course,
Yeah.
they say that in the Toys That Made Us. But then it's that weaving path of how it went into. I think was it Combat Joe and then Henshin
Combat
Cyborg.
Joe. Yeah.
Because everyone always forgets that Combat Joe in the middle, because Henshin Cyborg was actually popular before it became Microman,
Right.
right? And then Micro Change and then Transformers. But then it also splits off when it becomes Micronauts, which then goes and re-inspires the O-ring of I think Mego did Micronauts and then Chips, which looked even more like the 80s Joes, and then
Right.
became Joe. So it's like the Joe line can trace
And the
itself back to
black
itself.
hole, the black hole figures were in that same era too.
Did Mego do Black Hole?
I want to say yes, because it
They
was the
did.
same construction.
Oh, okay. Because all of that inspired Joe's, right? But
Mhm.
that O-ring did that weird path through Microman and Henshin Cyborg and goes back to GI Joe
Buck
itself.
Rogers also had the O-ring from
Right.
Mego.
That's right.
So
It's all
of that,
6 degrees Joe.
It's
Kevin-
just really
Kevin-
fascinating to see how GI Joe kind of like recreated itself, but also like created some of the key Transformers characters. Because I think in Micro Change, I think they were actually like 1-to-1 scale robots. Like Megatron was a handgun who was the size of a toy, who was supposed to
Right.
help Microman do his battles. Right, and even like the mini cars, I think those were like Bumblebee and them were like penny racers back then.
Right.
Right. Again, I had to do all this research recently. Well, not had to. I wanted to.
Right. And to me, what's fascinating is all of the licensing agreements and who got what and how it's like. There's like these, it's like a scene from Mad Men where you have these, slick back, brill creamed, ad guys who go over to
John
Japan
Hamm.
and go, "Oh, you've got all these kind of cool things. We'll take them all, and then we'll take them to America and call them something different and make a lot of money."
Should I go back and rewatch Mad Men? By the way,
I liked it.
I
Yeah,
thought it
why
was
not?
good. I was
Yeah,
disappointed.
it was
with the
fun. It
ending.
was, like
everyone's disappointed with an ending. Sopranos, Kenzo was talking about earlier. The best part about the ending was them playing "Don't Stop Believing" at the end.
Dude, I swear to God, I was like, I didn't know what the hell happened. I thought my cable went out. I was so mad because it just went black, and I was like, "No, wait, what?" And I got my room, and I was like, "Wait, it's still on." What the hell? I hated that.
Yeah,
But
that
I
was
guess
the
it got a
actual
reaction, though, right? It did.
Mad
it was
Men's a
supposed to.
good fun watch, but don't watch it for like a narrative payoff.
No.
It's
Okay.
a
Right.
fun kind of time capsule romanticized through
Okay.
the lens of the 2000s, but
Yes, because
Yeah.
for me, when I was gonna watch Mad Men, I also was like, I hadn't watched either Mad Men or Breaking Bad in that year, that 2012, 2013 year, and I just went back and I just chose Breaking Bad and caught all the way up to the 5th season there, and then I watched the 5th season in real time as it was coming out.
I think my favorite part of Mad Men is that at one point they're having an office party and there's a scene with the riding lawnmower. And I think that whole sequence just like for me is what made me decide Mad Men was good, because it was like the perfect blend of dark gallows humor plus so it's that whole and if you've watched it it's on YouTube. Just go type in Mad Men lawnmower scene and you have to get all the way to the end because Joan and John Hamm's character at the end, their commentary at the end of that sequence is what really makes the whole payoff of that. Like, there's some good writing on Mad Men. It's not a great show, and I think my disappointment in the ending was the ending would have made it and there's some. Oh, I'll just, for me, like I thought it would maybe tie into DB Cooper. The whole DB Cooper
That would have been
thing.
better.
And if you Google Mad Men DB Cooper, there's a writer who sort of mapped out all the reasons that ending could have. It was before the show ended, but it mapped out why that ending should have happened. And I read it a couple years before the show ended, and it was a really compelling argument. And like when it didn't end that way, I was disappointed because I felt narratively that, as it was laid out, made way more sense than what we got. It felt like it was building to that, and maybe the article hit and they're like, oh, we got to change it. Like that's how, for me, like the ending felt off course. So yeah.
Fair enough.
And it was one of those shows where you kind of want to like the characters, but the more you watch, you realize they're all despicable. There's not one of them that has a redeeming quality to
Well,
them,
it's
but
funny
yet you
because-
still, you know,
Yeah,
they're
when I
human.
started watching it, I wanted to like what's her, it's not Peggy, is it? The sort of the main secretary that joins the, you know, like we sort of start when she joins.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I
And
think that was bigger.
and I dislike Joan a lot in the beginning,
Mm.
but by the end of that series, I was like, Joan is actually the most morally, like her morality obviously in places a little like sus, but in general, like she has a very specific moral code that she's
very consistent.
and she has, it's not always one, and I can relate to it because I am like this myself, but her sense of justice is also consistent. It's not always one I agree with, but her sense of what's just, like I can appreciate. I could appreciate when she was like, this is what's right, this is what's wrong, even when that was a little skewered, but at the same time, like she remained consistent, and I never felt like she ever tried to go out of her way to screw somebody over. Whereas a lot of the other characters that were supposed to be our heroes often screwed everyone over. Like gosh, I got
it, Dad.
I'm gonna have to Google her. Oh gosh,
Kenny,
her
see
name.
you, buddy.
It is Peggy.
wrong
Elizabeth
Kenny.
Moss's character, like, was supposed to be sort of the moralistic one, but throughout the entire show, she's just shitty.
Yeah.
Like, she's just a shitty character, and it's like she's so horrible to everyone. You know, we're supposed to think everyone else is terrible, and that's fine. But Joan, just I ended that with like a lot of respect, and she's also kind of got the she kind of plays against the sort of bad girl of the 50s convention, like, so.
Yeah, she was definitely the survivor that used her looks to get where she needed to be and deal with all these
She
powerful
was like,
people.
yeah, she's like, this isn't necessarily great that I'm having to do this. This is the time I live in. This is what I have to do to survive. This is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to try not to fuck people over if I can help it. But if I have no choice, oh well. Whereas everybody else, a lot of them, didn't realize that they were garbage cans. Or you got Peggy, who's like screwing people over left and right to get ahead, but acting like she's some sort of paragon of virtue. It's like, bitch, shut up. Like, just shut up and stop your whining.
I mean, that's
Jane even
somewhat
called her out
realistic,
a
though,
couple
right?
times.
Because a lot of people don't know they're shitty.
It's true. Yeah. It's accurate. We're all the hero of our own story.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what makes the best villains, is because they think they're the hero in their story.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, I was only going to come on and just say hi, but that was a while ago, and I have to get some sleep because I have another live show tomorrow.
How it
But,
happens.
I love hanging with you guys. It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm taking off too.
Have a good night.
Yeah, thinking this might be a good spot to wrap it up. So,
It's about time for me to get offline and get ready for my stream tomorrow.
everybody.
Right. But that's just one of these things that I like about these streams. Like, as the night goes, you never know who's showing up, who's coming on, where the conversation's going to go.
Yeah.
And that's what helps really, really kind of keep it entertaining and, have fun. And as the show just keeps growing, we'll keep having more fun and great topics. We'll revisit them because we often do that and get deeper into them. So, well, guys, it has been a blast. We saw one of the most amazing toys of the year get unboxed tonight. And Vorgus and now I'm joking. His tech is really something to behold.
Aaron looks super satisfied, which is nice to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's for a guy like Aaron who like really will just go out and kind of get whatever he thinks looks cool and looks great. And sometimes you get it and it's not as great as you thought it would be, but he definitely looks totally happy with it. If anything, like I think he was more disappointed in his lack of foresight of just how big it was gonna be. But then he's not even stifled by that because he's like, nope, just got to take a little bit off the dio and rework it, and it's done. So it's great to see that the adjustment and the pivot, and it's been a really, really fun night. Now next week, never know what's going to go down. We're probably going to be unboxing quite a few figure obscura across the different channels here. I know I've got quite a few to open up. I've got a red Krampus on the way now. Thanos, we'll see, like, even as your stuff processes, if you can manage to get it shipped quickly enough
still
to you.
got Marley coming too, so maybe that'll come in within the next week.
Yeah, definitely. Join in with that one at least, and we'll all enjoy the little surprise. Like, I think I kind of had it spoiled earlier on Facebook, but I'm not so sure anymore. But either way, I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun. All right, well, let's do our quick round table here. Thanos, what you got going on? Any videos you want to draw some attention to on your channel?
Very special episode of my Instagram retrospective today. So if you want to see a month's worth of naughty shots, go check it out now. If you don't want to see that, tomorrow will be a regular episode of the Instagram retrospective. And I'm in the middle of my Hanukkah shots.
I'm digging that.
Some Jewish superheroes and some lighting of the menorah. Let's see, what else do I have going on? I'm going to be on Pain Show at the end of the month, so that'll be cool.
Yes.
And then I'll be in a bunch of chats for the rest of the week.
Absolutely. And Thanos, can I just say, like, without a doubt, I love seeing you post the Hanukkah pictures because we see a ton of the Christmas pictures, but I never see a lot of photography with, Hanukkah and everything like that. So I think it's really, really great. And for all of our Jewish friends out there right now, we know it's, Hanukkah's just started. Happy Hanukkah to all of you. And thank you for watching the content and joining in.
I'll have some Christmas stuff coming up too, because my mom's side of the family is Jewish. My dad's side was raised Lutheran. I'm kind of my own interpretation of everything, but
sometimes it's the best way to be, though, right? Right? You take the best from both worlds and make it your own, and it just helps you be a better person overall. It's phenomenal.
But I dig the ritual stuff. So, like, I like the menorah every year. I do the fast on Yom Kippur and like other stuff. So, if my mom drags me kicking and screaming, sometimes I go to synagogue. Haven't for a while, but
yeah. And it's funny you mentioned Lutheran because that's the way I was raised too. Lutheran, the lazy Catholics. I don't know how they could call us lazy with as many times as we stand up, kneel, sit, stand up, kneel, sit. But hey, whatever. And Allison, what you got going on, girl?
Tomorrow, today at 11 a.m. Sunday at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, I've got a live stream with Jonathan of Nostalgia Unboxed. We're going to be coloring some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Nice.
So that's cool. I'm still working on my 6 months of daily shorts project. So they're daily shorts, and it's smack dab in the middle of my 25 days of Christmas. So I've got 2 daily shorts going up every day. One just various toy properties and the other Christmas themed. Apparently YouTube also has decided that my faker short from like 2 months ago is what the people want. So that got pushed out to like 700 new views this morning. So faker 100K, 100K, 1,331 views or some such. So more than He-Man. So there you go. It's all about blue fake He-Man. And I've got a collection of shorts. One of the collection videos on Monday that will be debuting, and then some other stuff coming.
Excellent.
Next week on Sunday, it's me and Bud coloring. So all you Bud fans.
That's right. All the Buddy fans out there, definitely check that out next Sunday. And check out tomorrow, too. Jonathan unboxing some TMNT. What? I like seeing something new, coloring some new stuff.
Well, and I don't know how he's going to, because he does digital art, but he was also talking about getting back to basics. So he picked a page. Obviously, I'm going to do my thing with colored pencils, but I'm curious to see what he ends up. And it's Jonathan. I mean, he's he's a super creative guy. So it's just going to be fun to hang out with Jonathan for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and hopefully
Right?
get like 5 of his viewers, like, get some watch time from some of his people. You know.
For sure.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, join us. It'll be fun.
I'll be there for sure. I'll be there.
Excellent.
I'll be there.
And for me, well, y'all know, I'll be here next Saturday, of course. And then, of course, this upcoming Thursday, very, very special seasonal episode of Toy Frenzy coming up on Skelevator's channel, where he and I will probably be recanting more of the adventures that we took today in more detail. Is why I tried not to go into it too deep, because I know he's going to be posting a video of some of the time that we spent together, as well as we'll probably talk about it more on Toy Frenzy. But also, we are going to be doing a whole episode where we're all talking about some stop motion. And of course, we all know that's very, very seasonally well timed with all of the awesome, amazing stop motion Christmas specials that we all grew up with, that are still pretty popular today in some ways, you know, classics. So we're definitely going to be talking about. And then you never know where else I'm going to pop up. I might get invited to like 3, 4, 5, 6 live streams tomorrow. And you guys know I'm a sucker and just can't say no to jumping on live for a few minutes and hanging out with everybody. So, all right, folks. Well, it has been a blast. It was good to see y'all. From earlier in the stream, remember to check out at photog_Damon. Go check out his IG and follow along as we're doing this amazing raffle for some charity, for your chance to win a Blade Master Wang or even a Jacob Marley, as he has now been added to the giveaway. So guys, definitely check that out. And also make sure within the next 24 hours, stop over to Toying Around, check out their 24-hour live stream they got going. And if you got anything to donate, it's going to St. Jude's, which is one of the most amazing charities that you can ever donate to. You know, definitely help out the kids. So thank you all for being here, and we will see you all later.
Later, everybody.
Awkward.